We're doing another keep or kick tonight, guys. I'm gonna try to up these to 2 or 3 a week now. Okay. We're gonna do every other one is gonna be normal, but then on the new kick or keep version we're adding, it's just gonna be called keep or keep, and it's basically gonna be me and Karantos arguing for about 3 hours over whatever topic he chooses. So. Okay, where are we at? We got so much dumb shit. No, I don't know. Okay, I need to. Okay, this is gonna be a boring stream. Wait, let me put that warning in the title. Hold on. Edit. What's the name of that stupid Daily Wire movie? We're gonna say at 10 EST. Fuck it. Are you gonna set the timer after intros in the future? You had like 7 minutes for debates when they were done. I don't know. Listen, I do what I want. Okay. Why are you late again today? Because I was busy fucking your mom all night long. All night long. God damn. It was good. It was so fucking good. Your mom is so good. She throws it back so well. ADHD postcard. If you have time now before stuff later, bring me in to talk over ADHD stuff. I know a lot about it. I'm available now if we can. No. Now, what I'm doing right now is messages, emails, schedule for California, and then we're gonna work through my backlog of links. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. That's on the agenda right now. It's gonna be boring. I'm not even gonna give you guys a babysitter so that I don't get distracted. Also, I did not take any medication today, so it's gonna be a rough day. Can you expand on people's rationing that Biden is a supporting genocide through support with Israel? No, it's fucking stupid. Oh God, why does this look like Warcraft? Any reason why no meds? Well, I discovered, I have been discovering a bad no med or a medication death spiral.
For yours.
Okay. When I take my medication, it's good for 12 hours. But the thing is, if I wake up late, I'll take my medication at 2. I'm wired until 2 a.m. There's no shot I'm sleeping before 2 a.m. I don't even want to get in bed before 2 a.m. So I think if I wake up late today, I just don't take my pills. Because I think if you wake up really late and you take them, I think you're, or at least for me, it's really hard for me to do that. Why not consider immediate release then? Because I'm not about to get like 30 different fucking medications. Fuck all that shit. I ain't got time for that. Instant release scares me too. I don't know if... Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people are mad at you on YouTube comments in your last video for your econ takes. Good for them.
I mean, they're coming right to us. We got this.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta do a little bit of work here. Oh, somebody's Crusader is here.
Build ritual chamber. Oh, that's good.
Okay, I'm going in for this convoy.
Okay, I'm going in.
Let's kill him, Asman.
All right, let's go.
How are you feeling? I feel good.
There it is.
I did get a really interesting email about
Nice.
Okay. Oh, they're getting far.
I got an interesting email justifying drug holidays. that I thought was interesting. We didn't justify it, but he explained a possible mechanism for it, which I thought was really interesting. But it has to do with like the half-life of drugs, and
I was wondering if it was
I don't know if
like
it's worth
dead, but
going into all
we
that,
can
but
make
I thought it was interesting. Anybody knows something?
I think
If you take Ritalin / methylphenidate, the non-extended release, it only lasts 4 to 6 hours tops, and it's just taken twice a day. Sure, we'll think about it. How much chocolate milk do you drink? Holy shit, what's your blood sugar? I haven't drank chocolate milk in like 10 years. That's an old fan. That's an old Destiny. I used to be addicted to chocolate milk. I just drink, these are Soylents. My AC1, I think it's AC1, right? Why does that sound like a Call of Duty plane? AC-130.
Oh, it does. Nice.
Is it AC1 sugar levels? What am I thinking of? It's not AC1, is it? It's A1C. Oh, yeah, mine was fine. Suck a dick.
Big damage.
Big damn, big damn.
Okay. Nice.
Oh, also, as a heads up, when I see you in my comment section, if you ever type in, if you ever do anything on my subreddit or my YouTube or whatever, and you say Destiny is just out of touch, I permaban you, by the way. If you want to argue against something I say, show me a stat or give me even a perspective. And I think that's totally fine. Metaloid actually had a really good explanation someday for why, or yesterday or the day before, for why even if inflation is brought down, prices can still feel inflated because of the cumulative effects of inflation. And then he brought that up, and then he compared that with, I think it was one or two other things. I was like, oh, okay, this makes sense. Yeah. If you want to say I'm out of touch, while that is definitely true to some extent, I've actually always been out of touch. If I gave you my true takes on people's financial management and shit, even when I was poor, I would sound like a rich asshole, okay? Because I hate the way that poor people manage money. I have been poor and working class, but I've never been stupid. You want to hear a hot take? You want to hear the hottest fucking take in the world? If I drop this take today, everybody would say it's because Destiny's rich and out of touch. I have never felt this stronger, though, than when I was working poor. When I was working poor, you know what the least sympathetic argument I ever heard in my entire fucking life was from Americans, and I hated it? It was when people cried about fucking gas prices. I thought that was bullshit, and I didn't believe a single fucking American, rich, poor, middle class, that ever bitched about car price. You know why? Because when I bought cars, when I was working poor, I always bought compacts or subcompacts because they were cheaper and because gas is cheaper. They get good miles per gallon, and I commuted to work. Nothing pissed me off more than when I was doing my carpet cleaning job and I hear some asshole saying, like, oh, didn't you know oil is over, blah, blah, blah. Gas is like $3.50 a gallon here in Nebraska. And it's like, motherfucker, you drive an SUV that gets 12 miles to the gallon that's had the check engine light on for 4 years. Kill your video games. Like, the fuck out of here, okay? Yeah, I can give you a lot of takes, okay? I can give you a lot of takes. Now, I will say, actually, to be fair, I don't actually know if those arguments apply as much anymore, because now even big-ass cars get like 30 miles per gallon, I think. Now they sell like, what is the current, hold on, I'm actually curious. I looked at these like a couple years ago, I was like, damn, really? Yeah, Jesus, even F-150s get 24 miles per gallon now. Even on a V8, 24 miles per gallon. Damn. You're coming to Cali, visit San Francisco. Oh, Axe, yeah, I can do that because I'm going to LA and it's just like an 8-hour drive, right?
Okay.
All their choke points around it.
So now they're gonna turn into the guys on their own.
Okay, also,
I'm clearing out the expansion area in case you get. Oh my gosh.
What's going? Wait.
read this post in your subreddit. Read this post in your subreddit.
Okay,
Hold on.
this is what the convoy does.
This is what the.
Wait, what am I? Someone in Kick Chat keeps trying to add me with a link. Oh, I actually opened that one to link. Or to read, I'm sorry, not to link. Oh, fuck, I want to read this one too. How do I break up with my girlfriend? I will try to get to this today, okay? No, we will get to this today. I have a V8 F-150. I wish it got 24 miles per gallon, more like 17. I don't want to be an asshole, but oftentimes when your miles per gallon is fucked, it's because you drive like a fucking retard. That's usually the issue you run into, okay? Coast, you should be coasting as much as possible, okay? People that accelerate right up to stoplights, do you like to set money on fire? Why would you do that? You coast as much as possible, accelerate slowly, always, don't ever floor it. Your engine should never be fucking screaming, okay? You don't need 5,000 RPM to go from 0 to 40 miles per hour. Let's see. You really should be, really those two things, like the biggest thing. Like, principally, like, you should barely ever touch your brakes. That's like the goal. right? You like literally you should barely touch your brakes as little as possible, okay? As long as you drive with that concept in mind, like, okay, what do I need to do to rarely ever touch my brakes? Your mileage will probably increase by like 5 to 10 miles per gallon. Do you turn off your car at long stoplights? No, but most of them auto shut off now. Do you see Melina shitting you for talking about her personal life? No, I didn't. I can understand her being frustrated though. I would be. Okay, what were we looking for? Was your first car manual? Anecdotally, people who learned in manuals are way more connected to the car. Maybe, actually, that might be true. My first car wasn't manual, so maybe that makes me think about driving a little bit differently. I've always driven manuals, I think. Although today, the only reason you buy a manual is recreational. Really, for the past 10 years. The only reason you drive is for recreation. But if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. But I think autos are like better in every single way. Okay. Quick thing, all right? Destiny, you're wrong. Thermal efficiency is typically lower at low RPM. You should accelerate briskly and then cruise in your top gear. Okay. What was your first car? My first car was a wonderful 1995 yellow Dodge Neon. Plymouth. I think there were two car companies. There was like Plymouth Dodge or something. I don't remember. This is, where's the like, oh, it's this guy. Ah, this horrible, disgusting fucking, except without the scoop. I think this is like the SRT edition. Oh, this is 2005. I don't know. Yeah, this car was horrible. Back in those days, American car companies didn't really believe in making compacts. That's why that's where like the Ricer community and all the tuners for like imports, Japanese imports and shit came from. Like America just didn't make compact cars. We didn't believe in it. They were like, theoretically, there were some that were manufactured, but they were horrible, trash fucking vehicles. I don't know if America made a good compact before the year like fuck me. I feel like post-auto industry collapse, Ford, I think, started with the Focuses. I'm trying to think if there were other compacts that were made after that. But I don't know. Just, yeah, Americans just don't like small cars. We like big cars. We like, we like SUVs, and we like Chevy Silverados and Ford F-150s, which are, I think those are the two most popular selling cars in the United States, yeah. My first car was a 97 Pontiac Sunfire manual. Nice. Okay. Oh, also, also, listen, if you happen to live near Miami and you like to sell, things, okay, message me on Twitter or Instagram. Okay. I had my appointment with the doctor today, okay, and I'm a little bit stressed out, okay? I got a lot of Vyvanse from somebody that so there's a good supply. It'll last me for probably a week or two more, okay? But I was worried because I had my appointment today, and I was like, okay, let's talk to the doctor lady, tell her I've been doing 60 milligrams of Vyvanse for like a month plus, and I'm good, okay? 100% A-okay. I can talk to her, and it'll be fine, and I'm sure she'll be okay, right? Well, you already have a script? Yeah, she writes me a prescription for like 10 milligram pills for like 10 of them, okay? I don't get anything, all right? She's got me on a fucking leash, all right? So I had my appointment today. It's like, all right, I'll talk to her. We'll talk to her, have an appointment. I'll get a real prescription, okay? And then I'm going to be set. I can go to the pharmacy. I can go buy, 30 pills, 60 milligrams each, or it might be a 50 out of 10. I don't know if they make 60 milligram pills. We'll be good to go, okay? I have my appointment today with the lady, and she tells me, she says this. She goes, 60 milligrams of Vyvanse is really high, and I don't know if I'm comfortable prescribing that much, but I give you 40 milligrams of Adderall XR. I'm thinking of my brain, and I'm like, 40 milligrams of Adderall XR is way more fucking intense than 60 milligrams of Vyvanse. What do you mean you won't give me 60 milligrams of Vyvanse, but you'll give me 40 milligrams of Adderall XR? how in what world does that make sense? So I'm like, oh, well, I don't know. Like, because if I still do 20 milligrams of Adderall XR, that feels to me about the same as like 60 milligrams of Vyvanse. I'm like, and she's like, well, let me just write you a script for this and we'll see how it goes. Like, fuck. Why not ask her that? Yeah, I did. So now, yeah, now I'm triggered. It's an insurance thing. It's not an insurance thing. I pay cash. Okay, she knows I pay cash. I pay cash for all my appointments. Cut the 40 milligrams for Adderall XR in half. I don't know if it really works that way. Breaking capsules is hard and imperfect, and I don't like doing it. It's weird. I don't know. Yeah, because when you break the capsule, it's not always all like packed evenly, or it might not be on one side, and then some of it like drops out, and it's just like, yeah, no, I wouldn't recommend. What do I know? I've only been on prescription drugs for a month and a half. But I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't like breaking capsules. It's like really weird. You're supposed to break the capsule and count the little balls? Okay, based. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Oh, and then also I hear this thing a lot. People are saying like, oh, people are worried about these prescriptions because it's a controlled substance. Am I wrong? Isn't every prescription a controlled substance? Isn't that why you need prescriptions? Hold on. Are all prescriptions controlled substances? We can break prescription medicines into two categories, controlled and non-controlled. Most prescriptions for infections or for chronic conditions are non-controlled. Most prescriptions for infections or for chronic conditions. What does that mean? Like, can you buy like amoxicillin in the store? I'm trying to think if you can. Can you? If you go to like, if you just go to like a pharmacy, you'd be like, I just want a bottle of like antibiotics. Can you do that? Read the next line. For example, most blood pressure and cholesterol medication are non-controlled. Sure. Controlled refers to the drug schedule, not that it needs to be prescribed. Yeah, I guess I just assume that the reason why you have prescriptions is because of you need a prescription to buy the drug, because without the prescription, it's a controlled substance, you can't get it. I assume that there was like a stronger connection there, but I guess maybe not. Non-controlled does over-the-counter. Oh, over-the-counter, does over-the-counter, oh, that means that I can just go to the pharmacy and buy it over-the-counter without a prescription, I guess, huh? Okay. All right. Wait, that's not true? Wait, people are saying that's not true. You can get a prescription for Tylenol. It is true. That's a lie. Wait, hold on. Wait 1 second. What does over the counter mean? If a drug gun etc. over the counter, you can buy in a store without having to visit a doctor. Oh, wait, that's what I just said. Fuck you guys. You guys are gaslighting me right now, okay? Stop. Stop gaslighting me in this chat, okay? Stop gaslighting me in this chat. Okay. How much your Vyvanse cost? It's highway robbery. Apparently there are websites you can go to get cheaper shit. I think for my I think the last prescription I had 200 milligrams of Vyvanse because there was like 20 10 milligram pills or something. And I think that cost me like $200 or $300, which is like, wow. Okay. Yeah, but people recommend this Good RX website and shit, so maybe you can get it for cheaper at some places, but why would you not get the generic, bro? Okay. I should have just gotten the generic, okay? People started DMing me saying, oh no, the generic of Vyvanse for some reason is not as good. And I was like, okay, well, whatever. And they're like, well, a lot of people say that. I'm like, okay, I'm sure, because they're probably like paying more attention when they buy it and blah, 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 blah. But then people started linking me all these fucking posts of all these people complaining about these side effects on the generic Vyvanse. I'm like, well, fuck me. Now I'm like mind fucked against it. I don't know. It should all just be the same, the exact same chemical, right? Vyvanse is only one chemical. It's only lisdexamfetamine. So I don't know why it would be a difference if one person makes a lisdexamfetamine and another person makes a lisdexamfetamine. That's literally all it is, right? And then like whatever the capsule is, there's not like a ton of like inactive ingredients or inert substances or whatever, right? It should literally just be the one, it should just be that the delivery method. I don't understand what you mean by that. Generic meds often will have different helper compounds to assist with the uptake of the drug. Like why? What do you mean? Do you need different compound? Okay. What is in a Vyvanse capsule? Oh, it does have some inactive ingredients. Microcrystalline cellulose, cross-carbamylose sodium, and magnesium stearate. Isn't that what they put in vaccines to give you AIDS or whatever? Oh, fuck me, dude. I have to talk to the doctor. Russell Barkley, he can help me. Do you think a debate with Sam Suter or Mehdi on Israel Palestine could happen? The Mehdi guy maybe would be interesting. I don't think I'm interested in engaging with the Majority Report people anymore. Why'd you not ask the doctor that's prescribing you them? I asked her, and she just said she feels like that much. She says, I'll build a tolerance to it, so she'd rather prescribe me Adderall. I don't understand what that means. She's a Vyvanse hater. My doctor's a Vyvanse hater. I think, here's what I think. I bet that if I go dig through her shit, I bet she gets paid by the big pharma companies that own Adderall, and she doesn't get paid by the big pharma. Who owns Adderall? Let's find out. Teva Pharmaceutical. Who owns Vyvanse? I want to see her stock portfolio. Of Shire LLC. Is that the name of the... Oh, Takeda? And Teva? Is that the two different ones? I'm going to go see her portfolio. I need to see what stock she's holding. I don't know if I trust her. Yeah, big Adderall is coming out against me, clearly. The difference is that it metabolizes through the liver into an amphetamine instead of being absorbed in the stomach. I don't know what you're saying, what the difference is. I don't know what the difference between what and what. Destiny, you're trying to trigger me on the day you give out the first MD flare. Yeah. Teva is Israeli. Oh, shit. In your opinion, what's the best food to snack on during a movie? Popcorn, bro. People that buy like candy bars and shit, like, what are you doing? Did she have Adderall pads and pens in the office? I need to go to her office and check. Have you taken Adderall? If so, how does it compare to Vyvanse feel? I'm going to be honest. 20 milligrams of Adderall XR, because I had a few pills laying around that I had extra from a friend a week or two ago. The Adderall XR 20 milligrams still feels really good to me. It feels the same as like the 60 milligrams of Vyvanse. So I guess it's not like the worst thing in the world, but like the 60 milligrams of Vyvanse works so well. Why would I switch to the 20 milligrams of Adderall XR? Also, I I don't know if this is like for my addiction brain. I like that for Vyvanse, 60 milligrams of Vyvanse is about the highest dose. I think it would be a huge emotional and psychological hurdle for me to be like, I'm going to take 100 milligrams of Vyvanse, okay? I don't think I could ever do that. Like 60 is the highest I will ever take of this pill, because past that, I need to like take a break or do something different, right? Because it seems like that would be spooky, because I think the max recommended prescription for Vyvanse is 70. But for Adderall XR, I think the highest Adderall XR prescription is 60 milligrams. That's got to feel insane. So I feel like if I go back to taking 20 milligrams of Adderall XR, I feel like I would be tempted to move that up more than just sticking with 60 milligrams of Vyvanse. Just psychologically, I feel like. Here's the answer. It's the delivery method via the liver, which is patented because it gives more steady and controlled dose that way. I don't know what you're saying is patented. I don't know what you're contradicting or what you're arguing or what you're answering. I felt nothing at 20 milligrams, but felt too much at 40. Addy XR is weird. Sure. Is it okay to cut parts of your long form videos and share them as replies to pro-Palestinians? Gilman WTF. Yeah, if you want to, knock us out. How do different doses affect you? Maybe I should try it for longer, but I felt like lower doses did nothing. Like when I tried, because originally she prescribed me 20 milligrams of Vyvanse. When I tried 20 milligrams of Vyvanse, I felt nothing. I think one day I tried 40 or 45. It must have been 40 because I don't think 45 exists. I did 40 of the Evansi or whatever, and I was able to do 40 milligrams of Vyvanse. It's Vyvanse. I was able to do 40 milligrams of Vyvanse, and like 3 or 4 hours later, I was like bored because I was in Sweden, and I took a nap for like an hour. Yeah, so I feel like, yeah. But then when I tried, and I can only go up in increments of 20, but then when I tried 60, like, this feels exactly like 20 milligrams of Adderall XR to me. That's what it feels like in my brain. I don't know if that's true or not. I've seen different people talk about like what feels like what or blah, blah, blah. But to me personally, 20 milligrams of Adderall XR feels to me like 60 milligrams of Vyvanse. But anyway, okay. Anyway, yeah, so if you, yeah, you know, if you want to DM me on Twitter or Instagram, you know, if you've, you know, yeah, if you, you know, yep, yeah. Okay, hold up. Happy to get you live finally. Thank you for being a sane voice of the situation. As an Israeli, it's really heartwarming to see. Welp, you know, as long as the Mossad keeps those paychecks coming. Okay, hold on. Let me read, somebody sent me some good memes. As an Israeli IDF soldier, I thank you for your contributions of 100 million rupees. Nice. I've been talking mad shit about you. Desperate dudes coming to work on Monday looking tired. When you ask them what happened last weekend, they excitedly catalog everything they drank and smoked like it's cool. Oh, nice, Abba. You think that just because you and Dave Chappelle are black, you can just steal his jokes, try to pass them off as your own in DGG chat? Or in YouTube chat, I should say. Sorry. Good one. I'm not, don't link me anything, okay?
All right, today's topic. We have a little throwback here. We haven't seen these boys in a minute. Straight from Rumble, the paradise of the defranchised, demonetized.
Because some people made some.
Is that even a Chappelle joke? Destiny is obsessed with black people. I am obsessed with black people. I'm a white American. Why wouldn't I be? Yeah, wait. It's this joke. Hold on.
But everybody's getting along. At his house, and while I was sleeping, right? Every time white dudes pass out around each other, they always do some borderline cure. You got good weed conversation.
Oh, here it is.
All white people talk about when they get high is other times that they got high. I can listen to that shit all night. Dude, remember at Frank's last week? It's fucking smashed, man. And catalogs everything they drink. 2 shots of Jaeger, tequila, 4 bong hits, man, beer, cheeseburger. That shit is great. Only bad part is you cannot.
Yeah. Caught you. Oh, geez. Hold on. Okay. Wait, are we having drama with our Dr. Flare on day 1? What's happening, guys? KKMD is literally a fake doctor. He claimed to be a fellow in trauma surgery without attending a surgical residency and without being board certified in general surgery. There is no doctor, definitely no surgeon. That is time to be in chat in the middle of the weekday. He is lying about his credentials, and I seriously hope you revive any evidence slash licensure he provided. It is extremely dangerous to give a lying chart a medical professional Flare and have them give medical advice in chat. Wait, is he lying? Is he lying? Okay, I half would agree with what you're saying, but that Dr. Avi dude is also like a practicing doctor, and this motherfucker's on Twitter and debating and shit on stream and everything like every fucking day, you know? Destiny, that is a copy pasta, by the way. Oh. Somebody said 60 milligrams of Vyvanse is 24 milligrams of Dex-IR. 20 milligrams of Addy-XR is equivalent to 17 milligrams of Dex-IR. But since Vyvanse is slightly longer, that's when you might feel it's similar. Okay. Oh my god, there's a calculator site. Just here where this account is an alt account of Octo, now goes by Sardine, and you banned him a while back and now he's here again. Tell him to stay mad. Oh my god, we have an e-doctor. Oh, okay, I don't feel crazy then. I probably wouldn't mind taking 50 milligrams of Vyvanse. I didn't feel 40, but maybe I feel 50, but I only had the increment to do 60. First documentation of a Palestinian Hamas terrorist that is eliminated in a tunnel flooded with water. Wait, were they live streaming this? Damn, that dude is super dead. Okay. I've heard of people on, is it 80? Or is it 70? Hold on, wait, where's my one friend? You have to compare their duration of effects. I'm pretty sure Adderall XR and Vyvanse are supposed to last about the same amount of time. Okay, I'm reviewing the KK whatever bullshit docs. Let's see here. Let's see what we got. Let's see if I trust this guy. We've got a... What if it... I mean, couldn't you theoretically fake this? How do we prove it? A picture of a degree? I don't know if this is real. I don't know if that watermark is real. I don't know if the seal is real. We need somebody in chat to get sick. We need to do a DGG meetup, and anybody with a doctor flare needs to perform surgery at the meetup to prove their medical credentials, okay? That's what we need to do. Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh, what do you want? What? Bitch. 8 to 10 hours for Adderall XR. Vyvanse is 10 to 14 hours. Oh, is that true? You see the new twist in the hostages saga, they were high. Were they though? Okay.
What the?
You what though?
Sorry, I'm on the phone, that's why.
Why?
Why am I on the phone?
Yeah.
Promise phone calls before people go to bed.
Uh-huh. Okay. Got him. What is this? And then let's say that the guy with... Too risky. I can't listen to clips of this guy. I don't remember what I was doing. I had something I was going to do. There was something I needed to do. Messages, emails. Oh, fuck it. I know what we're going to do. We're going to read this first, and then we'll do these. That's what we're going to do, okay? All right. If you want to clear the misconceptions about... Oh, no, I'm good.
What the?
Okay, this guy posted this before. I'm curious. Destiny's wrong about ADHD medication. I love Destiny. He's a real smart guy, but it pains me to see him so... Oh, I refreshed. Okay, before we get started, yes, I have shamelessly updated this post as I started getting spammed again. Once Destiny had this post on a screen, I've done this in an attempt to preemptively address some of the feedback I'm getting over and over from different people. I've addressed the Zhang study, keep getting linked, offered some insights into Dr. Barkley, provided a study for the myth of paradoxical reaction. The actual study is linked in the paper, although I don't believe it was needed, since it's widely known that most stimulants are abused to study and not to tweak at home. I love Destiny, thinks he's a real smart guy, but it pains me so confidently spout off some shit on stream about ADHD and medications. ADHD medications absolutely carry risk of tolerance. This is obviously true for anyone who's tried them, to the point where him asking for a study sounds as ridiculous as show me a peer-reviewed paper that people use caffeine. Okay, I'll read this entire post. I'm already perma-banning this guy. Obviously, there is a tolerance built to all of these drugs. I have said this. I have never said anything differently. That is obviously true. And I've even recounted that in my own experience. Obviously, it's true. The thing that he heard me say was there was the last number that I saw was when people begin taking amphetamines for treatment, that what happens is about 50% of them, I think, build a tolerance such that they need a higher prescription. And I think about 50% of them maintain that prescription throughout their pharmaceutical life or whatever. Never in my life have I said people don't build tolerances to amphetamines. Obviously you do. This is true of literally any amphetamine you can abuse. If you do methamphetamine at recreational dosages, if you do MDMA at recreational dosages, even if you do things like Vyvanse or Adderall at therapeutic dosages, obviously you build tolerances. Okay. Based on the research, there's a small percentage of patients that develop early tolerance to stimulant medications, a potentially larger percentage have a more gradual or late tolerance over years. Similarly, it seems that there is a relatively few patients with ADHD who develop complete tolerance. Potentially larger percentage have partial tolerance. Strategies to combat stimulant tolerance include switching class of stimulants, taking medication holidays to reset the tolerance, using other treatments such as psychotherapy, blah, blah, blah. So one clinical study showed that 24.7% of patients developed tolerance to stimulants in the time of days to weeks. Another showed 2.7% developed tolerance over 10 years. Well, I don't know what this means. The number must be higher than 2.7%, right? Or maybe this is meaning, maybe this means like total, complete and total tolerance, like you don't feel anything, or Control F60. A retrospective chart review of medication treatment of randomly selected ADHD patient documents that of 166 patients treated with methylphenidate between 76 and 1990, 68 required more than 60 milligrams of methylphenidate a day, which is an off-label high dose. Of the 68 high-dose patients, 41 developed tolerance. They did not maintain a clinical response to the same dose over time. That is 24.7% of the original sample. The authors note that tolerance only developed in patients taking higher dose methylphenidate. Tolerance either developed within a few days or could have taken more than a year. The others know that patients developed tolerance to MPH. They were switched to dextroamphetamine. The substitute was less effective than MPH. The latter would be tried again in 1 month. Okay, so this shows that 41% of people were developing tolerances that were like too much or whatever. Yeah. Okay, and this is also for methylphenidate. In 76 to 1990 would have been. Is this would be referring to Ritalin? I think. In a study of longer-term response to methylphenidate treatment, researchers monitored the behavioral benefits of methylphenidate in patients who were treated with medication from 3 years to 10 years. When the dose of methylphenidate was adjusted for growth, the medication remained effective for the majority of the patients for 10 years. Only 3 of 108 patients lost the therapeutic response without an evident explanation other than the possibility of tolerance. The data showed that successful long-term treatment with methylphenidate did not require increasing the dose beyond the need to fully adjust for body growth. The authors acknowledge they only looked at children who were good responders to methylphenidate, and if they lost response to methylphenidate prior to 3 years of treatment, they would not have been included in this study. It's good to note, I guess. Should use the same low riz voice used in interviews when you do public speaking events. Just makes it way more impactful. Do I use low riz voice for interviews, or are you thinking when I was sick? Legal meth. How many children have they got addicted to this poison anyway? What are you talking about? I'm not sure. I don't know. What is the research on like addiction to, like hardcore addiction to therapeutic prescriptions of like Ritalin or Concerta, I think, is the other methylphenidate. I think there's another common one. I keep forgetting the name of Nathan's fucking thing. It's like a weird one that I don't hear normally. Go through your links. Well, I am going through my links. This was the this was one of the ones we had that I wanted to read. I was curious. Well, yes, not everyone will experience tolerance. Many people will develop at least partial tolerance to the dose they are taking over time. Why would you make a medical post and then load it with such stupid fucking language? Many people will develop at least partial tolerance to the dose they are taking over time. I don't know why he's acting like I've ever said anything different. There's a reason why you're usually prescribed at a lower dose and then you do step-ups to figure out like what your appropriate dose should be. This isn't, I don't think there's a contradiction to anything I've ever said. The problem comes when they are eventually titrated up to a dose so high that it's not possible to go higher. At that point, the patients and physicians have a few options. Holiday, switching to a different stimulant, continuing on the same medication, or the dreadful washout where a patient is tapered off medication for an extended period of time. None of these options are great for the patient. Why would you not use a percentage for any of this? And can be extremely detrimental depending on the time and how. It is therefore not unreasonable to promote drug holidays preemptively as a way to prevent tolerance from developing as long as the patient can tolerate this. Stimulant medications do increase cardiovascular risk. It's true that using them probably won't suddenly cause a heart attack, but long-term use can increase both BP and heart rate, which puts extra workload on the heart. There are some studies that show that BP changes are small, others showing they are large. The risks are sometimes overblown, but are not as trivial as he wants you to believe, even for people with no cardiac history. There's a reason a cardiac history screening and EKG is often done before starting these medications. Yeah, to look for pre-existing conditions. What is he linking here? The increase in number of adults in seniors. The question that arises is how well do we understand the long-term cardiovascular effects of these drugs? Increased concern of adults with ADHD or greater risk for developing adverse cardiovascular events such as sudden death, myocardial infarction, and stroke. Yes, but why are they looking for those specific pre-existing conditions? Because my understanding is, I believe what I read was, if you do amphetamines over a long period of time, you can see like a 1 to 2% increase in blood pressure. I think that they would attribute to amphetamines, which I think for most people is not, it doesn't matter that much, but if you have a pre-existing condition, then any increase or anything pushing you into like the hypertensive blood pressure range is not good. So it's something you should be mindful of. Oh, Dianaval, that was the one. Adult ADHD is significantly impairing, and the use of CNS stimulants among adults on the rise. It is likely that in the coming years, increased number of unhealthy adult ADHD populations is going to be exposed to CNS stimulant treatment. Definite conclusions regarding the overall cardiovascular safety of these agents cannot currently be made for patients at varying risks for cardiovascular disease or in relation to chronic treatment exposure. At present, there is less data available to guide and inform clinical practice in many patients with adult ADHD. Okay. Conclusion: the ongoing debate about the cardiovascular safety of these medications is here to stay and underscores the challenge in conclusively establishing safety and the need to evaluate risk in the context of evolving medical practice. Prospective scientific investigation should include systemic cardiovascular monitoring and clinical trials. More extensive. What? Okay. What is he linking this study to say? Amphetamines have acute chronotropic and processor effects. The cardiovascular epidemiological literature has shown that even modest increases in blood pressure and heart rate have been associated with increased risk of adverse cardiovascular events. In the meta-analysis carried out by MIC on 2.665 adult patients, it was observed CNS stimulants used for adults were associated with a statistically significant increase in resting heart rate of 5.7 beats per minute, increase in systolic blood pressure of 1.2 mmHg, but not of diastolic blood pressure. A low overall risk of clinically significant cardiovascular events, including tachycardia or hypertension, were also observed, so less than 5%. Increase of resting heart rate, I'm not sure. I don't know if there's as much. I think the blood pressure number is more important than resting heart rate. I think resting heart rate can show you overall cardiovascular health, but I think for adverse cardiovascular events, I think blood pressure is more important. I could be wrong on that, but epidemiological studies say that elevated resting heart rate is a significant independent predictor. This is a significant independent predictor of mortality and a shorter life expectancy. Cooney et al. Demonstrated that a 15 BPM increase in heart rate was found to increase the rate of cardiovascular disease mortality by 23 to 50% in men and women per. That's a 15 BPM increase, but there's a decent correlation between lifespan and heartbeats. So lower resting heart rate will mean longer lifespan. Yeah, sure. But I mean, like, also because, like, lower resting heart rate is probably associated with a whole bunch of other things as well, right? Like, you're probably eating healthier, you're absolutely exercising more. Like, there's a whole bunch of other positive things as well, right? Like, say hypothetically, I know nobody is saying this, but say hypothetically you were to, let's say you were to load somebody up on, like, Xannies for their whole life, and their BPM, was like, their resting heart rate was like 30 BPM or something insanely low because you're tranking them all the time, right? Is that person going to have a longer lifespan? Probably not. Can you respond to some traveling Israelis vids? Maybe, I don't know. I've watched a couple of them, but heart rate increases comparable with those observed with CNS stimulant treatment for elderly and associated with a 70% increased cardiovascular mortality. Heart rate increases comparable with those observed with CNS stimulant treatment for adult ADHD but associated with this. Heart rate increases comparable with those observed with CNS stimulant treatment for adult ADHD, but associated with a 17% increased cardiovascular mortality. That's a pretty statement, right? So that's like saying if you take two people and one of them, let's say one of them gains 50 pounds and their resting heart rate increases 6 BPM, and the other person remains the same, but they take a stimulant and their resting heart rate increases 6 BPM. It's saying that, well, the guy that took the stimulant, his healthcare outcomes are going to be, or the BPM is going to be associated with bad outcomes similar to the guy that gained weight. Like, this is like kind of a weak statement. This is not a good statement. I'm not saying that, like, to be clear, I don't know why I even waste my time qualifying because dipshits like this will make posts saying things I don't say anyway. It could be the case that that taking stimulants and the elevation of heart rate does lead to statistically significant and moderate increases in health or damage related to your heart or whatever. That could be the case. This is not saying that. This is like a good starting point, but and about 8% of the, okay. I'm aware of a 2022 meta-analysis by saying that it's continuously cited as proof that there is no cardiac risk. The study did find no correlation between stimulant use, okay, so this is why looking at stimulant use would be important, and CV events, but the study has wide confidence intervals, high heterogeneity, and median follow-up time was less than 2 years, and even its own authors could not rule out moderate risk and admitted that this paper should not change current guidelines regarding cardiac. Okay, sure, but like all of your papers above said that they needed more research too. Their claims are even weaker. Right now, we know for a fact that these medications increase blood pressure and heart rate, and until we have substantial evidence and mechanisms that fully explain why this increase in workload on the heart does not translate into CV events on the road, this one study should not outweigh all of the evidence we have, the mechanism of action of this medication, as well as all the previous studies and case reports that have reported adverse events with the use of these medications. Okay, every single medication has side effects, right? It's the job of like the medical community, doctors, and patients to weigh out, well, what are the risks versus what are the rewards, right? So yeah, we know that it increases blood pressure and heart rate, but there's also a whole bunch of negative outcomes associated with ADHD. It's up to you to like weigh all of these things together. Here is a great response from the point of view of a Johns Hopkins cardiologist. Why don't we get to the root of ADHD, you fruit? My understanding is the root of ADHD is like 80 to 90% genetic. I think it's like just like that. I don't think there have been any environmental factors that people can point to have causal or even correlated links with ADHD. I don't think there are. Yeah, I don't think that's ever been established. I think that right now the only strong indicator, I believe, of ADHD is hereditary or as a genetic foundation. That's my understanding. I don't think there's ever been research stating otherwise. There's a whole bunch of YouTube videos and quacks that say otherwise or whatever, but XD, white willow bark has side effects? Does sunlight? Not all medications have side effects, buddy. Your brain is hella money. What do you mean, does sunlight have side effects? Have you heard of cancer, you fucking retard? Yes. Desi, even taking all this into account, the social impact of ADHD treatment probably leads to such a higher medical benefit than any risk of BP, et cetera. Sure, that's the, I mean, that's the counter argument for weighing the risks and the benefits, right? Findings by Zhang et al. Are reassuring and should make us question whether these medications, which have raised understandable concerns about CVD, cardiovascular disease, risk in the past, may actually be safe in this regard. The truth is, we've been wrong before with respect to medication to CVD risk, often in the other direction. For example, medications such as antiarrhythmic drugs, and cyanide and flacyanide that were found to suppress ventricular premature depolarizations and myocardial infarction. Survivors were later found to increase the risk of death from arrhythmias in the cardiac arrhythmia suppression trial. Observational study, I can't pronounce these again. Observational study suggested postmenopausal hormone therapy might reduce CVD events, however, so have we been mistaken here as well? Should this study now assure physicians and other healthcare professionals that they can feel comfortable prescribing ADHD medications? And should patients, even those in older age groups, feel reassured about taking these medications without risk for CVD risk? I do not believe so. The authors highlight the possibility that CVD risk, this is such an unbelievably fucking stupid paragraph. Is this guy a doctor? What an unreal... This is like the science is a liar sometimes. I mean, like, what a weird thing to say. Should you be fully persuaded by a single study or meta-analysis that something is safe or not safe? Obviously not, right? Especially because amphetamines prescribed to adults and some of the new amphetamines are out are, there might not be like the longevity of longitudinal studies available to check for this. So you should obviously continue to monitor and watch, and nobody can say at this point like, oh yeah, these are 100%, this is 100% A-okay and don't ever worry about it and blah, blah, blah. Of course, right? The authors highlight the possibility of CVD risk in each medication. Users may be elevated in women compared with men, as well as those with pre-existing CVD versus those without, even though they note wide and overlapping confidence intervals. With this important caveat, it would have also been appropriate to emphasize the potential of increased risk in older adults compared to young and middle-aged adults. Pooled, adjusted, heterodynamic between studies high as important as the authors note to interpret reported pooled risk ratios with cautions. And to their credit, Zhang et al. Are appropriately cautious in the stated conclusion of the study. Of note, there's no comparison in the study by Zhang et al. Of older adults pre-existing CVD versus older adults without, although it stands to reason that the risks could be the highest. And D2, recent studies of CVD stimulate. A word of caution is also appropriate regarding the generalizability of the findings reported by Zhang et al. While the study is considerable geographic diversity, there's no mention of patient race or ethnicity. The study by Zhang et al. Is important without data. We have little information. However, healthcare professionals must exercise caution, not slavishly adhere to consensus guidelines or follow conclusions from meta-analyses when treating individual patients. Every treatment decision is a balance of potential harm and potential benefit, and that balance is different for every individual patient based on their biological variability and on personomics, i.e. other important differences in psychological, social, cultural, behavioral, and economic factors and each individual's unique life circumstances. Okay. Okay, sure. It's not. Here is a great response from the point of views. I don't like this word. I could be, hold on, stop, hold on. Nope, stop. I'm giving myself more credit. I have read a decent amount of literature at this point. Now, somebody can tell me if I'm wrong, if I get any master's or PhD students or study readers in here. When somebody says that there is a response to another study, a response usually means a contradiction, right? Behringer's response to, whoever's response to, this guy's response to, is usually saying like, this is why we disagree with these results or why we're critiquing them. Calling this a response, this was not, I would not call this a response. This just sounds like a commentary or like a cautionary thing, right? This doesn't sound like a response to me. Usually but maybe I haven't read that much, or maybe there are other cities where it's different, but usually when I hear like a response to, usually it's like, these people said this, but we disagree because of this. I see this a lot in like feuding, like economics, people writing back and forth and whatnot. But maybe it's not like that always, but a review that agrees isn't a response. I've never seen that before. No. Like, so for instance, somebody does we did an analysis of the minimum wage, and we find that the minimum wage does nothing. The minimum wage doesn't help any workers. Bonnell et al. Okay, 2023. If someone says a response to Bonnell's paper on minimum wage, I would expect that response paper is going to be fighting with me. It's not going to be like, yeah, we read his paper, we actually agree. That's our response. I don't know. I've never seen that in my entire life. But I could be wrong. Maybe I did see that somewhere else. But some people point to quotes from Russell Barkley saying something like, these are the safest medications in medicine. That is not true. I previously believed even Dr. Barkley would acknowledge that stimulants carry risks. As he said in the past, he wants the medication to remain as a controlled substance. That's not what safe means. These are the safest medications in medicine. Remember, safety means, when you're talking about medications, means that the conditions that they treat dramatically outweigh the side effects. When you're talking about safeties or safety profiles, you're usually talking about like, what are the therapeutic benefits of a drug compared to the risks when used at therapeutic doses, right? If Russell Barkley said, these are the safest medications in medicine, my guess is what he said that and what he meant was, given the risks of untreated ADHD, especially in adults, these medications have a tremendous safety profile based on what they treat. That's gonna be my guess what he said. Not that you can just like chug amphetamines and you're totally fine. It literally says commentary at the top. Oh, did it? Oh, invited commentary. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Commentary would be, sure. Destiny is an academic. A response is always a paper arguing against the one being responded to. Other comments could express doubt, but this isn't a response. Yeah, okay. And it's not even marketed as a response. So this guy just used a fake word and expected nobody to read it, I guess. I don't know. However, I've recently been linked videos of Dr. Barkley downplaying the cardiac risks of these medications and championing studies like Zhang's to his viewers and implying that this study is definitive proof there's absolutely no cardiac risk with these medications, which is at odds with what the authors themselves believe. This guy doesn't link anything. Why not link the video? If you got shown a video, I would be curious seeing that. If Dr. Barkley is saying this is definitive proof that there is absolutely no cardiac risk, that's a really strong statement. And I would almost disagree with anybody saying that about any medication. This is definitive proof that there's absolutely no risk. I would like to see that video. That sounds like a really good video to have linked. Does anybody have a link to that video? I would super like to see that. That's a really strong and stupid statement. Despite what many may assume from me for this post, I believe Dr. Barkley's voice is needed as advocate. While I appreciate Dr. Barkley, he's a research neuropsychologist. He is not medically trained, and his personal opinion does not outweigh your own physician. Does the med school training here, is that relevant at all to the conversation if we're talking about questions related to research? I don't understand. And his personal opinion does not outweigh your physician. Don't physicians get their opinions from researchers? Like, if you have a psychiatrist, isn't their opinion informed by researched neuropsychologists? Isn't that where their opinion, what do they think? Doctors don't form their own medical opinions. You know that, right? Doctors, that's what researchers are for, right? Not to say that you should listen to the words of one researcher over a doctor. A doctor is going to know a whole host of things about you personally, and they're going to have a history of prescribing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying like, go find a study or a researcher and listen to that study over what your doctor says. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying like the idea that like your doctors have the right opinions and researchers are researchers. Like, well, doctors get their opinions from researchers. Like, what do you mean? Or what a weird, okay, hold on. Somebody linked the video of.
Good morning, everybody. It's
Okay, what did he say? He said his study is definitive proof. If he says it, that's a really dumb thing to say. Show transcript. Definitive.
The way we're different from the rest of the group, people with a low dose of medication may have had somewhat more ADHD, and people on the highest dose of medication may have had more severe ADHD. So there's no effort in this study to control for severity of ADHD that might be associated with higher doses of medication. Makes perfect sense that there would be such an association. So until that gets corrected
Do stimulants cause any brain damage at therapeutic levels? I've never heard that in my life.
for in a study like this, I'm not going to take the study to the bank and say, oh, definitively there's an elevated risk for these two cardiac outcomes, because we just don't know that. It's a very unusual design in this study that they broke it down this way. That are
Wait, where's the Zhang? Don't make me watch this whole video.
Is silent. Oh, good morning, everybody. It's Saturday, and it's Russ Barkley back again with your weekly research update and another episode of Boomers Wearing Flannel. Hey, got another dad joke for you. Why can't you hear a pterodactyl in the bathroom? Wait for it. Because the P is silent. Oh, that's so good. I love that joke. All right, let's continue with this morning's research roundup. For those of you who are new to my weekly research updates, I put all of the research that was published this week over in the thumbnail sketch associated with this video. Then I select those I think are noteworthy and give some brief comment about each of those papers. For those papers I discuss in the video, I also give you the link over to the journal article if you wish to pursue it. Keep in mind, I do not review research on animals, and I also do not review research in dissertations or master's theses that may have been published on the internet, but none of which has undergone, as yet, peer review for journal publication. So we stick just with peer-reviewed articles. Okay, so first up this week is this article that you see here. Let me just widen my screen. On the long-term cardiovascular risk that may be associated with stimulant treatment for attention deficit disorder. This is, of course, a rather hot button or controversial area, because from time to time I hear lay people and the mainstream media talking about whether there's a risk for a heart attack or stroke in people who take stimulant medication over a long term. And of course, we've had articles on this going all the way back for the last 40 years, but lately we've seen a number of research papers that are large databases, and so we do need to pay attention to those. So here's a study that was published in the European Heart Journal. It comes from Denmark, and it uses the country's large-scale database of their health records to take a look at the possible cardiovascular risks that are associated with treatment with stimulant medication. And in this review, it also included atomoxetine, although that's not necessarily a stimulant. It is associated with what is called management of sympathomimetic amines, types of neurochemicals in the brain. So they're looking specifically for any increase in heart failure, in stroke, and in what is called acute coronary syndrome. So they're going to use this country's database, and they identified 27,724 people that had been started on medication, and they then divided them into those who stopped medication, those who were on a low dose of medication, and those who were on a higher dose of medication. And they compared the three groups for their risk of these cardiac problems over the next 10 years, so known as a 10-year absolute risk ratio here that they're calculating. What they found is that the high dose group, compared to both the discontinuation and the low dose group, did have a slightly higher risk of heart attack, that is of...
Read the comments. I've never seen so many people mad at a take you've had like this. Yeah, because economic takes and everything related to this are fucking retarded, okay? And it's not worth it. It's especially not worth it when, like, there's a whole bunch of people saying, like, this guy's out of touch. It's like, bro, you watch a politics, like, YouTuber, okay? You're all probably upper middle class, okay? All of you out of touch. Listen, I said this before, and I'll say it again. When I was working class, you know who I hated the most? I hated middle class people, because they complain all fucking day, even though their lives are perfect. Fuck them. And you know what? Now that I'm rich, you know who I hate the most? I hate middle class people, because they all think they're working class and poor, and they don't have any fucking idea, right? I always hate the middle class. I don't care what economic position I'm in. The middle class are the worst people. They are the worst people. They over dramatize all their fucking problems. They have poor spending and financial habits, but it doesn't really impact them because they have money to get over it. And fuck them, okay? Fuck the middle class.
Sudden cardiac arrest and of stroke. The risks were increased by about 30% over what we would see in the typical population. So that may sound large to you, but remember, it's not.
Does ADHD not have an external trigger? How would we tell if it's just genetic when the environmental factors always change? Well, that's what twin studies and hereditary and all sorts of other things look for. But again, if you want, feel free to link me something showing otherwise. But my understanding is ADHD is completely and totally genetic, or the understanding right now is that it's basically completely genetically determined. I don't believe there are any environmental triggers that have been discovered where it's like, oh, if you do this, if your kid plays too many video games, you blah, 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 they have ADHD. Or they can develop ADHD. I've never seen that ever.
Not that you have a 30% chance of these happening, it's that your risk increases 30% over the baseline. So one thing I want you to keep in mind here then is, what was the baseline? Well, the baseline for heart attack and stroke in a population of this young age, keep in mind that these people were 23 to 41 years of age, is very, very low. And so, for instance, if, let's say, out of thin air, 6 people in the general population carried a risk for these problems.
With the exception, I'm sorry, because Forethought brought this up. My bad. Good job. Oh, God, I just got hit by the best, well, actually. I'm sorry, hold on. I have to jerk off. That was just such a good, well, actually Forethought. Hold on. Oh, God. Oh, yes, hold on. Oh, my God. Oh, oh my God, I thought this made it. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. One sec. One sec. Give me like 1 minute. Hold on. Okay. Forethought is correct. Okay. It is possible that if you induce early brain damage, okay, it could be the case that you could invoke things that are similar to or are ADHD. That is correct. Yes. Brain damage early on because of like trauma or some severely fucked prenatal environment or some drug overdose or whatever. Yes. Good job, Forethought.
Then a third of that would be 8 people treated with high-dose medication would have an elevated risk. So again, an increase of just 2 people in the population. Nothing that you would get excited about, even though that's a 30% rise usual design in the study. And by the way, that's not just something to be or hypothetical. We know that ADHD links up with coronary risk by itself, independent of being treated with ADHD or being treated for ADHD with these drugs. ADHD alone creates an elevated risk for future coronary heart disease, as we found in my longitudinal study, as I discussed in my video on this channel on health outcomes, and as we found in other research that showed a reduced life expectancy if ADHD is not treated. And one of the risks for that life expectancy was problems with coronary heart disease. So for various reasons, people with ADHD carry an elevated risk because they smoke more, they drink more, they don't exercise as much, they eat a very high carb, fast food, Western diet, and all of these other factors that elevate risk for coronary heart disease. So just a cautionary.
Destiny, doesn't people dopamine frying themselves manifest in a similar way to ADHD? Or is that just being lazy? I don't know what you mean by that. If you're talking about my earlier comments about whether or not drugs can be harmful to you, amphetamines can be harmful if you take too much of them because they can actually like start killing shit in your brain, I think, right? It's like if you take too much of certain types of dopamigenic or serotonogenic or some bullshit drugs, I believe that they can cause things in your, like, neurotoxicity occurs when the exposure to natural or man-made toxic substances, neurotoxicants, alters the normal activity of the nervous system. This can eventually disrupt, even kill neurons, which are important for transmitting and processing signals in the brain. If something is dopaminergic, sorry. But these shouldn't be at therapeutic dosage. These should be at like recreational dosages, meaning drugs you're taking for fun. No, it's like environmental induced ADHD from how I've heard it, like people not working, not having structure, and like watching too many TikToks condition you into having issues similar to ADHD. No, that shouldn't be possible.
Remark there about don't take this study too seriously. Here's another reason not to take this study too seriously. A year ago, over in the journal JAMA Network dealing with psychiatry, there was a meta-analysis of all research in the world on cardiovascular risk associated with ADHD medications. And you know how I love meta-analyses because they take all of the studies and examine all of their data grouped together. So here's a meta-analysis from a year ago that looked at 19 studies involving over 3.9 million people around the world from 6 different countries and regions, all collapsed into a meta-analysis. And what did they find as far as future risk for coronary or cardiac arrest, stroke, arrhythmias, and so on? Nothing. They found no effect of stimulant medication on increasing any of these risks. So there you have it. This is a much bigger study, a much better study because it's a meta-analysis that involves lots of studies combined together, and it doesn't see a signal. And that tells me that there's something very peculiar about the Danish study I just discussed that was published this week that might have a confounding factor associated with it. I think that might be severity of ADHD. Okay, so we've beaten that dead horse enough. Let's move on and talk about...
Okay, what? Hold on. I've recently been linked videos of Dr. Barkley downplaying the cardiac risks of these medications and championing studies like Zhang's to his viewers and implying that this study is definitive proof that there is absolutely no cardiac risk with these medications. That is not what I just heard. Okay. Despite what many may assume, okay. While I appreciate Dr. Barkley, he's a researcher, blah, blah, blah. He's essentially carved out a niche for himself as advocates for patients with ADHD and a promoter of stimulant medication above all else. He's even on the payroll of some of these medication manufacturers. What does that mean? Where's the source? What do you mean on the payroll? Is he like, does he work as a paid lobbyist? Or that's some information I would want to know about. It should also be noted that in addition to tolerance and cardiac risks, these medications carry other risks such as increased anxiety, irritability, insomnia, bruxism, and in rare psychosis and tics. Yeah, these are side effects, potential side effects, sure. I don't sell discourage use of them. The doctors not only the discourse around these medications has been increasingly evolving to these are totally benign medications that almost everyone needs to function. Who? Okay. In past streams, has alluded to him not getting high off his stimulant medication may mean he has ADHD. He's also alluded to the thought that if stimulant medication works for you, then you're more likely to have it. This is not true. I don't even know what he's alluding to here. The first time I started taking stimulants, I absolutely got high for like 2 to 3 days. I even spoke about that. I said there is a definite like 8-hour euphoria for me at least when I started stimulants. It was a worry that I had when I first started it because it's like I feel like that's a feeling you might want to chase if you just start stimulants and you're looking for that like euphoric high. My understanding is I've gone back and forth on this, but my understanding is that if you do not have ADHD and I don't get that euphoria anymore, by the way. If you do not have ADHD and you take stimulant medication, that you're not going to really benefit much from it, and there's going to be a ton of side effects you're going to have to worry about. That's what I've said on this. That's my understanding, but maybe that's not true. 2006 study, okay. Stimulants such as methylphenidate and amphetamine are currently the most common treatments for years. It was assumed that stimulants had a paradoxical calming effect on ADHD patients, whereas stimulating normal individuals and producing a low motivation in rats. It is now known that low doses of stimulants focus attention and improve executive function in both normal and ADHD subjects. Furthermore, the seminal work showed that low oral doses of methyl reduces low now shown that these low doses produce marked increases in norepinephrine dopamine release in the prefrontal cortex, whereas only having subtle effects on its cortical receptor. I'm so curious. When we say low dose or high dose, what does that mean? Because the dosing here is going to be pretty important. Previous research with higher dose stimulants focused on the dopaminergic effects of those compounds and subcortical structures. Methylphenidate and amphetamine were known to block the dopamine transporter and enhance dopamine release. A robust increase in dopamine release were observed in supportive evidence was found in human studies. Measured D2 contrast oral elimination low doses produce more subtle and slower effects. The amount of dopamine release. This rodent studies focus on this brain, try to determine whether the first identified produce blood levels similar to those that are shown. They found that these low oral doses had little or no effect on DA release and the nucleus accumbens. They found no evidence of stimulant sensitization following low dose chronic usage. These results in rats are consistent with observation of children taking stimulants. ADHD medications do not produce euphoria. Indeed, dysphoria is more likely the side effect, and the incidence of drug abuse is actually reduced in properly medicated ADHD patients. Maybe this means at appropriate therapeutic levels, or I don't know what that means, but okay. I need to know what the dosing is. What are we talking about here? This dose plan produces. LOL Destiny, you felt a placebo effect? You're banned. You're fucking retarded. I do drugs for fun. I know what amphetamine-induced euphoria feels like, okay? It's like the biggest driving feel-good feeling behind MDMA, you fucking moron. I'm sorry, can you not infer that an objective low dose of Adderall is 5 milligrams? Can you not infer? No, why the fuck would I infer? A low dose might mean 1 milligram or less. It's a research paper. Why would I try to infer what a low, medium, or high dose means? No. Why would you ever try to infer that? You'd want to know the dosing. I feel like there's a general idea of low/high doses, but like normally the dosing is not the important part here. Why does it matter? Well, because if they're talking about very low doses of like methylphenidate of like 1 milligram or less, then it has no impact or no application in anything I'm saying. Fuck this. Hold on. Conclusion. 1 second. Okay. Wait, I'll just search for it, I guess. What happens? Normal people take ADHD drugs. This is a news story, but we'll see if it links to some. Oh, prescription stimulants in individuals with and without ADHD, misuse, cognitive impact, and adverse effects. Oh, okay. Maybe this will tell us. And it's 2012, so it's even 5 years newer. Prescription stimulants are often used to treat attention deficit hyperdisorder, drugs like methylphenidate, dextroamphetamine, and amphetamine help people. However, misuse stimulants by ADHD in non-affected individuals have dramatically increased over recent years based on students' misconceptions as well lack knowledge of associated risks. In this review, we blah, blah, blah. Given the widespread belief that stimulants enhance performance, there are in fact only a few studies reporting the cognitive enhancing effects of stimulants in ADHD and non-affected individuals. Student athletes should be apprised of the very serious consequences of emergent stimulants used to improve sports performance. Moreover, misuse stimulants is associated with dangers, including psychosis, myocardial infarction, cardiomyopathy, blah, blah, blah. Recent studies are gonna, oh my goodness. Prescription stimulant use in ADHD. Prevalent of prescription stimulant misuse. The misuse of a stimulant medication, taking a stimulant not prescribed by a physician or in a manner not in accordance with has been growing with a striking effect in the recent 10 years. Has been such a surge in prevalence. Majority of research in the misuse of prescription stimulants focused on undergraduate college students. The non-prescription use stimulants increase the population to the extent that the misuse of prescription stimulants is second only to marijuana use, the most common form of illicit drug use. Majority of non-prescription stimulant users reported obtaining drugs from a peer with a prescription, a process termed diversion. The diversion of stimulants is very common at the beginning of childhood. Examine the prevalence rates and correlation of non-prescription drug use and stimulants. A descriptive, non-experimental cross-sectional study. Examine the non-prescription use of stimulants. Just curious, what drives you to take it or not on a particular day? What, since I was prescribed, I usually just take it every day. Because why wouldn't I? If it like evens all my shit out. If it like it improves like every facet of my existence. Why would I not? Why would I take it not some days? Unless there are good arguments for a drug holiday, of which I think I was emailed one actually. What if they found that ADHD meds helped most people in general after further research? Thoughts? Well, then it would make me question the biomechanical underpinnings of why amphetamines are supposed to help. Didn't you say you didn't take it today? That's the only reason I asked. It's because I've been waking up late and taking it late, and it's fucked my sleep up. Because if I take Vyvanse at 3 o'clock, I'm not going to sleep until 4 a.m. And my sleep is like rotated forward in an unhealthy way. So I'm just not taking it tonight, so I can sleep at like 1. What do they mean by it has never been established that the cognitive effects of stimulant drugs are central to their therapeutic utility? Because establishing like a causal relationship like that is really hard. Just like I don't know if it's established that that increasing your serotonin is what actually makes you feel better with SSRIs. It's hard to like. It's making a causal statement like this is really hard. Like I think that we don't believe right now. I think not 100% sure. But I think right now we don't currently believe in the serotonin explanation for major depressive disorder or the other types of like depressions or whatever. However, we still prescribe SSRIs because they work. It's complicated. According to survey, 334 ADHD diagnosed college students taking prescription stimulants, 25% misuse their own prescription medications to get high. Nice. Like cocaine, MPH inhibits DAT, which increases synaptic levels of DA. And this is presumed to mediate MPH's reinforcing effects and abuse potential. DA. What is that? Dopamine something? Or what is DA? And DAT. MPH inhibits DAT. Oh, DAT is dopamine transporter. Okay. The mechanism behind ADHD isn't even definitively understood yet, right? That would make establishing a causal relationship for medication pretty difficult. Yeah, I don't think the underlying things are established for anything relating to Yeah. DA is dopamine, DT is dopamine transporter. Gotcha. Like cocaine, MPH inhibits CAT, which is clinical DNA. That's presumed to mediate MPH. In laboratory studies, been shown that animals will repeatedly administer MPH as they do cocaine, and humans receiving both drugs indicate a similar high. A frequent concern regarding the use of stimulants for ADHD is their mechanism of action, which increases DA and thus may increase the risk for overt illicit drug use. However, research points to the conclusion that people of any age receiving a stimulant for ADHD have no greater risk for illicit substance abuse compared to the general population. Students who misuse ADHD medications generally felt that doing so was helpful. Effects of prescription stimulants on cognition and ADHD. What are the effects on non-ADHD, on individuals without ADHD? Recognition that ADHD prescriptions of adulthood especially increased prescription stimulant also resulted in a corresponding escalation. Sorry, show the students point using this. Smith and Farha. Oh, Farah, sorry. What question are you trying to answer? The question I'm trying to answer is if stimulants affect people with ADHD differently than people without ADHD. That's what I'm trying to answer. My understanding is that for people with ADHD, there are two different sub-intelligence things that they can dramatically increase. One is working memory, and the other was something else. That if you have ADHD due to stimulants, these things will dramatically improve because of basically fuck ups in your brain for the short thing. But if you don't have ADHD and you take stimulants, I guess it can keep you awake. I don't know if it helps concentration or whatever, but that the amount of gains that you see from a non-ADHD person taking stimulants is not as great at all. That's my understanding. But this guy's saying that what I just said there is not true. He's alluded to the thought that if a stimulation medication works for you, then you're more likely to have it. That's not true. Well, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I've said that necessarily, but... Oh, wait. Oh, there's actually an experimental study on this. The stimulants often increase levels of dopamine. Often they're hoping to gain competitive advantage. Okay. Here, the team designed this study to test if there is enough to make us more motivated momentarily and faster to promote better learning, Rothenberg said, and unfortunately the answer is no. For the study, Bowman and her colleagues tested the effects of 3 ADHD medications, methylphenidate, modafinil, and dextroamphetamine, on the problem-solving abilities of 40 participants between 18 and 35 years old. These folks were asked to complete a set of knapsack tasks on 4 occasions, spaced at least a week apart. Each time the subjects were randomly given one of the ADHD medications or a placebo until they performed the task under all 4 conditions. When on the SMART drugs, the time subjects spent working on the task and their number of guesses increased, researchers found. Overall, productivity decreased, especially for participants who performed above average while on a placebo. People who were on the medication were much more eager to engage in the task, and they were faster in making an effort to accomplish the task, said Rothenberg, who was not involved in the experiment. But when we look at the quality of the task, it wasn't great. They were making many more movements, many more attempts, and those attempts were more random and highly ineffective, which seems to map on to you're just overstimulated, right? Assuming you don't have ADHD. The medication, Rothenberg said, made people faster, but not necessarily more precise or more effective. Sure. The drugs particularly hampered people who performed the task efficiently and effectively under a placebo. Participants in the top 25% on placebo regularly ended up in the bottom 25% under methylphenidate, for example. That's really interesting. So this is saying that, like, if you are a pretty smart person, you're doing well, and you can perform a task, that, like, taking the amphetamine is going to, like, actually hamper your performance. Which is, now keep in mind this is a small study. It's only 40 people. Do one thing, yeah. On the other hand, participants who didn't perform well under placebo only occasionally exhibited a slight improvement after taking one of the drugs, researchers said. Dextroamphetamine caused the largest decrease in productivity, closely followed by methylphenidate, Bowman said. These drugs are specifically meant to treat ADHD, so it makes sense that they wouldn't necessarily benefit a healthy brain. People with ADHD have low levels of dopamine and norepinephrine in areas in the brain responsible for attention, focus, and impulse control. ADHD medication helps by increasing levels of dopamine and norepinephrine in the brain. However, in individuals without ADHD who already have normal levels of dopamine and norepinephrine, the use of ADHD medication can actually disrupt balance. Okay, this is basically, this is what I said verbatim. These guys are literally DGGers. This can lead to overstimulation and potentially adverse effects such as increased heart rate, elevated blood pressure, or heightened anxiety. The results show that these potential brain enhancers actually don't improve the effectiveness of average people in performing complex everyday tasks, the researchers concluded. Okay, so fuck this guy. This post is dog shit. This should be obvious, as stimulants are largely abused on campuses for academic reasons. Is that true, though? Do students, like, really test or know? Here's what I would say. I'm gonna make a stronger statement on this, okay? Which I might be wrong on. I think that if it was the case that amphetamines obviously increased your academic performance significantly, I think it would be 50% plus students using them on the reg. I think that if it was, like, obviously the case that taking Adderall or whatever was obviously significantly impacting your academic performance, I think you would see way more people using these sorts of amphetamines. It wouldn't be like 26% report using them at least once over the year. I think it would be like a regular, like, people using them, like, far more regularly. That would be my guess. In my experience, these drugs work pretty much the same on everyone. People just interpret the experience differently depending on their baseline. BS and neuroscience, SRIs don't just raise serotonin. Cool. Okay. Destiny, by that logic, would you see 50% of people at the gym use steroids? I mean, how many people are starting to jump on TRT today? As TRT has become more popular, no? But also, I think it's a little bit different when you're starting to do like injections and shit versus like taking a pill, right? Yeah, that's true too. Also, like, whether or not you perform well at the gym isn't like as life critical as if you are, if you perform, like, if you keep your scholarship or if you pass college. Oh, this is just this one, 2006. The idea that ADHD medication makes people with ADHD feel normal, but would make normal people feel just high on a drug seems particularly common, especially people with ADHD. However, What I was told by my doctor when talking about going back on ADHD medications is that this isn't true. Stimulants like ADHD medications seem to increase productivity in anyone who takes them. I've never seen this before. This is not, I don't know, I'm not going to say it's not true, but I don't think I've ever seen this demonstrated, ever. And now we just read the one study that seems to say the opposite. But like, the idea that anybody popping Addies or Ritalin, if you were to tell me, for instance, like, a normal person taking Adderall can stay awake later. Well, of course I'm going to believe that. That's going to be the same of any amphetamine, of cocaine, of anything like that. Of course it's going to keep you awake. I wouldn't fight against that. But like, makes you more focused, more intelligent, more productive. I don't know if I believe that. I'm not sure. Fuck me. Okay. I'm not reading any more of this. Fuck. I don't like talking about this. I totally get it. When I think it was the Dr. Barkley guy was like, ADHD is simultaneously like massively overdiagnosed and massively underdiagnosed. And it's because of retarded shit like this. I think that if you post your mental illness anywhere or talk about it online, I think you should be permabanned. And if you do it more than once on a different account, there should be a government assassin that shows up to your house. This shit, there's somewhat of an idea that's growing that any inattention at all is ADHD. If I can't study for 4 hours straight without taking a single break, then I must have ADHD. This is not true. Sure, there are definitely some people that do this, but it sucks because then if you're like literal fucking retards like me, okay, and you don't want to read for more than 10 fucking minutes. Bro, I'm not exaggerating when I say that I cumulatively, this is not an exaggeration. May God, the Lord Christ, strike me down and kill me, okay? Cumulatively, I did not study, like actually sit down and study for a test for cumulatively more than 10 hours in the entire 4 years I was in high school. Like, I know that for a fact. I think there were a couple of huge tests that I studied for. I'll crack open a book and I'll do like 20 to 30 minutes, or if they let us study in class, okay, I might read something there. Until I got to calc and I got a T83 and I got Phoenix on my graphing calculator. Then we were never doing that, right? I understand that there are definitely people who are like, oh, I can't focus at all. I have ADHD, blah, 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 blah. But it's annoying that like these fucking losers or all you guys that pretend to have whatever fucking random disease you can stick on your Twitter have now dominated the conversation. So then if other people like, I'm not sure if it's normal that, I'm literally fucking retarded when it comes to, like regulating my impulses or whatever. Like, fuck, I'm probably just like every other fucking moron on Twitter that fakes having shit. God, it's fucking annoying. Okay, we're done with this. I don't care. Destiny, ADHD is a frontal cortex mental illness. People like me grow out of that part. You cannot grow out of it. I don't believe that's possible. Pretty sure if you have ADHD, you are developmentally impaired for your entire life. That's absolutely no fucking way that's true. You're exaggerating. No. How were you that inattentive during high school? Because why the fuck would I ever study anything ever when I can play video games? Motherfucker. Suck a dick. Okay, don't care. Not developmentally, but yeah, LeMayo. No, yes, developmentally, yes. My understanding is that people with ADHD are developmentally delayed for their entire life. You don't catch up. And once your brain finishes developing, your brain is lacking compared to other people for the rest of your life. Like physiologically, there are parts that are lacking in your brain. You cannot catch up. It doesn't catch up. You're retarded in some cases, in some ways in your brain. ADHD and stimulant use is linked to early Parkinson's. Isn't that a concern for you? Hold on. ADHD and stimulant use, or ADHD is? What do you mean? Link what you're talking about. Fuck, why am I looking at this? It's going to be stupid. Actually, link it. It's going to be stupid. I'm going to permaban you. My doctors gave me a concerning study. In our population-based investigation, we observed an increased risk for expression of B, G, and C diseases in persons with a history of ADHD compared to individuals with no ADHD history. Specifically, individuals with ADHD diagnosis had a more than twofold increased risk in subsequent diagnosis of B, G, and C disease over 20 years of follow-up. Which part of these has to do with medication? Control F. Amphetamines. Okay. Let's see. It's little regarded. Okay. Consequence of ADHD. Control F. Conclusion. Okay, where are you? I'm Jacastro. You need to tell me where in here, I'm not reading this whole thing. Where in here does it say taking medication increases your risk of Parkinson's? Or is this just people with ADHD have an increased risk in Parkinson's? Oh, wait. There's a graph that I think showed that taking medications lessened the effect. You scroll past it, though. Lessened the effect? Hold on. Okay. Risk of Parkinson's disease in ADHD patients versus non-ADHD subjects overall, and for ADHD plus stimulants and ADHD without known stimulants. Okay, so what is this? Okay, is this the graph that he was referring to? Is this the more right you go, the more risk it is? So this is showing ADHD plus stimulants might have a higher risk versus ADHD patients, and then ADHD patients without stimulants? Is that what this is? Risk of Parkinson's and ADHD. The long-standing tobacco prescriptions. You can get a prescription for cigarettes? I didn't know that. I don't believe that this study here was trying to look if there is a causal link between taking stimulants and having an elevated risk. So it says here in the limitations down here that because this is retrospective and not experimental or whatever, and they're just looking back, what they posit as one of the potential mechanisms here, they say it might be that stimulant use causes it, but it could also be the fact that if you've got severe ADHD, you're more likely to be prescribed stimulants, whereas if you have ADHD and you don't get prescribed stimulants because it's not as big of a deal. So the more severe the ADHD is, the higher the association with things like Parkinson's, but also like the more likely you're going to be prescribed medication. So not that the stimulants are causing it here, but you might have more severe ADHD. But it seems like they're not... Yeah, it doesn't look like they're testing specifically for that stimulant effect. Okay, wait, where's Puppy Guppy, or whatever fuck I fucking... Okay, hold on. Puggy Gups. I don't know why I called her Puppy Guppy. Sorry. Do you think that you can get me like a shadow or like a gradient background that I can put behind the text thing on my OBS so that it's more readable? I'm looking at this now and I see that it's not, for the on-screen chat, it still looks kind of hard to read. Okay. I think you have to add a scene to OBS. Or I just need like a graphic and then I can throw it behind the I just need a graphic and then I can throw it behind the chat, and then I think it'd become easier to read or whatever. Not fishing for accuracy, but how would you rate your ADHD scale compared to others / anecdotes you've heard? I don't know. It's hard for me. It's hard to critically evaluate. I feel like I would rate it a lot more severely, but I'm like so gaslit and mindfucked by all of you fucking retards saying stupid shit all the time that I'm not sure. Here are like behaviors that I had when I was looking at Nathan's stuff. Okay, when I was looking at Nathan's issues, here are behaviors that I found that I had growing up that in retrospect were like, this was probably evidence that something was like, I'm doing dumb shit, I'll just say. One was my, for school related stuff, I would say ordinary difficulties paying attention. So like lots of doodling and drawing. Thank God cell phones didn't exist when I was in school. Once I got a graphing calculator, playing games was fucking retarded. I've said this story before. I didn't finish the math section on the ACT, which goes up to like fucking like algebra 1, because I thought I had more time on the test and I started playing a game on my calculator. I don't even know why the fuck I did this or how stupid, how fucking retarded it was that I did this. There was the inability to do homework. Like I had to have teachers would sign off on an assignment notebook. And I would have to get my parents and my teachers to do it. Otherwise I would get demerits and shit. Some of the most extreme examples of this were like, I remember that I've said this before, for my AP English 4 class, our final paper that we did had to be 15 pages long on a Shakespeare play. And I did the entire paper the night before on Romeo and Juliet. And I've never read that play in my life. I don't know how I bullshitted my way through that paper. Other school behavior. Inability to do homework. Sometimes I'd sleep in class, but that's because I was staying awake, like playing video games. I'd play games on my calculators a lot. That probably wasn't good. Yeah, studying was just impossible for me. I truly didn't think that people did it. I think for home life, I think growing up, I think I had probably a super unhealthy obsession with video games. I think the thing that I say the most is that like, I remember at some point I figured out in high school that when I would come home from school for my freshman year, what I'd do is I'd come from school, I'd say hi to mom and dad, I would say I'm going back to my room to study, and then I would go to sleep at around 3:30 p.m. And then what I realized is that if I slept at 3:30, I could wake up at around 11:30 at night, and usually people were asleep, and then I could sneak into the computer room, and then I could play video games for about 7 hours until school started. So that was like my sleep schedule for probably half my freshman year, but my parents started to catch on when they'd come up and ask me things and I was like napping, but clearly I wasn't napping. I was like fully fucking, yeah. I'm trying to think of like inability to study, homework. Yeah. Google what percentage of students actually study. I can't, I'm actually getting triggered talking about this. I can't do it. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know. Because now everybody's like, oh no, that's totally normal. I do that too. That's totally normal. I do that too. That's totally normal. I do that too. Like everybody says this, but you don't actually. You do it once or twice and you think it's normal, but it's not. Like you say like, oh yeah, I met so many kids at school that would say shit like this. Oh yeah, like I never say, oh I can't do anything, blah, blah, blah. But they always showed up with all their homework done. They always had their mom and dad like helping them do shit. They would have like study groups. Oh yeah, do you want to come over to a study group? Like, oh yeah, I never study except on Friday Fridays and Saturdays when everybody comes over and we spend 4 hours like eating snacks and studying, blah, blah, blah. So people will say this shit. Like, yeah, I do this all the time, blah, blah, blah. But you don't actually. Like, oh, I'm addicted to video games too. Like, are you really? Did you have like 10,000 hours across like multiple StarCraft 2 accounts that were getting banned and like because you hacked and shit and fucking we're like, no, fuck off, yeah. But yeah, fuck. I hate talking about this. It's so retarded. It's retarded too because it's like so like people call me coping, but you fucking retards cope. You're the ones on the cope because you'll say something like, "Oh yeah, I had such a video game addiction when I grew up. Like I beat all the Super Mario worlds. I was so obsessed or whatever." And it's like, I don't think you know what obsession means, but I don't care. Listen, I am coping. I am a drug abuser. I will be using meth by the end of the year because I just want to eat all the drugs, and that's it. And boom, and everybody has every single problem, and all of it is the exact same thing, and blah 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 blah. Yes, okay, that's it. My number one evidence of all the fucking ADHD bullshit of my life, because we're all the same, and everybody has these problems. I needed a 24 on my ACT, I think, to get a full ride scholarship to UNO. I think it was a 24 on my ACT to get a full ride scholarship to UNO. I took the ACT one time my senior year because fuck doing anything responsible with my life. I got a 35 on it. My counselor said I was good to go, UNO, full ride scholarship, no problem. He didn't even bother to check my GPA until afterwards. And my GPA, I think, was like, it was below a 3.0. It was like a 2.6 or 2.7. It was abysmal. Compared to my standardized test scores, right? My ITBS and everything else was always 99th percentile in every category, right? My ACT was very good. My GPA was dog shit, despite the fact that almost every class I took my senior year and half of them my junior year were either dual enrollment at college or AP classes. The only reason my GPA was as high as it was because of the aggressive curving in math and physics and because of all of the weights for the GPAs, right? That was my life, okay? It's like, oh, I'm kind of smart and blah, 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 but I'm too lazy and I have no discipline to literally do fucking anything in my life. So yeah, you can say like, oh yeah, I had these problems too. It was all the same, blah, blah, blah. Maybe you did, and maybe all of us are like this, and I'm not fucking extra retarded, blah, blah, blah. But this is my life. The discrepancy between like what I feel like I probably should have accomplished versus like me staying awake playing StarCraft every single day is difficult. Okay, yeah, it's hard to explain that. But 24 for a full ride. I think if you had like a 24 on the ACT, maybe it was a 27, but it's UNO, University of North Carolina. I think it was like 24 and like a 3.0 GPA, or maybe it was 3.5 was a full ride. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so, you know. I think that if I was just, I'm not trying to sound mean, but if I was just kind of like dumb in everything, then I would probably, I'm probably just lazy or whatever, right? But clearly in some ways, my mental processing is pretty good. I was a decently smart person. You know, I could answer questions, absorb information quickly, blah, 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 blah. Like I could do all of this. But god damn, in some areas, I'm so unimaginably lacking that it makes me want to suck your mom's giant dicks, okay? Okay. I haven't done... I have more messages than what I said I was going to say. Oh, hold on. The fuck is this? Okay, let's try this. Boom. Boom. This needs to be transparent, Puggy, right? Puggy. This is not transparent. I can't have a... Change opacity on it. You're gonna make me do this shit. You're gonna make me do this shit? Okay. Thoughts on implementing TTS? The last TTS server shut down, so now I just read them. Ferris Bader, I can't focus and I can play video games for 10 hours straight are kind of contradictory. You know what? I kind of agree with you. And that's why when Nathan, the teacher, said that he had ADHD or something. I was like, no, he probably has something like autism, because I've seen what this kid does when he sits down at home and plays fucking Minecraft and shit. He can play literally for 10 hours straight. There's no fucking way that my kid has ADHD, because he can sit there and fucking play games, do all this shit totally straight. So it's probably something else. I don't know if he's got autism or some other bullshit. We explored that for a while or whatever. And then it was in all of the reading and doing everything else. I was like, oh, okay. This came from that other post, but I've heard the Barkley guy say this too, and I super vibe with this a lot, okay? Okay. Attention deficit disorder has absolutely nothing to do with a deficit in attention, okay? I hope in the DSM-6 they change this name, because it's fucking retarded, it's a misnomer, and it has absolutely nothing to do with ADHD, okay? Attention has nothing to do with it, okay? What it has to do with is, what can you direct your focus to? That is like, I'm pretty sure that's like 95% of like ADHD is your directed focus, okay? One of the problems with people with ADHD, okay, because they have a hard time directing focus, is if something is not regularly rewarding you, you don't want to do it, okay? So we'll say things like exercise or diet or studying, right? Studying is not like why? You don't feel good studying. It doesn't make you feel good. You don't get anything from it. The reward is super delayed. The gratification is really like off. Is my screen fucked right now? How mad are you? Good. I like it. This is the new stream. Get used to it. Okay? I don't remember what I was saying now. Fuck me. Fuck. You guys are hitting me on a hard day. Okay? I hate all of you right now. Blame Puggy. Okay? The reason why people with ADHD, okay, also the term hyperfocus is stupid too. Don't use that term anymore. It's dumb, okay? The reason why people with ADHD can play video games is because video games are designed to reward you over and over and over and over and over again. So you can take somebody with ADHD and you can sit them in front of a fucking video game. For video games, we'll play that shit constantly, okay? I might not have wanted to study, but you better fucking believe that in Final Fantasy Tactics, I would run to the corner of the map with Ramza, and I would scream 400 times until my speed was over 100, and I was triple or quadruple turning everybody so that I could one-shot everybody on the map. I had no problem sitting for 2 hours, okay, on my PlayStation 1, okay, maxing and grinding every fucking card because it was fun. Because every time you push a button, the numbers go up, you get experience, you feel like you're always building towards something. Video games are fun. So yeah, that was something that was hard for me to figure out too. But if you take somebody and they have ADHD or whatever, but you put them in front of something with a regular reward scheme or regular reward system, or if you find some way to regularly reward or satisfy them, then you can, then those people can, they can do that. So 10 hours on some shit is not contradictory with, yeah. But the name ADHD is stupid. Because it doesn't really have anything to do with attention. It has to do with your directed focus, or your executive function. Somebody would call it. Okay, properties. You're really cucking my shit here. Okay. We do this. We do this. Oh my God. Oh, yeah. Oh, don't worry. We're getting there. Okay. All right. Right click. Edit transform. Nope. Right click. Filters. Right click. Add. Color correction. Opacity. Okay, whatever. Does that make it easier to read? I don't care about your ADHD or your meds. I'm just telling you, I went through every single thing you listed word for word. It's not a rare experience. Having... Okay. Okay. True. I know what it's like to sit in a group of people and you're like, man, I feel like I've got an obsession with this like video game, and everyone else is like, oh yeah, me too, bro. And I'm like, wait, really? And like, yeah, bro. I played for like 4 hours on Saturday. And I was like, oh, I slept for like 4 hours on Saturday. Okay. Clearly we're not in the same world. But listen, maybe, bro. Maybe. The text needs to be outlined in black if you want it to always be readable. I keep trying to have it be outlined in black, but I don't know why, but whatever thing Puggy is setting me does not do it. Do you think the education system or society can weaponize/gamify that to recognize the reward schedule and find a way to put it in productive tasks? If someone could find a way to implement that in educational work environments, it could do a lot. But finding a way to put good things into that reward box might be impossible. Wrong. It's not impossible. You could totally do it. Again, I don't remember if I'm pulling from that post or something else. But the problem is when people look at people with ADHD, oftentimes, because of a desire to be compassionate, I think we actually take the exact wrong steps in terms of like treating it. So like people is like, oh, well, people with ADHD, you just need to be more patient. You need to give them more time and blah, blah, blah. Wrong. That's worse for them. Don't do that. What you need to do is you need to have something that is like right the fuck there. Okay. Maybe it's a cookie every time you finish a fucking page or a problem or whatever, but it's not, it's the idea of delaying the reward or delaying the gratification or giving them more time is the exact opposite way of what you should do. What you need to do is you need to find ways to like incentivize like a more instantaneous like reward scheme so that you can basically, yeah, shortcut the issue in your brain of like the delayed gratification of our bullshit. Yeah. Normies don't understand it. You'll learn to never mention ADHD. Wow, my friend. The ADHD conversation is a really good way to spot people with zero capacity for actual empathy. Tell them about symptoms that occur at chemical levels in the brain and they say works in my machine. Yeah, but the issue is, yeah, it's just like, I don't care, whatever. Using token systems in schools actually for ADHD students, but the teachers think that the ADHD student will learn and internalize these eventually, but the reality is that these students need this help all the time forever. Do you think any percentage of your academic insufficiency was your fault ethically? Yes. The good grades that I got was my fault because if I got them, I was probably cheating. Oh, Puggy gave us a black one. Good job, Puggy. Which was unethical. Okay. All black background. Oh. Is this a little bit easier to read? Why does the text chat suck so much, though? How is giving instant gratification to people with ADHD different from accommodating every anxious thought a person has? Because I could be wrong, like be something that's different. Anxiety, I believe, is something that you can develop strategies to deal with such that your brain doesn't have anxiety anymore. I think it's possible to fix that. ADHD is considered a neurodevelopmental disability, or like you can't fix that. It will never in your life will you ever be able to internalize. There's no amount of therapy. There's no amount of meditation. There's no amount of environmental anything. You will never, as an ADHD person, be able to internalize the same types of delayed gratification schemes that a neurotypical brain has. It will never happen. You can never do it. So the only way that you can accommodate for that is to externalize it into your environment. Figure out a way to do it. Maybe you walk around with a penis pump, and every single time you do something you're supposed to, it gives you a couple good jerks, okay? And now you associate that, and now instead of having to rely on your brain to give you a reward, you've got a dick sucker 4,000 in your pants that does it every time you do something good, right? That would be a way of externalizing it. But that's my understanding, okay? If I'm wrong, feel free to link something different, but okay. You said that ADHD is a neurodevelopmental disability. Does that mean that it can be developed, or am I interpreting it wrongly? Developmental means that there's an error, I believe, in the development of. There's like a physiological defect, like dwarfism is like a developmental, like you're developing physiologically incorrectly, or it's delayed, or it's wrong. But ADHD is not just a delay in development; it's a hampering of development. Like it just doesn't fully develop your brain, basically. Okay. I wonder if Dr. K would disagree with that. I think it would say it's really hard, but possible. Maybe. Link me studies. My understanding is there's nothing that treats ADHD like stimulants. That's my understanding, but I could be wrong. But if you find them, shoot it to me. Or shoot me. In a video game. You helped me finally get diagnosed with recent ADHD were my own, and hearing you grasp those helped me accept it. Appreciate you. I'm doing a lot better now. Well, Andrew. Any advice on just never being able to get your life together because of mental health stuff? I've been going through therapy and on meds for a while, bro. Just can't figure it out. Just can't figure it out. I don't know. I'm edging the fuck over not being able to address all the concerns. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not even supposed to be talking about this right now, okay? Sorry. Okay. Here, watch your thing. I'm doing messages and emails, okay? Fuck. That's different than your initial claim, isn't it? You said meditation can't do anything. It having a lesser impact than drugs tracks. My understanding is that it has positive impacts. Everything has positive impacts. Meditation will help everybody's life, whether you have ADHD or not. But meditation will not help you fix the deficiencies that you have of ADHD. Now, there might be deficiencies that were caused by ADHD that meditation can help shore up somehow, maybe like in a roundabout way. Like maybe because you have ADHD, maybe you go to sleep late every day because you don't have discipline or whatever. And maybe if you meditate a lot and think about it and blah, 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 maybe you have a healthier sleep schedule, right? So you're not treating the ADHD, but maybe with meditation you can deal with some of the negative outcomes that relate to it, possibly, but it's not the same thing. Okay, but I don't care. Also, ADHD is fake. All mental illness is fake. Everybody that says they have ADHD is lazy. Nobody cares. Everybody that does drugs is just doing meth. It's all a cope. Okay. All right. I'm exactly to describe, but my country does not recognize ADHD as something that it can exist in adults and even less adult women. That's because ADHD is not real. You don't have it, and you're fucking lazy. And you're probably a loser. Okay. We're all losers. We're all losers, and we're all lazy. Okay. 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 I am babysitting you guys because I've just made zero progress. Made no progress whatsoever. You're getting babysat with this for a minute.
Or tactics.
Good luck.
When it comes to determining how wars end, the will of the population and troops to continue has often been as important as material or tactics. Indeed, I've heard it said before that the United States doesn't so much lose wars as it loses interest. And the tactic of weaker powers simply outlasting larger and stronger ones until they give up and go home has been the downfall of many great power military campaigns and is basically the signature maneuver of countries like Afghanistan or Vietnam. In Ukraine, Russia's initial 2022 offensive appeared to be based more on optimism and speed than attrition and exhaustion. But now there's a much wider understanding that this war is likely to be a long, hard slog, and that while the taking of territory certainly has some value, at a macro level, I'd argue that Ukraine, Russia, and Ukraine's allies are all leaning on exhaustion as a strategy. Whether that means burning through the equipment and military resources available to the opponent, or exhausting the will of the population and politicians to carry on making the sacrifices needed to carry on the war. So one of the key questions predicting the war in 2024 isn't just who has the resources to continue, but who has the political will and public support to do so. And so with fatigue and war exhaustion now a topic once again making its way into the media, I thought today was the time to take a better look at the concept and ask what it's likely to mean for the war in Ukraine going forward. To do that, I'm going to go over a couple of topics in sequence. We'll start with some theory and history, asking what war exhaustion is and how it tends to come about. Basically, if you've ever wanted to win a war with a superpower by running down the clock, that'll be the section for you. Then we'll ask in a strategic sense why the various parties with an interest in the war in Ukraine might be tempted to rely heavily on attrition and exhaustion-based strategies, and who, if anyone, is winning the battle for public opinion and political will in Ukraine, Russia, and critical Ukrainian allies like the United States, European, and United Kingdom. Because while it might be Russians and Ukrainians who are actually fighting this war, the way it ultimately ends probably owes almost as much to decisions made in Brussels or Washington, D.C., as it does the bravery and sacrifice of Ukrainian troops at the front. So it's probably best to start with the basics. At a time when troops trying to advance in Ukraine are struggling with the onset of winter, and where the media is due for additional coverage on the topic of Ukraine fatigue, I thought it might be worth taking a step back for a moment and asking, from a historical perspective, what is war exhaustion or fatigue? How does it manifest? And how can nations leverage it to win wars? Because it is a reality that some wars in history have been won with fast, decisive battlefield actions. Whether you're talking about ancient actions where an opposing king might be captured on the field, or decisive modern-era campaigns like Desert Storm in 1991. A decisive victory on the field of battle is always a possibility, and one that is often going to be attractive to military planners. But as we covered in our video on war termination, most videos don't end with total, absolute, decisive victory for one side or the other. Instead, they continue until factors that might include military, economic, or political and social exhaustion push the negotiating positions of both sides together to a point where a peace can be agreed. But here's a question for you. When we're talking about exhaustion, what...
You said yesterday you would like to talk today about ADHD, so that's why I said I'd be here. If you're super zealous, so it's cool to see me on Discord or my Reddit account, the big ADHD post. If you want to catch one at a time, I have a lot of data back points and issues to highlight. Thanks for coming. Okay, sure thing, Pumper Nick. We'll try tomorrow, okay? Let me just I gotta do messages, I gotta do emails. I need to plan my shit for California. We have to watch that movie tonight. We're doing that 5th, 6th. Do I have to leave tomorrow? I shouldn't have agreed to this debate. I'm not sure why I did. I didn't. I canceled so much stuff, guys, okay? The only stuff I'm agreeing to show up for now. No, hold on. I messed up. I should have agreed to the whatever thing. That's fine. I should have told Brian to move it or I can't do it. That's what I should have done. I shouldn't have buckled. I told Brian that I can either do it on the 8th or the 10th. Those are the 2 days I preferred. And then he says I only shoot on Thursdays for some godforsaken reason. And then I should have just canceled. I should have said, okay, well, I can't make it. And then I should have just cut the email chain. But I cucked out and I agreed to go on the 7th. So now I'm stuck in LA on the 8th for a full day of nothing. For no fucking reason. On the 7th. Things change, you can go back on that. No, because there's 4 other people for the debate. Because it's me and the Jasmine. Shit, I need a fucking message. God, I don't know how to spell her name. It's something fucking stupid. It's like J. Oh wait. It's with a Z. Okay. Fuck me. What is happening to my... Okay. Yeah. What do I have? Hold on. Bro, I'm gonna off myself. It's gonna... Sex worker debate. What time is he starting this? Please don't tell me I agreed to some late start time. I know I did, didn't I? Aiming for 1:30. Oh, okay. That's good. We'll be done by 4:30 at the latest. I'm not doing a 5-hour fucking show. Okay. Aiming for 1:30. We show up at 1, 4 EST. Okay. Back in LA by 7 at the latest. Okay. All right. We're good. Okay.
What exactly is getting exhausted? Often the best answer is whatever is critical to the ability of a country to carry on the war that runs out first. Carrying on a modern war is a complex and demanding process. It requires a range of inputs from money to manpower to munitions, and if you exhaust your supply of anything critical, you might find yourself in a very hard position.
You're at least big enough to throw your weight around and have them hosted earlier. I agree, I am, and I should have done that in the beginning email. That's why I understood it later, and I was like, I should just say I can't go. Like, why am I making so many concessions? You're right, I should have. I have, I will say something that's kind of cute is, what else do I have scheduled for events? I'm doing a Jubilee thing on the 9th. On January, I have hopefully the Ben Shapiro debate, hopefully the Dr. Phil show. And then end of January, early February, Yale Political Union wants me to go down to Yale? I don't know where that is, somewhere in the Northeast. To do like one of those hour-long things where you do like a 20-minute resolution and then talk with the student body or some bullshit or like argue. I'm not sure what it is. And then Cornell Political Union wants me to do something a couple days later. So that'll be cool. Those 2 things seem like they'd be exciting. So yeah. Last question before I go. How are you feeling now is very common when you don't take your meds. This is why drug holidays are not advised for ADHD patients because coming off the medications can really fuck with your moods. My mood is not that fucked with, maybe. There was one thing I heard that was interesting. Somebody sent me an email relating to drug holidays, and they said a drug holiday might actually be okay at least once a week or something because of how drugs are eliminated in the body. Because drugs are eliminated in the body, essentially, right? That I believe that the I think the concentration of Vyvanse of whatever the amphetamine is in your bloodstream, it basically looks like this. Like when you take it, I think it ends up looking like this or something. Like this will be what it looks like in your bloodstream. But because of the half-life shit and because it takes a while for drugs to get eliminated, that by the time you take the drug the next day, it's not going to be fully eliminated. Like it's going to spike up a little bit, and it's going to spike up a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. So giving your body like a day where you either take a half dose or you don't take anything just to let your body actually fully clear out the stuff maybe is advisable, which that was an interesting argument. I've never heard that before. Let me... That's called bioaccumulation. Look up geometric series. A single day probably won't honestly have that crazy impact. Oh, maybe that's what it's called. I don't know what it's called. But yeah, this was like, he sent me this graph or whatever. If you have the same dose 24 hours every day on the dot, you won't have this issue. This is why regular medication. Oh. Oh, okay. Maybe. Who knows? All right. Okay. Sorry. Have fun.
Way, it's kind of like being stranded out in the middle of the outback. It doesn't matter if the back of your ute's packed with enough food to last you for 3 months. If you don't have any water on you, it's all pretty academic. So if you're trying to win a war by wearing out your opponent, there's all sorts of things you could try to exhaust. Maybe the target is the financial resources of the state, trying to force your opponent to shovel so much money into the fire so quickly for so long that eventually that smoke plume consumes all of their available reserves, they're forced to print currency, and sail towards hyperinflation and potential economic collapse. Or maybe the goal is to exhaust the supply of military materiel. This is something we talk about and track a lot on this channel. You can have the most dedicated army in the world with lots of money to pay them, but in the end, money and munitions are not immediately 100% interchangeable. You could make it rain $100 bills on the battlefield, but you'd probably get better results dropping bombs as opposed to banknotes. But often when we're talking about war exhaustion, we're not talking about stuff, we're talking about people and their will to continue. That might mean members of the political leadership and a country's political elite who have decided the war is no longer doing it for them. Maybe they miss being able to buy property overseas or travel the world on their yachts and as a result would like the war to end sooner rather than later and become willing to use their power in order to make it happen. One of the obvious problems with trying to employ this sort of technique, however, is that if you are a member of a country's political or economic elite, then you are probably far more able to insulate yourselves from the cost and impact of a war than just about anyone else. No matter how hard the sanction squeeze is placed on North Korea, for example, it's probably never going to be Kim Jong-un and those immediately around him that end up going hungry. Far less insulated from the consequences of war are going to be the troops at the front. And history is replete with examples where the political leadership might be willing to fight on, the nation might hypothetically have the resources to fight on, and indeed the public back home might be willing to stay the course. But if the troops in the trenches start turning to their commanders, pointing at no man's land and saying, well then, after you, sir, then the national war effort might be approaching a potential point of failure. Military exhaustion historically can manifest in a variety of ways. One famous historical example might be the 1917 French army mutinies, which affected perhaps half of French infantry divisions fighting on the Western Front, and often involved troops saying that they were willing to continue defending their positions, but were not willing to accept orders to continue attacking German positions. At its most extreme, manifestations of military exhaustion can...
Wait, hold on. Do I really respond to this? Yes, it's cumulative. That's why benzos like clonazepam, Klonopin are so hard to get rid of, or to get off of, is because they have 40 to 80 hour half-lives. So you keep adding to the overall accumulation of the drugs. This is why people wean off drugs like benzos or opioids. My understanding is that for drugs like that, it's not because they have high half-lives. It's because when you start taking enough of certain types of drugs, I don't know if this is true of all CNS depressants or if it's just like benzos or alcohol, that what happens is you start, your body function begins to adapt to those drugs such that you are functioning with the assumption that those drugs are going to be present, that those that those drugs are going to be present in your body. I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Yeah, I'm sorry. Your body is functioning, relying on those drugs being there for a while. So if you stop taking them at some point and they're completely absent, your body is like fucked because it's relying on those drugs to like depress behavior, depress actions, depress whatever, and you'll like fucking stroke out or start having seizures. Is if you like actually remove all of that from your body, you're like completely fucked basically. So it's not just the bioaccumulation cumulatively of these drugs and your body's inability to eliminate them. I think it's because your body actually relies on those drugs being present in your body to actually moderate your physiological activity, is my understanding. Yeah. Also, here, real quick, I'm helping you so much. I can help you so much. If you're bored or you don't want to hear about a certain topic, you want to leave or whatever, just leave. You don't have to announce it. I don't know why anybody ever feels the need to announce it. If you want to announce it, that's fine. And then I will announce a month permaban. Or, no, a month ban or a permaban, okay? That's so easy. Listen, if it's boring, you don't like it, you just leave. It's so easy. Go listen to somebody else. There's so many streamers on the internet that you can watch. Okay, there's so many you can watch. Just go watch them. It's very easy. Very simple, okay?
Become points of failure. For example, when troops decide en masse...
Actually, I know why you're so mad about the drug talk. You're mad about the drug talk because you can't afford them. You're mad because you're a brokey, all right? I talk about drugs. All the subs, all the tier 5s, all of the supporters, they love it. You know why? Because they're like, I love this talk. Now I know what drugs to go out and buy because it's fucking awesome. But you, the man in chat, was like, I'm leaving. I don't like this talk. You're mad because you're a brokey and you can't afford the crack cocaine. You can't afford the good ice, the good rocks, the pure crystal, okay? You can't afford, okay, to do cocaine so pure, all right, that if you were to blow it out of your hands, children would come running around outside, okay, thinking it's Christmas, okay? You're just mad that you can't afford, all right, the bottles, the pharmaceuticals, the mushrooms, the DMTs, the LSD. You're just mad that you're a brokey fuck, okay? Go get a job. You shouldn't be, if you can't afford to fry your fucking brain on drugs, you shouldn't be watching the stream. Go and get a job, okay? Or rob from people and buy drugs like everyone else does, okay? Brokies. There. Yeah. Remember to donate to stream so I can keep funding my drug habit. Thank you.
That they no longer like their officers or existing political leaders, note the fact that they are the ones holding all the guns, and decide to enact political change at bayonet point as a result. But of course, this is the 21st century, and we'd never see a military or paramilitary unit launching a major mutiny and starting a road trip towards the national capital, now would we? Finally, even if you have a determined political leadership class, significant remaining national resources, and the tools to maintain discipline in the military, there is still the question of support for the war effort back home. And if you happen to be leading an aspiring insurgency or a smaller nation, and it's your great ambition to see off or defeat a great power, this historically might be the best place to start. Because whether you're talking about the war in Vietnam or the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, there are plenty of examples of forces that could never hope to destroy the military capacity of the countries they were fighting, nonetheless being able to make it to the finish line and arguably secure a victory, not so much by defeating their opponent in the field, but instead by just continuing day after day, month after month, year after year, continuing to exact costs, until the home front ultimately just became sick of it. And when given a choice between losing a war or losing an election, there are often going to be a lot of incentives for politicians to choose the former. Now, I would never be one to suggest that any two wars are exactly the same. But if you're looking for a very generalised model of the way public war enthusiasm versus war weariness, fatigue, etc. tends to change over time, there are a number of historical conflicts you might be able to split into a couple of distinct phases. In Phase 1, you get the rally round the flag effect, and war enthusiasm is likely to be high. Whether you're talking about World War I in 1914 or Ukraine in 2022, you might see volunteers flocking to recruitment stations, while a collective surge of adrenaline seems to pass through members of the public. Members of the public will go into the war with a certain conception of the way things should play out, a certain implicit or explicit understanding of what war should be. Then what will happen is reality and those expectations will start to collide. If reality exceeds expectations, like for example after the success of Desert Storm, or after the Ukrainian victory in Kharkiv in 2022, you can actually see public enthusiasm and support jump upwards. But if you were expecting the troops home by Christmas and all you get instead are mounting casualty reports and no end in sight, then enthusiasm might fade as expectations are revised downwards, at least as long as no visible progress is being made and the end isn't in sight. Now obviously those changes aren't linear and there are a lot of factors that go into them. But I do have a rather complex thesis to suggest why war exhaustion in societies might generally mount over time. And that complex thesis is that war in general is pretty damn awful. And despite the fact that war is something human society's been doing basically since the beginning of recorded history at the very least, societies often seem to be caught off guard again and again by just how much pain and sacrifice is often involved in the whole process. If you're looking for some of the factors that might turn a public against a war over time, it probably pays to start with some of the costs a war is likely to impose: human losses, economic deprivation, or even just restrictions on quality of life and liberty, like, for example, wartime censorship measures. During parts of the Second World War, for example, Britain had some pretty stringent blackout restrictions, requiring people to turn off or block out the lights in their homes so that German bombers operating at night didn't have giant gleaming clusters of city lights to aim their bombs at. But despite the military purpose of the restrictions, you can bet the Karens, both male and female, of 1940s-era Britain would on occasion complain bitterly of the inconvenience caused by the restrictions, or in other cases write of their immense opposition to the noise caused by the defending anti-aircraft guns that were trying to bring down the attacking German bombers. And that's a case where the inconvenience was being caused to the people the measures were trying to defend. When we're talking about the war in Ukraine, often minor impacts are being felt in countries that are not directly engaged in the fighting. There are three other factors I want to call out beyond just the costs being incurred that historically often seem to have played into social cohesion during wartime and public war support. The first is basically expectancy theory, a belief that if you take a certain action, consequences will follow, and those consequences, or the consequences of inaction, justify you taking that action. If you think that by putting in extra effort at the office you are likely to be recognised and promoted, then you might be more likely to put in that work than in a universe where the only reward for doing good work was to receive more work. A similar calculus can play out in relation to a war. If you think that by pressing on and sacrificing you will in the end achieve a sort of victory, then you're more likely to continue than if you believe the whole thing is hopeless. Similarly, if you're fighting a war like the war in Ukraine as a defender, and you believe the results of inaction or defeat would be catastrophic for you and your country, then you are probably more likely to press on almost no matter the cost, because the expected result of inaction is simply too expensive to countenance. Another element that commonly shows up are societal conceptions of fairness, namely how fairly the burdens and costs of war are shared across a society. Basically, people might be okay with horrendous conditions as long as they're all in it together, but if some are suffering while others are pretending the war basically isn't happening, that can cause resentment. A classic lightning rod issue in this respect is often conscription, and in particular, who's eligible, who's exempt, who is actually called up, and how fair that process is. During the American Civil War, for example, there was immense controversy caused by the practice of substitution in the South. Basically, this meant if you were conscripted but happened to have a whole bunch of money, then if you could pay or convince someone else that wasn't themselves liable for conscription to go in your place, then your name was ticked off the list and you could spend the rest of the war hanging around on your plantation, while some other sod got acquainted with the marvellous battlefield phenomena of grape shot, typhoid and mud on your behalf. In Ukraine, there are currently debates ongoing about the conscription and mobilisation process, including who should be exempt, how many should be called up, how long should those who have been called up serve, and what should the process be for rotation. Historically, public debates over conscription have often been bitterly contested, and issues of exemption, evasion or corruption in the process have sometimes been caustic to national morale and war enthusiasm. The third point I wanted to make here is that often when it comes to public opinion and war exhaustion, you're arguably talking about one of the few areas where perception does trump reality. That's going to make a degree of sense because your public can't base their opinion on an objective view of how the war is actually going, only on how they think the war is going. An arguable example here might be the Tet Offensive during the Vietnam War. Militarily, you could argue the attack was a disaster for North Vietnam and the Viet Cong. It didn't result in significant territories being taken and held, it didn't cause the collapse of South Vietnamese forces, and the cost in killed and wounded was enormous. The Viet Cong units in particular had gotten absolutely wrecked, but the American media and public were shocked by the whole affair, and attitudes towards the war soured further. The disconnect can be even greater in information-controlled societies. In 1944, at a time where a tide of American defence production was rolling ever closer to the Japanese home islands, only 10% of the Japanese population, according to post-war surveys, said they had been convinced at the time that Japan would lose the war. It was only much later, when bombing attacks on the home island scaled up, that reality started to hit and public perceptions shifted. This raises an important issue if you're trying to rely on war exhaustion to defeat an opponent. It's often not enough to make sure they're losing if you can't convince their public that that's what's happening. There's also a giant caveat here that should probably be mentioned before we move on to Ukraine in earnest, and that is that even in a democracy, just because a group, be it the public or military personnel, experience war exhaustion, that doesn't mean the war is automatically lost or going to end. In a dictatorship, this makes sense because obviously the government isn't directly bound to public opinion. But even in a democracy, voters usually don't cast their vote based on a single issue. You might, for example, be against your government's policy on aggressively invading other countries and taking their territory. But hey, look, if they're planning some tax cuts and a new public holiday, who are you to vote for the other guy? And so candidates or parties who support the continuation of a war can continue to win, even with a majority anti-war population. If you want to get a sense of perspective on this, recently there have been some news articles in the US covering polling results suggesting that somewhere between 41 and 45% of Americans think too much aid is going to Ukraine. Often this is cast as a catastrophic number. But by comparison, in late 2009, I found surveys showing anywhere from 42 to 58% opposition to the US mission in Afghanistan. The result was a war which continued for more than a decade past that point. The Iraq War was unpopular for a lot of the time that it was being fought, and depending on your source, the Vietnam War became net unpopular in the USA sometime in the late 1960s. But in each of those cases, the mission continued for years after the loss of overall majority public support, something perhaps to keep in mind both when predicting future American actions in Ukraine and also future Russian ones. Some degree of anti-war sentiment is almost always going to be present in case of a major conflict. The question is often not just whether that sentiment is there, it's how it will impact government policy. Similarly, when troops experience exhaustion, the results can be inconsistent. In Ukraine, for example, you don't have to look too hard to find examples of troops complaining about just about everything, from supplies to the climate and conditions, to the actions of certain officers and leaders. But often when you're reading interviews with Ukrainian personnel, even when they acknowledge immense difficulties and hard conditions, they'll often caveat it all by saying that despite it all, they intend to fight on and they expect to win. In other cases, armies have pressure applied to them and take the approach that when the going gets tough, the tough get going, right out of uniform and off the battlefield. So if we want to make all this theory applicable to the war in Ukraine, it's probably time to start talking about the Ukrainian context and the strategy of those involved. In Ukraine, it seems that most of the parties involved have at least some motivation to try and win by wearing the other side out. The dream of a quick Russian battlefield victory probably died with the withdrawal from Kyiv in 2022, while for Ukraine, even before the summer offensive of 2023, wearing out Russian military capacity and political and social will almost had to be part of the equation. After all, for the Ukrainians, there's basically no chance that this ends with them raising the blue and yellow over the Kremlin. With the right resources and decision-making, the Ukrainians can hypothetically take back all of their territory by military means. They can also apply escalating levels of pressure and pain to the Russian Federation and its military. But as long as things like Russian nuclear capabilities are in play, a march on Moscow isn't. And so some of the more credible Ukrainian theories of victory put forward basically come down to leveraging the military capability and determination of the Ukrainian people and military, coupled with the superior financial and economic resources of Ukraine's various allies, until Russia either can't practically continue or chooses to negotiate terms. An attrition or exhaustion-based strategy is also reinforced by Western policy objectives. Fear of uncontrolled escalation has been a feature of Western decision-making from day one. Sharp and decisive escalations might sometimes be viewed with suspicion and concern, so there may be a temptation instead to simply try and wear the Russians down over time, steadily increase the pressure, until eventually, in the absolute ideal scenario for the NATO powers, Russia simply decides to go home. In a sense, you could argue that strategy aligns with what history tells us about what the cheapest ways to deter or counter an opponent are. Generally, the most expensive form of deterrence is failed deterrence, where you actually have to end up fighting a peer-on-peer conflict. Conventional deterrence, where you build up your own military capabilities and maintain a high level of readiness, well, that's cheaper because obviously you're not being shot at, but it still can be pretty expensive. Often what is more efficient is to find a conflict your opponent is fighting and feed in the resources necessary to grind them down there. For the Soviet Union People's Republic of China, supporting North Vietnam was probably a far cheaper way to inflict a defeat on the United States than confronting America directly. In a similar way, supporting Ukraine is probably one of the less expensive and less risky ways to break down the military capacity of the Russian Federation and reduce its ability to pose a threat to the alliance in the future. Strangely enough, however, there might be some evidence that Russia is hoping that same logic applies in reverse. The Russian military has not demonstrated a capacity to make more than local advances against Ukrainian forces supplied by their NATO allies since relatively early on in the invasion. If this just came down to a game of raw material and financial endurance, then the math is clearly, crushingly not in Russia's favour. But at the same time, uncontrolled and dramatic escalation against NATO in order to try and secure some short-term decisive victory would also probably be ruinous, because a Russian military that is struggling enough with the fight in Ukraine probably wouldn't fare very well if NATO ever decided to drop the proverbial hammer. But interpreting some Russian decisions and comments that Putin has made, it might be that Russia has decided it doesn't have to beat a Ukraine supported by the West. It just has to wait until Ukraine is no longer supported by the West. Putin said in October that he believes the Ukrainian military would only last a month without Western support. And if you can think of that reduction in aid as a Russian strategic objective, then fostering war exhaustion probably becomes a key imperative for Russia. Only for them, it's not just about wearing down the Ukrainian military or people. Arguably, instead, the target with the greatest rewards is the will and opinion of members of the public and politicians in the various countries that are keeping Ukraine supplied. Given a choice between fostering war exhaustion in Kyiv or Washington, D.C., you can argue that the Russian war effort would actually benefit more from the latter. But before we get to opinion and will in the United States, we have to start with Ukraine. Because while there are some views of this conflict out there that discount the agency of the Ukrainians as a people and as a nation, realistically, it's their willingness to continue to fight on and accept the cost of doing so that is absolutely central to all of this. All of the military aid and munitions in the world won't matter if the Ukrainians aren't willing to use them. And it's worth mentioning that it seems like one of the great Russian miscalculations of 2022 was the assumption that a lot of Ukrainians would simply roll over or greet them with flowers when they invaded. What they got instead were Molotov cocktails and gunfire, and here we are. But it needs to be acknowledged that the Ukrainians have been fighting a hard, casualty-intensive war, and there's every possibility the winter that comes is going to be miserable again. Not just for the troops at the front or families who are without their loved ones, but for a civilian population that may again be on the receiving end of a Russian strategic bombing campaign. And beyond the general point of war just being miserable and costly for the population in general, there are a couple of factors, at least anecdotally, that often feature in Ukrainian public discourse. Major issues include mobilisation and the fairness of the mobilisation process, as we discussed earlier, as well as the ongoing fight against issues like corruption. Overpaying for military supplies during peacetime might mean the taxpayer gets ripped off. Overpaying for supplies during wartime might mean some of the troops go without. So it's not that unusual in Ukraine to see new anti-corruption cases being opened and officials being fired. For example, when Zelensky fired the officials responsible for military conscription at a regional level. But if you ask what Ukrainian public approval is for figures like President Zelensky, who has made it very clear that his intention is to fight on and not to give any territorial concessions to the invading Russians, well, the answer is still, based on the polling we have, extremely high. As in, levels almost any Western political leader can barely hope for high. And you would think that if Ukrainians at large disagreed with the most important strategic decision being taken by the president, we might expect to see that flow through into the approval ratings. For the most part, we don't, but that doesn't mean you don't see some interesting spin on the figures. In covering this topic, I just had to pull out this article by Russia Today, because I think it's a relatively good example of some of these simple ways that you can use language, headline, and the occasional artful omission in order to take a set of figures and then violently invert or twist their meaning. In this case, the headline begins with Zelensky loses support in Ukraine, before the body of the article goes on to explain that what that actually means is that 82% of Ukrainians indicated they strongly or somewhat supported Zelensky. Now, of course, the headline isn't wrong. As the article clarifies, strong and somewhat disapproval rates for Zelensky increased from 4% and 3% respectively in April to 9% and 7% in September. It also highlighted the fact that Zelensky was less popular than the armed forces, which recorded 82% strong support. And I can only guess this is meant to be surprising somehow, because obviously no population has ever rallied behind a national military while fighting a defensive war against an invading power. Now, to put that in perspective, that's a plus 66% presidential approval rating, which really isn't something we see often in democracies in the modern era. If you're looking for American examples, I don't think Ronald Reagan ever hit net 66% approval. Instead, you're talking approval on the level of George H.W. Bush right after Desert Storm. So apparently all it takes to poll positive 66% in America is to win a short, sharp, dramatic victory taking relatively few American and coalition casualties in a war fully sanctioned and supported by the United Nations. Though yes, as per the Russia Today article, Zelensky's popularity does appear to have decreased over the course of 2023, but only from the absurdly high to the merely extremely high. I think it's worth noting, however, that as you go down the chain of the Ukrainian government, approval ratings tend to drop. 41% of the polled population reported in that article disapprove of the Ukrainian Prime Minister. For the Rada, the Ukrainian parliament, that number is 67%. And in both cases, the Russia Today article tries to make those numbers sound even worse by comparing only the strongly approved number to the strongly and somewhat disapproving number. But leaving questions of presentation aside, there still might be some observations to make here. They might signal frustrations with individuals, organisations or institutions that aren't so much making the big presidential level decisions, how to run the country, whether to fight on, but instead actually running the country or administering the budget. And there is also just the classic phenomenon in a lot of countries that people just tend to not like their parliaments. In Ukraine, the figure might be 67% disapproval, but in a recent US poll I could find, only 13% of Americans thought Congress was doing a good job. And even in Russia before the 2022 invasion of Ukraine, at a time when Putin's approval rating was being quoted in the mid to high 60s, the Russian State Duma was managing 29%. And I just want to note here that that American approval rating for Congress is so low that according to one poll I found, that means that fewer Americans approve the job that Congress is doing than have a favourable view of the Islamic Republic of Iran. While the polls are absolutely apples to oranges comparisons, it's pretty dire to say that your national parliament is polling, in terms of popularity, slightly above Russia and North Korea, but below a power which reportedly orchestrated attacks on US military bases and personnel. Basically what I'm saying is if countries had to surrender every time the population had a negative approval of their parliamentarians, then the first shot of just about every war would probably just be blokes throwing white flags at each other. It probably doesn't say anything good about modern political realities, but at the same time, I wouldn't read too far into it as a measure.
Okay. I'm done. I finished my stuff. I made it. We're here. Okay.
Of war exhaustion. As I said earlier, of course, there are political hot button issues in Ukraine to do with the war.
No, okay. All right. We are about to chew through everything. Okay. Thank you, Perun. What is this? There is no third stimulus. YouTube has such huge problems with advertising, now they're allowing these.
Low and claim your 6,400 low and claim your.
Well, how are these ads passing on YouTube? I've seen Elon Musk. Have you guys seen Elon Musk? How are these ads making it through?
Low and claim your $6,400. It's a shaky position to support him because of his corruption. You know, I recently learned that a staggering 90% of Americans still haven't taken advantage of their $6,400. Jamie, kindly place that link beneath this video. It's crucial for everyone to click it and get their hands on the $6,400. It's practically money for nothing.
It's high. This
Okay, Kyle Kalinske confidently says Israel's actions are the worst thing we've seen since the Nazis.
I mean, what is there to say? I'm running out of adjectives. I'm running out of ways to talk about this. And, you know, it's very defeating watching all this. Look, credit to everybody who's protesting on this. Credit to everybody who's really fighting to try to put a stop to it. It's worked in the sense that now you have the U.S. at least virtue signaling. Like, we're not for everything Israel's doing, but it's got to become action. It can't just be...
It's been action, right? We've delayed Israel actions. We've fought for more aid to go to the Gaza Strip. Okay.
Words. It can't just be words.
It's not just words.
So what we're witnessing here is, I'll just say, I think it's the worst thing we've seen since the Nazis. And I don't even think that's controversial if you just look at empirically look at the situation. Just...
Late 20th century genocides. I'm just curious because I don't know. Let's just look them up. Indonesian mass killings of 1965. Let's see. Indonesian 1965 killings. Large-scale killings and civil unrest, primarily targeting members of the Communist Party, were carried out in Indonesia from 65 to 66. Other affected groups included alleged communist sympathizers, Jerwani women, trade unionists, ethnic Japanese, Abagan, ethnic Chinese, atheists, so-called unbelievers, and the alleged leftists in general. According to the most widely published estimates, at least 500,000 to 1.2 million people were killed, with some estimates going as high as 2 to 3 million. Okay, so the current Israeli invasion or push in the Gaza Strip is worse than the Indonesian mass killings of 1965 to 1966. Let's see, 1971 Bangladesh genocide. 1971 Bangladesh genocide. Pakistani soldiers and local pro-Pakistani militias killed between 300,000 to 3 million Bengalis and raped between 200,000 and 400,000 Bengali women in a systematic campaign of mass murder and genocidal sexual violence. The current invasion into the Gaza Strip is worse than this. Deaths. How do you have death figures that are this wide? 300,000 to 3 million? Okay, so current thing is worse than that. Cambodian genocide. How many people died in this? Let's see. It resulted in the deaths of 1.5 to 2 million people from 1975 to 1979, nearly a quarter of Cambodia's population in 1975. Nearly a quarter. That's 1/4. That's 25% for people keeping track at home. Okay. Apparently the current Gaza Strip invasion is worse than the Cambodian genocide, the 1984 Sikh genocide. What about this one? Was a series of organized pogroms. Government estimates project that about 2,800 Sikhs were killed and 3,000. Not bad. Okay, worse than this one for sure. Foshizi. Guatemalan genocide. Deaths, silent Holocaust period, 162,000 total. Civil War was 200,000 total. Seeing what's going on over there. How many people died here? Why is there so much death and killing over in Indonesia? What are you guys doing over there? Damn, this place sounds kind of fucked up, I'm gonna be honest. Estimates of the total dead from the war range from 100,000 to 300,000. Okay. What about Rwandan genocide? I don't know. This is a 94. 500,000 to 800,000 Tutsi deaths. My God. Yeah, I don't even think, wait, were any of these in Africa? Indonesia, Bangladesh, Cambodia, the Sikh genocide, this was Indonesia as well, Guatemalan genocide, and East Timor. So we're not even scratching the surface of, we haven't even gotten to Africa yet at all. We haven't even gotten to Africa at all yet. Okay, anyway. We haven't even gotten to Africa at all. August, make this a clip. This is a ridiculous statement. So, what did he say? I'm sorry. People keep telling me to look up Mao's China. Oh, wait. I was going to say, I was only looking at stuff after the Holocaust. This was after the Holocaust. Wait, that's all fair game, actually. You're totally right. The Great Leap Forward and the Holodomor, that is fair game. No, that is all fair game. I don't, yeah. Wait, this is such an unbelievable statement.
I'll just say, I think it's the worst thing we've seen since the Nazis. And I don't even think that's controversial if you just look at empirically look at the situation.
What empirics? Kyle, I'm not even trying to be mean here, okay? Holodomor was before, oh Oh, the Holodomor might have been in the 1917? That actually might be true. Hold on. Wait, I don't remember the Holodomor, what year that was. No, 1930s. My bad. What is sitting out in 1917? That might be Armenian genocide. Around this time period. It was like 1910s, whatever. Took them a while. A lot of Armenians to go. Okay. Holodomor was 1930, 1930. Sorry, Holodomor, that's off the list, okay? My bad. Holodomor was 30s, okay?
Let's look at the facts. I think it's the worst thing we've seen since the Nazis. And that's why the younger generation is in the U.S. is not having it. And they are revolting. And they're literally, you have Arab Americans and Muslim Americans revolting, and we'll do a story on that a little bit later. But man,
this is what I mean when I argue against people when they bring in words like genocide and apartheid and blah 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 blah. All they're doing is like they're just like it feels like they bring in a bunch of like morally loaded words so that they can make statements. Like, is this really the worst thing that's happened since the Nazis? Truly, is that truly? Is it really the worst thing since the Nazis? Also, this is what Jews mean when they say, why do I feel like we're held to a different standard than everybody else, right? This is what Jews mean when they say that. When people say shit like, this is the worst shit since the Nazis. Truly? Is that a real take or is that an American take where the only regions in the world you know about are what show up on US News? Like,
it is mostly bad news. That's clear. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
Lycan? How does he know about Lycan? Are you implying that Kyle Kalinske is being anti-Semitic? I don't think so. So here's an issue. I'm going to sympathize. All of these debates are making me... are rotting my brain, okay? If you were to cut my head off right now and slice my brain in half, I feel like you'd start to find the fucking Jewish flag there, okay? Fuck me, the Israeli flag, okay? Is it anti-Semitic? I don't think so. I don't think that's a motivation for it. But, like... if I was Jewish, and every single fucking time you were critical of ISIS or Al-Qaeda or the Taliban or Iran or Pakistan or Saddam Hussein or Assad or the civil war happening in Yemen or anything, and every time you do that, people are like, oh, wow, you're Islamophobic. Oh, wow, you're racist. Oh, wow, looks like you hate brown people. Oh, wow, oh, wow, oh, wow, oh, wow. And you're like, okay, I don't think necessarily, but okay. And now people are like, Israel is a Holocaust fucking state, okay? Israel's holocausting everybody. This is the worst shit that's ever happened. These people are filthy fucking dogs. The way that they rape and whoa, bro, that's a little, whoa. I'm just talking about Israel, okay? I'm not talking about Jews, okay? I just mean Israel, like the country. There's a lot of good Jews. For instance, like the ones that hate Israel. It's like, do I think that the left or a lot of the driving sentiment on the left is anti-Semitic in nature? I don't think so. Not, at least not so far from what I've seen from anybody. I don't think it's like driven by anti-Semitism. But at some point, god damn, it bleeds into what feels like anti-Semitism really quickly, right? Yeah, I don't think it's driven by anti-Semitism, but god damn, it's like indistinguishable. Holy shit. Okay, what do we got here? Oh my god, our good Palestinian friend.
The approximately 40-page document, which the Israeli authorities codenamed
Why is this unhinged archive?
Jericho Wall, outlined point by point exactly the kind of devastating invasion that led to the deaths of about 1,200 people. It's a sad day when the New York Times is even using the correct language to describe the deaths that occurred on October 7th, and Al Jazeera is not. Al Jazeera keeps saying Hamas killed 1,200 people. They keep saying that, and it's pissing me the fuck off. Stop it. Stop saying that. It's not true. I'm very, very aware of the like possibility that anybody can grow and learn, and this is what I hope for all of us. I know, like on Blue Sky right now, if you're on Blue Sky, I'm running this mute list called Zionist Scum. So if somebody ever shows like a certain characteristic that I like list, like say they're going around saying Israel has the right to defend itself, they're saying like Zionist lies, etc., etc.
Highly biased or highly ignorant does not equal anti-Semitism. Honestly, roll my eyes on people as a term, just as much as Destiny rolls his eyes at the use of the term genocide. Sure, that's fine, and that's fair for you to do that. But when the same people that call every single thing Islamophobic, every single thing racist, every single thing misogynistic, right, when they're so quick to jump on this for everything, and then they're using terminology that if this was applied to any non-white population, they would be calling it anti-Semitic, they'd be calling it blah, 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 right? Like, it'd be over. Actually, we don't have to look at anti-Semitism, or I'm sorry, we don't have to make comparison. We can just compare anti-Semitism to anti-Semitism. We can compare lefties' views on anti-Semitism to lefties' views on anti-Semitism 5 or 6 years ago when we were in the whole crypto-fascist arc. Remember when everybody was saying, here's how much it was a long time ago. Is it staffer makes okay sign? What was this image or view? Back then, if you got caught doing this, you were a card-carrying, certified, wishing for the revival of Hitler Nazi. Period. It was over for you. That's all it took back then. Is somebody seeing you to make an okay thing or do this thing on your legs. That's all it took. That's all it took. So no, I think that there's clearly the standards being applied are not the same. And it probably feels pretty stupid at some point. We're like, really? I agree. Again, I'm saying I don't think that most of the sentiment on the left is driven by anti-Semitism or doesn't feel like that right now. But it doesn't feel like it's driven by anti-Semitism, but I could definitely see it bleeding over real quick. And I could definitely see how the people affected by it are feel like, yo, this is kind of anti-Semitic. Yeah. Why did you respond to my post about the pre-67 borders and then drop the conversation? We can talk it over right now. What gives? Debate me. Wait, who are you? What are you talking about? Where are you?
I put them on the list, to make sure that people like don't engage with them, and we can better control the traffic of Zionism on that website. Do we have to sit here or do you protest? Is it possible to go fight on the front line? Not really a good idea to do that. Are you talking about going to Gaza? Gaza?
Oh, she's trying to do the thing because they pronounce it like Hazar or God. I don't even know how they do it. Oh, she's doing the thing. Yes, you got to get that mask on, girl.
Trying to figure out how to say it. I need to re-listen to that VOD with Cole and like learn the pronunciations. If you're talking about going to the front line, as in going to Gaza, don't consider doing that. It doesn't make any sense to do that. You're probably just gonna die. What a frontline fight could look like is you doing direct action to disable the Israeli genocide machine, because the Israeli genocide machine is happening. It is in action in Gaza right now and in the West Bank.
_black_economist just resubscribed for 40.
I told you based on your logic, Israel doesn't have borders. Oh, were you the retard on Twitter? Yeah, the problem is you guys say things on Twitter thinking that you've got like big gotchas, but you don't. You think that you're saying something where it's like, well then, oh yeah, Destiny? Well, if you're saying that those borders didn't actually exist, well, I got news for you, Destiny. Then Israel didn't have real borders. You know what I would say? I would say, yeah, that's right. That's why Israel fights to establish its existence. No fucking shit, Sherlock Holmes. Of course Israel didn't have real borders, because none of the other surrounding countries recognized those borders until Egypt signed the peace treaty in 79. No shit, they didn't have real fucking borders, you retard. That's why there were so many fucking wars fought over and over and over and over and over again. No shit. There's no debate there. That's not a gotcha. You don't have me there. I'm agreeing with you. No shit. It's like when people were saying like, it's like when people were bringing up like, I was like ethnically Palestinians. It's not even to say they're distinct from Jordanians is stupid. And people are like, oh, so what, Destiny? You don't think Americans are real because they were all British before the Declaration of Independence? Yes. Yeah. No shit, Sherlock Holmes. It was a fucking British colony. What do you think? The people there went over. You think as soon as they got on the boat, they were like, oh, we're at the Atlantic peoples and now we're people of the New World? No, of course they were fucking British, you retard. No shit. Oh, they can debate me if I'm so retarded. Let's do it. It should be easy. Okay. Jump into General Lobby 2 and I'll drag you up. What time? And then tell me in kick chat what your name is. Sure.
Months. Wow. The black buys a
Young Black Economist. Thank you for the 14 months. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, what you want to do, if you really want to do fighting on the front lines, it's not worth spending all the money and effort to go to Gaza where there's a blockade. You won't be able to get in anyways. And then like if you did, it would be extremely detrimental. I don't think that's the smartest use of resources or life, personally. And none of the Palestinian organizations that I've been paying attention to, including the PFLP, excuse me, the Palestinian Front for the Liberation of the People's Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Holy shit! Wake up! The PFLP is not, which is by the way one of the armed groups that is fighting along Hamas to try to prevent Israel from annexing Gaza right now. They're not telling any of us to come down there. So I'm just saying, if you want to take a page out of their book, what they're asking you to do.
Hold on, I'm so confused. Does she support them? Remember, this was like one of the, I'm pretty sure, I think their reputation in the late 60s and early 70s were for hijacking airplanes. Maybe they've changed. To be fair, I'm sorry. To be fair, because like the PLO of today is not the PLO of the 70s, to be fair. So it could be today the PFP, Popular Front, the Liberation Front for the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. It's fuck these names. PFLP, PFPL, Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. PFLP. Maybe they're more chill today. It's possible. It's possible they're more chill today.
To speak truth to the Palestinian perspective, to defeat the Zionist lies, to disassemble the Zionist war machine, the genocide machine. For instance,
the PFLP's Abu Ali Mustafa brigades has carried out attacks on both civilians and military targets during the Al-Aqsa Intifada. Some of these attacks are the killing of Mike Slemberg, a counselor and head of security in 4 settlements, who was shot while traveling in his car. Assassination of Israeli Minister for Tourism, a suicide bombing in a pizzeria in killing 3 teenagers, a suicide bombing in Ariel, which left people wounded but no fatalities, a suicide bombing in Netanyahu, a market in Israel, killing 3 Israelis, a suicide bombing in the bus station, which killed 4 Israelis, a suicide bombing in the Jordan Rift Valley, which left no fatalities, a suicide bombing the Carmel Market, which killed 3 civilians, fired projectiles, bombs, anti-tank missiles, injuring 4 soldiers and surrounding vehicles, claimed responsibility for the November 2014 Jerusalem synagogue massacre, in which 4 Jewish worshippers and the policemen were killed with axes, knives, and guns, while some were injured. However, the Israeli police concluded the attack was a lone wolf operation. PFLP claimed for an attack in which Palestinians in a vehicle fired at a passing Israeli car. 4 people were injured, one was severely injured, who died the next day in the hospital. Okay.
if you were to handcuff yourself to the doors of an Elbit weapons manufacturer, which is one of the biggest weapons manufacturers for Israeli genocide.
All right, hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. So let's start with wherever you began. You were debating somebody else. Now I can't see their post. So where was it?
On Twitter?
Yeah, on Twitter.
I don't remember. They might have deleted it because I got bullied.
Okay. It was about Jordan and Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
And people were rejecting the idea that Jordan, well, you weren't entirely clear on what you meant by that, but that Jordan and Palestine are basically the same.
Or like the people there weren't significantly different from each other, I don't believe.
All right, but see, that's kind of vague because, okay, are we talking about ethno-nationalism? That they're not, because they're genetically similar, they shouldn't be different nations, they should be considered the same nation?
I'm not making any prescription, I'm just trying to start in the same reality. My understanding is that the smattering of Arabs across Syria, across Iraq, I don't know if about the entire Arabian Peninsula, but at least in the like northwest part of Jordan, of Palestine, that these people were like all like, just like there weren't like, you couldn't draw distinct lines, but like, oh, this is this group of people, and this is that group of people, and this is that group of people. They all like hailed of like common ancestors in the Levantine or whatever the fuck, or the Levant, sorry, and then they were all just kind of like, yeah, these people here, yeah.
Well, okay, so they didn't all have the same ancestors because Arabification or Arabization is it's a linguistic and cultural affiliation. It doesn't necessarily mean you come from the same genetic source. And as far as nationalism arises.
Well,
where
but
there's
they
a
do come.
political-
To be clear, real quick, though, they do come from the same genetic. They might not necessarily mean it. The Arabification means it, but they do come from the same genetic source. Because for some reason, all these people keep trying to throw like genetic studies at me, and all the genetic studies say as much.
I think genetics is a pretty stupid basis for a nation, but
I agree.
Nevertheless, when the Arabs would conquer different areas, they would bring their religion, their culture, their language. So
sure.
Just like if you're conquered by the Romans here, it doesn't mean your genetic origin is in
That's
Rome.
fine. All I was saying in the beginning was that I don't believe there was a huge distinction between the people that happen to live in Palestine and the people that happen to live in Jordan. I don't think there's a big distinction
The
there.
distinction is that they live in Palestine.
Yeah,
That's
but
the
Palestine didn't exist until Britain made
Well,
the
that's
mandate
what the
for
region
it.
was called, and when we're talking about Palestine, we're referring to that place.
Okay, can you show me that
that's
on a
the
map
distinction.
somewhere before the Britain mandate?
Yeah, okay. Palestine, full map. So
If you're just Googling this right now, you're not going to have luck. If you've never seen this before, which is fine, I understand, because you've heard all the propaganda lines and you think you're going to find it. You're not going to find it, especially if you're just Googling now. You think that who's been looking at this for a month and a half, you think if you could Google the answer and disprove me now that I would have made that
okay,
statement
so
towards
then
you?
tell me when the early Zionists wrote about their plan to colonize Palestine, why did they call it Palestine? Why did they use the term Palestine? Why did the Balfour Declaration, before there was even the British Mandate, why did they call it Palestine?
I'm pretty sure the area they refer to is Syria. Is it Syria Palestina?
It's a colloquial term for that region.
Yeah,
That's
but
why
when you
why
say
did they call the British Mandate for Palestine? They just pulled that name out of their ass. The British invented that name.
what the region that they were referring to was not just the modern day borders of Israel Palestine.
The region that they were referring to, what are you talking about? The Jordan Palestine, that map where they're saying the British Mandate was for both Jordan and Palestine.
I think
is that what you're
for the
trying to get
first
at?
one they did. I think that the mandate was for I think then it was called Transjordan and Palestine, that whole region together. But then I think
Okay,
eventually
yeah,
they
so
split it up
Palestine
because
is Palestine, but this is largely irrelevant because we're talking about the people who lived in that region. That's why they're distinct, because that's where they live. That's why there's a reason for them to identify with each other and have a nationalist movement, because they were ethnically cleansed from that region. That's the whole. That's how nationalism arrives for the Palestinians.
Okay,
There's
say that
there's a political
sure.
necessity for it.
Okay, makes sense. Maybe you're correct 100%. So let's look at what happens after 1948, and let's see if that holds true. Why is it that in 1948, when Jordan invaded the West Bank and conquered that territory, why did they annex it and make every single one of those Palestinians Jordanian citizens? If they
Because
were a
it was-
distinctly different group of people who wanted their own nation.
Because it was in their interest to do so at the time.
It was in their interest to give up their whole aspirations for their country.
No,
and
the Jordanians.
They did it at the request of the Palestinians there.
Okay, the Palestinians were given citizenship and representation in Jordan. So at that time, Jordan had the army.
Do you know what happens
Jordan-
when Israel offers citizenship to Palestinians living in Jerusalem? They leave. They don't take that citizenship.
Actually, some of them have taken it. Some of them don't want it. Some of them want Jordanian citizenship. But that's a very
When you say some
complicated-
of it, my understanding is maybe a few, but the majority, like 80% plus, when offered citizenship in Jerusalem from Israel, they just leave. They're like, fuck you, and they just bounce.
You can look at the divide, but the problem with, if you accept Israel's claim over East Jerusalem specifically, then now you're at the whims of the Israeli government, which they already are in large part. But Israel has been conducting an ethnic cleansing operation in East Jerusalem. They're trying to make it as Jewish as possible. So just because you take citizenship doesn't mean now suddenly you're a strong political voice in Israel's country. If they give citizenship to the 5 million Palestinians who live under Israel's military rule, then there would be a large enough political force for Israel no longer to be a Jewish state. But if
Why
it's just
would-
East
but if you're a
Jerusalem, they're not
if you're-
going to have the political power to override the
If
Israeli
you're
government.
Palestinians in the West Bank, why would you allow somebody else to formally annex you into your country? Why would you
Because-
give up your whole land and say, okay, yes, why wouldn't you just have it a temporary occupation until they can establish their own country?
The Palestinians had no military capability at that point. They are not a powerful people. I mean, at that point, if they live in Jordan they had citizenship, they had representation in parliament. That was a better deal than leaving them to the Zionist forces, which had
What?
ethnically
That's not-
cleansed
those aren't-
80% of Palestine. They captured 80% of the territory and ethnically cleansed 80% of the native population.
Wait, why not just make them a country and defend them?
Okay, so we're saying that because the Jordanians weren't more noble in their approach to the Palestinians, they didn't pursue this idea of establishing a Palestinian state then I don't know what the argument is. That
The argument is if there is a
Palestinian
distinct
nationalism
group
is
of people,
pointless,
if there
they're
is a
stupid.
distinct group of people that exist that want their own country and they're distinctly different from Jordan or Jordanians, why would they allow themselves to be willingly conquered by Jordan, annexed into Jordan proper, all made Jordanian citizens, and be part of the country of Jordan? That's what they all thought they were.
Zionist forces were progressing through Palestine and ethnically cleansing all the villages as they went. 80% of that population. The Jordanians didn't ethnically cleanse them.
Wait, hold on.
So
The Jordanians
you're
ethnically cleansed the
probably-
Jordanians ethnically cleansed the Jewish population of the West
talking
Bank.
about the Palestinians.
That's fine. I understand that. But number two,
So
why
if you're
would it?
Palestinian, what choice do you have? Like you're dealing with the practical reality of the situation at
Oh,
that
so
point.
now we're dealing with practical realities? I thought that
No,
this
we're
is
always dealing with practical realities.
I don't understand why you wouldn't just say thank you for taking this land so that Israel can't take it. We're going to be our own country now, and then you can just support us like all of the other surrounding Arab nations support everybody else.
Okay. Who are you to say that? You're not a powerful political force. The whole reason why it was possible
Wait,
for
none of these
Israel
people
even
are
to
power-
establish itself is because the Palestinians, the people who lived in Palestine, were not a formidable political force. They didn't have an army. They didn't govern
True.
themselves.
I agree. Yes, they didn't have an army. They didn't have like a cohesive government because they didn't have a cohesive national identity. It was just a group of people who were living in an area.
Yes,
they didn't all view themselves as like
the necessity for a nationalist movement comes from the fact that they've been colonized and ethnically cleansed from their where they live. Their lands.
Sure. I agree with that 100%.
So
Palestinian
this idea of-
nationalistic identity is a response to Israeli nationalist identity. But it wasn't there before the Israeli people were. But I agree with you what you're going to say there, sure.
Yes, nationalist identity, yes.
Okay.
So I guess we've settled that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you keep saying apartheid is a stupid term to throw around?
Yeah.
Okay, why is it stupid?
I think apartheid generally implies that you have a country, and within that country, you are hardcore enforcing systematic forms of discrimination against certain ethnic, religious, whatever groups. I think that for Israel and the occupied territories, it feels strange to call that apartheid when you're never going to fix the apartheid as long as they're occupied. But if you can fix the occupied part, the apartheid part probably goes away. So it seems stupid to like focus on like apartheid.
But is it right now? Is it an apartheid system or not?
I mean, I don't know. There are Islamist parties that are represented in the Knesset. I don't think you could have had that in apartheid South Africa, could you?
Yeah, but they're a minority. It's always been acceptable to have a minority.
Well, because they're a minority of
Arabs
people.
or non-Jews. But you look at the 2018 nation-state law, and now this is reflected through Zionism and through Israel's politics, throughout its history. But as recently as the 2018 nation-state law, they say only the Jewish people have the right to national self-determination.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter how many Arabs you get in parliament according to that law. And basically that law states that you can't have too many non-Jews running the country because only the Jews have the national right to self-determination.
Sure.
Okay, so you have a 5 million plus Palestinians living under Israel's military rule. Obviously, they're subject to different laws, different living conditions. There's a government that represents the interests of the Jewish people, and that's explicit.
Mm-hmm.
They segregate the populations. They have roads that are just for Jews, settlements.
Mm-hmm.
They seize control over water resources.
You're just going to name you can name a million things. I'm just going to repeat exactly what I said before.
Okay.
Yeah,
So what are you
conditions
gonna say?
under an occupied or an occupier area is obviously going to be like asymmetrical. That's almost for sure going to be true.
Yeah, but
calling
why is it not an apartheid?
Because I think apartheid generally refers to like a single state that's enacting like systematic discrimination or injustices against like a group of people based on race or whatever.
And is there a Palestinian state?
Not really, no.
According to Israel? Okay, so Israel, and you can look at Netanyahu, showing off his map of Israel at the UN, or or just look at the way the country is run. They conquered those territories a long time ago in 1967. It is a single state. They haven't formally annexed the West Bank, but they have annexed it. They're filling it with their settlements, with their people. There's, nearly 500,000 Jews there, and the Israeli military rules. So it is effectively, functionally a single state where 5 million people don't have the same rights.
Do you think calling it apartheid or not changes anything?
I think you say it's stupid. People are using that as a point of reference because...
But it's not an accurate point of reference.
Okay, why is it not an accurate point of reference?
If the territories were formally annexed and the differentiation in status maintained such that people of different ethnicities were deprived systematically of certain rights, then I think we have an apartheid condition such that we should remove or revoke all U.S. support. The whole world should be looking at that in a really fucked up way, because now you've got a country that's treating its citizens different. For occupation, I think it's a lot different, because the issue right now isn't the apartheid conditions. The issue is the occupation.
Yes, it is. Of course it is.
Okay.
That's a very serious issue, and they have functionally annexed it. You're talking about formally annexing it, but the main reason not to formally annex it is because it would be like Israel formally declaring we're an apartheid state, signed Israel, but functionally that's what it is. They've held it for 56 years. You're calling it, it's just occupied territory. They've incorporated it into Israel, and their project. Another thing in that nation-state law is that the settlements are of national value and should be expanded. So there's no uncertainty.
Has there ever been a time in all of the history of the world where somebody has applied the term apartheid to an occupied territory?
That's a ridiculous question.
Can you answer the question? I need you to answer the question. I need you to tell me, has there ever been a time in history where somebody's referred to an occupied territory as apartheid?
Well,
I need to see if you can answer a question that you feel doesn't show you in the best light. Because I've noticed this when I talk to people, they'll never make a concession. They'll never realize. Because I'm just curious, can you even answer that question? Has there ever in the history of the whole world been a country where we've said that an occupied peoples live under apartheid conditions? I just want to know if there's an answer to that.
Okay, well, let's start by how many countries have been called an apartheid and how many countries have occupied territory for 56 years. Find me that list, and then we'll narrow down how many of them fit your description. Just because Israel is unique doesn't mean that the apartheid is not about has there ever been this or that. It's about describing the reality of the people living in the apartheid system. So you're reaching for a deflection here. You're trying to bring us off somewhere irrelevant to ignore the core of the issue.
Sorry, I just want to say, Destiny.
No, wait. Before somebody else jumps in, I still want him to answer that question. If the answer is no, then just bite the bullet and say no, and then you can use this excuse if you want. That's fine. But I still want you to bite the bullet. Has apartheid ever been applied to any other occupied territory ever?
I don't know how many countries apartheid has been applied to, period.
One. South Africa.
Okay.
Okay, so it's never been applied to another occupied territory, correct? Okay.
Before South Africa, would you have used that argument against Nelson Mandela? Well, was there ever a situation where something happening in South Africa was called an apartheid? Stupid argument.
So
just because there was never a situation similar to South Africa, are you saying that wasn't an apartheid?
No, but apartheid referred to a particular super wrong thing that needed to be remedied within a country.
That wasn't your question.
I don't understand.
Yes,
I don't understand how you guys. Hold on, let me finish.
Hold
on. I don't understand how you guys have so much trouble understanding this. Okay, the problem in South Africa was a systematic discrimination codified in law that was treating people of different races differently and assigning them different rules, different laws, different everything completely differently. Okay,
yes, okay,
that problem.
So
no, shut the fuck up, you 85 IQ dipshit. Okay, the problem with South Africa was that in one country they were treating an ethnic group differently. The problem between Israel and Palestine is the occupation. That's the problem. When the occupation goes away, when the occupation goes away, when the occupation goes away, listen, I'm not here for a one-state cuck answer that you're trying to sneak your way into. Okay, if the occupation is resolved, the apartheid goes away. The apartheid is never getting addressed while they're occupied territories. Do you agree with those statements, or do you disagree with those?
Well, that's a more complicated.
Okay, I'm going to keep asking. I'm going to keep asking until you answer. So I'm going to ask: do you think the apartheid conditions go away while they're occupied territories?
Well, I have to ask a question here. Are we talking about if it were to be? Some people say one state, some people say two state. Does one state mean the occupation goes away?
Yes, it would mean that.
Okay, so yes, there needs to be a political solution to end the apartheid, of course.
Okay, so
one state or two state.
I'm going to repeat
way.
my question. Do you think the apartheid goes away without resolving the occupation?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Do you think that if the occupation was resolved, it's highly likely the apartheid would go away?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So then the issue is not the apartheid. Apartheid is not really what we're talking about here.
Apartheid is describing the conditions that are imposed on these people under occupation. But for Israel, it's a single state. It's all greater Israel.
Okay, do you think that if a country occupies territory from another country, without even doing timelines, without even saying, for 50 years or whatever, has there ever been a country that has occupied another country where the people in the occupied place are given all the same full rights and privileges and everything as the occupier? Has it ever happened?
I really fail to see your point here.
The point is that it would never, not only has it never happened, we wouldn't expect it to happen in an occupied territory. We wouldn't expect there to be the same rights.
Okay, so the occupation can last another 1,000 years. We shouldn't expect anything, and we shouldn't call it an apartheid.
We should try to resolve the occupation. It is stupid to call it an apartheid,
course,
but we should try to resolve the occupation.
People who refer to it as apartheid are obviously interested in resolving the occupation.
Then why not just focus on the occupation instead of trying to pretend
Why do you have an issue with the use of the term apartheid?
Because apartheid inaccurately assumes that you can resolve the apartheid conditions while it's an occupied territory, but you can't.
No, it doesn't assume that. You're just saying that. Why does it assume that?
Because
the reality, the political reality that people face.
The reality is that if
you're really trying to run away from the core of the issue. You're trying to get into some sort of semantic debate where, if a territory is considered occupied, then it can't be considered apartheid. I don't know where you got that from. That's not part of the definition of apartheid. It doesn't exclude people living under military occupation.
Okay, are you an American? Are you in the United States?
Yeah.
Okay, what would you say if I started a whole movement in the 1800s? Okay, and in the year 1800, I said we need to fight for literacy for slaves. Slaves need to be literate. It's unbelievable that they can't read.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the issue would be it's probably not the issue that slaves can't read. The issue is that they're fucking slaves. The slavery has to be resolved, not the literacy, the slavery, right?
Slaves not being able to read is a small aspect, whereas apartheid describes the reality of 5 million people living without rights under Israel's military rule.
And the lack of education was used to
problem.
Yeah, so is lack of education among slaves.
That was a problem. Yes. I don't understand what your argument is.
My argument is that you wouldn't fixate on we need to teach all the slaves to read. It is. When you say apartheid, that's a stupid.
Apartheid is a pretty broad, all-encompassing term. It describes a lot of the problem. That's why people use the term apartheid, because it describes so much of what's wrong with the political situation in Israel and Palestine.
I mean, Destiny, do you think it's worth reading through the human rights report that came out? The
No.
150-page report that describes why they call it apartheid? It's not just an occupation, right? They said there was a threshold that was met at some point during this last 50 years where the apartheid conditions were met. So there's clearly a difference between occupation and apartheid, right? Now the conditions they consider apartheid based on all of the things they go over.
Does that change any of the things that I said earlier? Is the apartheid ever being resolved without the occupation being resolved? Okay, I'll let you do this, but I need these two questions answered just real quick, okay? So the first thing
they're
is
one and the same. So why are you asking the question?
Will the apartheid?
You know they're one and the same, and
they're
I know
not one and the same. No, they're not one and the same because South Africa had apartheid without occupied territories. That's how they were treating citizens of their own country.
Yeah. Apartheid refers to the systems that were in place to separate and discriminate against a portion of the population.
Their population, their own citizens. Yes.
Yeah, okay, so the whites in South Africa against the black people in South Africa. In this case, it's the Jewish people in Israel against the Palestinians.
In occupied territory, in another territory.
Okay, so yes, obviously, apartheid and occupation are connected. Calling it stupid,
hold on.
I feel like
apartheid and occupation are not connected. In South Africa, nobody was saying that it was apartheid because they occupied black people.
No, I said in Israel. What you're doing is you're trying to dismiss certain terms which are pretty accurate as buzzwords and exaggerated, not good descriptions. Even though it's a pretty apt description, it's a pretty good description. And it's a pointless argument just to dismiss people. Anybody who says apartheid, just write them off. So okay, let me ask you another question. Do you think colonization is a buzzword that shouldn't be used?
Today it is, yeah. If you want to talk about colonization like the 40s, it's probably more apt.
So today, expanding settlements further and further through the West Bank and filling them with Jewish settlers is not colonization. You're expanding Jewish colonies throughout the Palestinian territory.
I call it territorial expansion. No, I don't use colonization because generally that's a word that if you use, you're usually a fucking moron. So no, I just don't. I stay away from the word colonization.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
No, because they're not colonies. It's not a colony.
No, hold on. It's not buzzwords, and anyone who uses them is a retard.
Yeah,
or a
because
moron.
because it is a buzzword. Are there colonies? Hold on. I'm sorry. Is Israel forming colonies in the territory of Palestine or in a different place? Like, no.
Yes, of course. That's what the settlements are. They're colonies.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right. What else do you think are buzzwords? I want to go through your... Okay, here. This is something you wrote on Twitter. Basically, you said you're insinuating that if the rockets stopped being fired by Hamas, that this situation would be resolved?
There'd be a path to resolution, yes.
There'd be a path to resolution. So all of the years when there were no rockets fired by Hamas, all the periods in between rockets being fired... there's no resolution. They move no closer to resolution. The settlements continue to expand. Palestinians are still abused and displaced, imprisoned, tortured. All of that continues regardless of whether the rockets are firing or not.
How long do they stop firing for?
Well, you'd have to look up what the longest stretch is. I mean,
has it ever lasted even a year?
Months.
Many months? Bro!
But here's the... Because this violence, Israel's violence is... Firstly, I don't know the exact number, so that we can't react to a fake number. That
my understanding, it hasn't ever. There's never been like a year of peace with Hamas.
But here's the problem with that take, because the violence against the Palestinians is ceaseless. It's a constant thing. They're constantly being harassed. They're constantly being beaten and abused. Their movements controlled, being killed. So that's ceaseless. And basically, the idea about putting the focus on the rockets is if these people would just bend over and take it for what? X amount of time? A year? 2 years? Do they have to bend over and take it for 5 years without lifting a finger, and then they're stamped approved for rights and self-determination?
No, I think it's just keep fighting forever. See what happens.
Okay.
How's that working out for them right now? What do you think?
Nothing's working out for them.
Oh, yeah? So more violence until they're... Yeah? How do you think it looks now compared to 2 months ago? Do you think it's better now or worse?
I think it looks as bad as it did 2 months ago.
Oh, really? The current excursion into Gaza is about as bad as it was 2 months ago?
If we're talking about the potential for them to have their own self-determination, their own state, be free from military rule, nothing's changed.
Oh, so they're as close to their own state now as they were in the year 2000 or 2008 or...
Well,
yes,
which
means
actually
they weren't close at all.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I would say they're closer now because I haven't heard Biden talk about 2 states since he became a president until, what, October 7th? Now he's calling for 2 states. So you can argue that violence is the only thing that has ever made the public opinion...
How much money do you want to bet on a solution? I'll give you 10-to-1 odds on a 2-state solution materializing in the next 5 years.
I don't want to bet on that.
I mean, neither.
Okay. They're no closer. That's a delusional point. That is one of the most unbelievable things I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, because I'm not saying they're any closer. I said they're no closer. There's no difference. The power with the party with the political power is obviously Israel and the United States. The Palestinians don't hold political power. They never did. So whether they respond, whether they don't, I mean, it's impossible to say what will move them closer or further because they're not close at all.
Also, Biden apparently Biden has always supported 2 states.
Yeah, most of the world has supported 2 states. That's pretty universal. Israel is one of the only countries with a leadership that
curious
doesn't support
on this. Back on this one point, I'm so curious. What do you think is necessary for apartheid conditions? What do you think that means? Give me some qualifiers for you.
It's a long list, so look up the list.
No, you tell me. You tell me.
Okay, but it's going to be an exhaustive list. All right.
Just give me like 5 things, I guess.
Segregating populations, subjecting them to different laws.
Segregating populations, subjecting them to different laws.
That's the meat of it. I mean,
Okay. So by this definition, if I look at every single military occupation, we'll say Germany's expansion of World War II, we'll say anybody's expansion of World War I, we'll look at Japan's expansion in the Sino-Japanese wars. If I look at any of these other wars in the past where one people have occupied another people for any period in time, we could say Russia's invasion into Ukraine right now. Would you call all of those apartheid conditions? All of that was apartheid?
So if Russia continues to occupy eastern Ukraine, separates Russians from Ukrainians, establishes Russian colonies, takes control of the resources.
Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, now we're adding a whole bunch of more things. Okay.
Yeah, because these are the things that describe apartheid.
Take control of resources.
You're saying occupation. I'm telling you, it's occupation is obviously a part of it. It's not about.
Okay, so then give me 5. So we'll go back. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back because clearly my question is confusing you now. That's fine, which I understand because you have got an undefensible position. So let me ask you again. Give me like 5 big things you would say if these things are happening, this is probably apartheid. Okay.
Okay. Well,
so we had one was segregating population. No. Why are you looking it up now? You had the strong opinion. What is that opinion based on? How are you going to go retrospective?
The fundamental problem is you're segregating populations, you're subjecting them to different laws.
Yeah.
That's the and you're discriminating against one of those populations. That's the fundamental. That's the backbone of it. Now you want to give
Okay, but what you've just described is every single invasion / occupation in the entire history of the world.
No, it isn't. We're talking about moving in your own population, moving in your population, establishing colonies.
Okay, so now we got moving in your own population. Okay.
In this case,
so 3. So in this case, wait. So that doesn't always have to be the case, or
it doesn't have to be the case if your population is already there. I mean, at some point, if you're talking about South Africa, then of course, at a certain point, people came from abroad and entered that territory.
Okay, wait. Can you give me an example? Can you give me an example?
Separate and rule over.
Can you give me an example of a military occupation that wouldn't fit this same criteria of apartheid? Like in South Africa, did you have to move in your population? Like, I didn't even know that in South Africa that was the part of like the apartheid conditions, was moving in you're literally inventing new things to make it so Israel's an apartheid state. You're adding new things just to make it so Israel fits.
No, that's important. Israel has to move their population into the West Bank for it to create this apartheid system. Now, you could possibly say that even if they didn't move in their population, Greater Israel would still have Jewish citizens and Arab citizens and could still be considered an apartheid. That's fair. So maybe you don't need to move your citizens in, but it just lends to the parallels.
Okay. So can you give me an example?
Is a good description.
I'm gonna keep asking you of this, okay? Can you give me an example of a country that occupied another country in like a military conflict that doesn't fit all these same criteria? Give me an example of an occupation where populations weren't segregated, people weren't subjected to different laws. Can you give me an example of this? Or am I just trying to figure out, because what you're telling me, what I'm hearing, this is what I'm helping you try to get out of, okay? But you're not gonna be able to get out of this. What I'm trying to help you get out of is, it sounds to me like what you're describing as apartheid is every single occupation ever.
Okay, so give me the parallel example.
And anything, the current Russian invasion in Ukraine we can go with.
Okay, so Russia has taken eastern Ukraine. It's moved Russian people in. It's subjecting Russians and
stop. I'm rejecting that. Moving other people in is a new thing you're adding. That's not part of apartheid. Moving people in. I don't know where you got that from.
So if Russia functionally annexes East Ukraine and subjects Ukrainians to different laws and discrimination,
yes,
that would be an apartheid system.
Correct.
Yeah.
If Russia annexes territory and then makes those people citizens and then subjects them to different laws, that would be apartheid.
No, it doesn't have to make them citizens necessarily, but if it rules over them. And we're talking about 56 years here. So obviously the distinction between, this is just a military occupation and it's been 56 years. This is a part of your country. You've made it a part of your country, and everything you're doing demonstrates your interest in incorporating it further and further into your country.
This is all like vague. I don't even know like what.
Okay, it's not vague.
It is vague. You're like, well, if they move people over and they make them over more and more in time and blah blah blah.
So you're telling me describe what makes an apartheid? I describe it, and you say, oh, you're saying it's about this or about, like, what is the argument here? conditions are met for apartheid, this is how an apartheid looks.
It's not how an apartheid looks.
Okay, so that's what. Okay, fine. Then let's leave that because that's what we're down to now.
Okay.
It is. It's not. It is. It's not. Okay.
Well, I mean, to be clear, like that's not the issue with South Africa. The reason why it was such a horrible, disgusting thing was
okay,
because
but it's not a horrible, disgusting thing when
What?
it's the Palestinians.
No, it's not an apartheid when it's the Palestinians.
Okay, is it a horrible, disgusting thing?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
The problem with apartheid for South Africa was that they were treating their own citizens in their country like this, that this level of separatedness was existing, and they were treating different races of people on different levels.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
But in a military occupation, you would never expect people to be treated the same. That's not how military occupation works.
56 years. Okay, it could be 2 centuries of military occupation. It could be 1,000 years of military occupation, and you don't expect them to treat these people any better.
Yeah, I think that when the years have gone on, obviously running into an issue, but again...
Yeah, okay, yeah, 56 years.
Yes. The problem, though, isn't the apartheidness. That's a symptom of the occupation. That's what needs to end.
It's one and the same. It doesn't matter if...
It's literally not one and the same.
Apartheid needs to end, but not the occupation. The occupation needs to end, but not the apartheid.
If the occupation ends... Hold on. If the occupation ends, the apartheid goes away, because now it's a Palestinian state. They can do what they want with it.
Yeah, they're related. Apartheid isn't saying it's this, not that.
Okay, so apartheid is when bad things happen. Okay, I got it.
No, it's not when bad things happen.
Apartheid is when bad things happen.
It's description of the conditions.
It's literally describing nothing, because I'm literally trying to figure out like what you even think apartheid means. And like for Israel, you're like adding new things. Like, well, if they move in their own people, that's not apartheid.
You told me to add more things.
I did, and I asked you what separates this from every single military occupation ever being apartheid. Because it sounds like the definition you're giving me of apartheid could apply to every single.
Give me an occupation that's been like this. If that's the game you want to play, show me an occupation that resembles the situation in Israel and the occupied territories.
Plenty of people have occupied plenty of other people. It just hasn't gone on for this long. That's the big differentiator here is the time factor.
So you're starting to find differences. You could add some more.
If I find differences, I would probably say this is a really long occupation. Or maybe I would describe it as something unique or different. But I wouldn't use apartheid. What a retarded term to use. Why would I draw something?
Because you say so.
No, it's retarded because apartheid was literally specifically created to describe the system of separation that existed. Yes. It literally means separate, I think, in Afrikaans or whatever. It literally has a word. It was specifically described for South Africa. Yes. So you're the retard when you're trying to bring it because you're like, well, this is an occupation and it's gone on for really long and it's really bad. So I'm going to go take it from South Africa.
The crime of apartheid has to do with these conditions that we described, separating populations, subjecting them to different laws, discriminating against one of those populations.
No, you keep saying populations.
No, okay.
No,
okay.
yes,
Why
no. You keep saying
going over this if you just
because you keep adding or twisting the words a little bit because you either
I'm not
don't know what
or twisting anything.
Yes, it doesn't mean separating populations. It means separating your population. The citizens, the people in your country, not people of other countries and not people of occupied territories.
If you rule over a people for 56 years, they're living under Israel's military rule. They can say indefinitely they're not our people, but they live under Israel's government. They live under their rule.
Destiny, in your argument, so in South Africa, if they took away citizenship from all the black people, is it no longer apartheid?
If they like took away citizenship and they like shipped them all to like another territory or some shit, then it would be.
Didn't ship them anywhere. Left them in the enclaves that they lived in their neighborhoods. Is it no longer apartheid?
If you end up creating a word for it, it would probably still be, if you're literally like taking citizenship away from people that had citizenship or something and they're living like in your country and everything.
So it's not apartheid.
It probably still would be, I would imagine.
Okay, so then the citizenship argument doesn't make sense.
The what?
The citizenship argument where they're different, they're not citizens of Israel, that doesn't disqualify it from being apartheid just because they're not Israeli citizens.
Okay, you're trying to reapply something. You're changing some of the fundamental aspects of what apartheid was, and then you're doing it because you just want to apply it to this situation of a very long, I admit, military occupation. That's what you're doing.
What are the fundamental aspects?
The fundamental aspects are people of your own country, your own citizens that you were treating. You've got like a caste system for different races of people in your country.
Netanyahu holds up. Look at what do the Israelis refer to the West Bank as? Judea and Samaria. They filled it with their settlements. It's theirs. They don't acknowledge there's an occupation. Are you aware of that?
I mean, obviously
They
they
don't
do
say
because they
there's an
haven't annexed it formally, and
No.
they're not part of their like
No,
voting.
they functionally annexed it, and they don't acknowledge that they're occupied territories.
Okay.
Okay, so we can put that. I think we've settled that.
You
Now
haven't
let's
settled
talk
it. You
about-
haven't settled. To be clear, you don't have a functional
Okay, so-
definition of apartheid. You still can't give it to me.
I gave you the definition.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
You
We'll
just
do
keep
this one more
ignoring
time.
it.
Okay, I'm not paying attention because I'm too emotionally invested in this point. Give me then your qualifying points for what makes us an apartheid. Tell me. Go ahead.
You have two populations that you've separated. In this case, based on ethnicity.
Wait, when you say
And
separated, what do you mean by that?
It means they're segregated. You got walls between them. Certain people can live here. Certain people can live there. You have military making sure that they don't cross between those areas.
Okay, two populations are separated by walls.
Walls, military, however you're going to do it, it's a combination, but they're segregated, separated populations.
Okay.
Okay, they're subject to different laws, different living conditions. They have different rights.
That's different laws and living conditions. Yeah. I'll say different rights.
Okay, that's the basis of apartheid.
Okay. Then my question is how is every single military occupation then not apartheid?
Okay, give me a military occupation that's like that then.
When
And
I don't know all the background. We can go
also,
look this up. Okay, now I'm
Israel
doing your homework for you.
doesn't-
But my question is, when
Okay,
Germany,
but
say when
also-
Germany invaded and occupied Poland, were all the
Wait,
Polish
for-
people given the same rights and privileges as normal German citizens?
Well, you could potentially try to say that the Jewish people were stuck into ghettos, were living under an apartheid system, but Israel's government doesn't even acknowledge there's an occupation. For them,
Wait, hold on.
it's
I'm
one
sorry.
country.
Hold on. For some reason, you just completely ignored what I said, and I'm sure the internet cut out or something. Okay. What I'm asking is was Germany's occupation of Poland, was that apartheid?
For the Jews.
What about did normal Polish citizens have the right to
What
like
about the Jews?
What? No, I don't even think you would call the Jews apartheid. No, they were being
Okay,
genocided.
Fine. So you have some distinction that only you can recognize but can't explain.
Okay. Oh no.
for why it's not
Hold on.
apartheid.
Oh wait. Hold on. You must have ignored the entire conversation. I can explain apartheid perfectly because apartheid was a word that was created specifically in the language that is used in South Africa to explain the system in South Africa. I can tell you exactly what I think apartheid is. Yes.
The crime of apartheid, which comes after the apartheid in South Africa, refers to imposing certain conditions on people, as we've described. No, you're not telling me why those conditions don't apply, so I don't know. How long are we going to...
Because I've never heard of those conditions applying to an occupied territory.
Okay, so you
For the-
haven't
if I look
heard-
at the
heard
crime
them
of
being
apartheid-
applied. They're applied to the Palestinians. There's 5 million of them. They've been living under Israel's rule for 56 years. And Israel doesn't consider it occupied territory. They consider it their territory. They consider it a part of Israel.
You acknowledged this was an apartheid yesterday, but you just kind of said it's like not that serious. But you're like, yeah, it's an apartheid, and also.
Hold
the
on.
PhD
Oh my God!
Okay,
Stop.
okay,
Wait.
hold on,
What?
hold on.
No. Hold
Okay,
on. I said that I said functionally, maybe you could argue that, or that the conditions are all similar. But the problem is not apartheid. The problem is, and I would never call it apartheid. The problem is that it's an occupation, and in a military occupation, by definition, you're not afforded the same rights as your occupiers. That's how every single military occupation in the history of the entire world has worked. So what needs to be
Okay.
solved is the occupation, and calling it apartheid is fucking stupid.
Why is it stupid?
Because it misses the whole point of what's happening.
Why does it miss the point? You've got 5 million Palestinians living under Israel's rule for 56 years, and they're subjected to different laws. They're segregated. They're discriminated against. Israel considers them living in Israel. They've claimed all that territory.
Okay. They haven't. They haven't annexed it. They have not formally annexed it. Like,
Why don't we? Yeah, they functionally annexed it, and they've discussed formally annexing it. And if you look at the polls, most of the people who support annexation support it explicitly with privileged status for Jews. That's why other people have argued against it in Israel because they understand that it's a formal declaration of the
Correct,
apartheid.
and that would
They
be
formally-
apartheid. If Israel actually annexed the territory and didn't grant those Palestinians the same right, then that would be actually apartheid. Now we have a real system of apartheid.
So,
Yes.
So until Israel signs a piece of paper saying they're apartheid, we don't call it apartheid, even if it's functionally an apartheid.
But it's not functionally apartheid. In Israel, do different races of people have different
so
rights?
Functionally, what changes? Functionally, what changes if they say they're annexing the West Bank, but they keep everything the same?
If they functionally annex the territory, they must give the people in that territory the same status and rights as citizens proper. They have to do that.
Okay, one would believe they have to do that, but they don't have to do it if they want to carry on with their apartheid system. And that's obviously Netanyahu is not interested in annexing the West Bank and then giving 5 million Palestinians the vote. It would no longer be a Jewish state. And that's in law, 2018 nation.
Yeah, that's why they don't formally annex it. Yes.
Yes, but they've talked about it. Why are they talking about it?
Because they probably want to figure out a way to do it. Yeah, no shit. That's their goal.
Obviously, be with privileged status for the Jews. But now let's talk about.
No, it probably wouldn't be for privileged status of the Jews. This is the reason why they expand settlements where they do. It's why they're interested in like Area C. It's why they're interested in certain parts because they want to try to. It's why they pulled back unilaterally from the Gaza Strip. The goal is to make it so that they can take parts of the territory and incorporate as many Palestinians as they can, while giving them full rights, knowing that it won't threaten their demographic majority. They're doing everything they can to avoid the
Give
apartheid
them full
shit.
rights? What are you talking about?
As in when they take over certain parts and they offer citizenship to Arabs in those areas, they're granted all the same and full rights that you have in the country of Israel.
Okay, Israel, I just told you, they're not. It's in their law. The Arabs don't have the national right to self-determination. Only the Jews.
How does it? What is like a right or thing that an Arab can't do? Are Arabs allowed to run for the Knesset?
There's some
Well,
land, some
There's
Jewish
certain laws
land,
they
they're
can't
not allowed to
move
vote.
into certain areas. You can discriminate in terms of housing based on.
In Israel
ethnicity.
proper, can you give me an example of this? What do
Yeah.
you mean by that?
I'll send you one.
Okay, he'll send it. But also, technically, based on that law, if they became too large a portion of the population, they wouldn't be allowed to. That wouldn't be allowed.
People are saying that Jewish people and Arab people aren't allowed to move into certain areas. Is that true?
It may be true. I mean, that's true of apartheid.
Okay.
You're not. White people and black people were not supposed to mix. That was not allowed. And your interfaith marriage is not allowed in Israel.
I'm pretty sure you can do interfaith marriage now. You just have,
You
there's like
have
a
to.
loophole
You have
for
to.
it.
You have to go somewhere else to get married. and
Well,
then-
but yeah, I think like Montana lets you do it like online or some stupid shit, and they'll let you do it. They just don't ask questions about it.
Now, the idea that you put all the focus on the rockets, I generally want to know, what do you think the Palestinians can do that will bring them their rights and their freedom?
I already
give
said
them
they
a
need
state?
to fixate on leadership that helps them negotiate realistically towards a two-state solution. They need to stop supporting terrorists. They need to stop supporting people like Hamas. They need to stop accepting support from terrorists. And they need to work with surrounding Arab nations to come together with a peaceful agreement and settlement and a finality of the Palestinian problem in Jew land and fucking Palestine land or whatever. They have to,
so
like, yeah.
the PLO recognized Israel. They agreed to stop launching attacks. There was supposed to be a two-state solution. That never materialized. The PLO, the creation of the Palestinian Authority, that was created by Israel and America and the PLO, and it's funded by Israel and America and allies. It's trained by them, and it has to meet Israel's security demands. And it's accomplished nothing in terms of getting them their own state or their rights, their self-determination. So
okay. I mean, if they can't even handle like the first step of creating an Arab government, then they're probably hopeless anyways. Then who the fuck cares? We'll just carry on for 10, 20, 30, 40 years until I guess they've all been cleansed or kicked out of the region, and that's it. That's because that's the only
that is
that's the
hopeless.
only path forward. What do you think? What do you think
saying,
is the path forward? What do you think is the path forward? What do you think they should do?
The path forward is the U.S. government or the Israeli government, which means the people of America or the people of Israel have to push for their leaders to actually enter into good faith negotiations to get a political resolution.
What do you mean by
It's
good
on
faith
us.
negotiations?
Good faith
It means
negotiations.
accept the resolution that's recognized by the entire world and
The
actually
entire
an
world
ICJ ruling.
already
Wait,
ignored
hold on.
Okay.
Destiny, hold on. The ICJ ruling actually word for word states, and I'm gonna quote it now. It's not me. The court would emphasize that both Israel and Palestine are under the obligation okay, I can't say this word, to observe the rules of international humanitarian law, one of the paramount purposes of which to protect civilian life, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to find it. Okay, this tragic situation can be brought to an end only through implementation in good faith of all relevant security resolutions, in particular 242 and 338. This is the ICJ. The whole world votes on this. Only Israel and America say no. Everyone has agreed to this except those two.
Well, the United States
then
also
we should just,
supports
I think
the
every single
establishment of
year.
two states and the Green
Yeah,
Line,
I think
but they
every
don't
single
actually
year. Okay.
put any pressure on Israel. They have to put actual pressure on them.
You guys win. I concede. We should just keep voting on the resolution over and over again every year, and maybe we'll come back in 50 years and that'll fix everything. There we go. Boom. There we got it.
The population of America should push.
I think we're one or two resolutions away. We just need like one or two more of these unanimous resolutions that everybody except for Israel and the United States votes on, and then we've got it, dude. Boom.
The population
of
America
easy.
needs to push the U.S. government to put serious pressure on
the
Israel.
population of the United States is not going to do that when Hamas is a fucking terrorist group. So that's never happening. So eject that from your brain right now, number one. And the population of Israel isn't going to support it when Palestinians broadly support terrorism and attacks against Israeli citizens. So ignore that too. So that's never going to happen. So
there are a lot of people who are pushing for that. And the
really a lot.
State solution. The two-state solution is considered like the default. Like the problem is the U.S. never puts pressure on Israel to actually make serious. Enter into serious negotiations.
What are you talking? The U.S. has hosted so many fucking like accords and camps and shit to try to get people over here to figure out something else.
If you look at these so-called peace talks, what was offered, it's separating West Bank into enclaves.
Yeah, it's not as good as it could have been, but you know what? Yeah, listen, when you tried to genocide somebody 50 times and you've lost over and over again, you kind of lose a lot in your negotiating position. That's what happens.
Not a viable state, period. They want to retain control over the area between Jordan and the West Bank. It would be completely surrounded by Israel's territory and military. There would be enclaves completely surrounded by Israel. Now, if you call that a peace offering, then we can compare that to Gaza. Gaza was a peace offering, except it's surrounded by Israel's military. It's controlled by land, air, and sea. They control the Rafah crossing. They call that Egypt's border with Gaza or Gaza's border with Egypt. Really, it's Israel's border with Egypt. Gaza cannot survive without
Why do you think Israel has control over the Rafah crossing?
What do you mean why? Because they do. Because they've maintained control with Egypt. They treat it as Israel's border with Egypt.
Wasn't there
the point is, if you completely surround...
No, hold on. Didn't something happen around 2017 where Egypt had like a really big reason for wanting to shut down that crossing and not allow Palestinian terrorists to cross back and forth between that anymore, which is why Egypt is pretty hands-off and doesn't give a fuck about ever trying to open or secure that for the Palestinians? Didn't something happen around 2017 for this? Or
no, you have to go back to the beginning of the blockade. That border has never been controlled by Gaza.
I didn't say it wasn't controlled by Gaza. I'm saying it's not controlled completely by Egypt.
And Israel.
Yeah, there you go.
It's
by
also
Egypt
controlled
and Israel.
by Egypt. Yeah, because that's how every border works. It's controlled by.
So why does Egypt have it locked off as well? Why does Egypt?
That's Egypt's prerogative, but also Egypt can't unilaterally decide what goes in and out of that border, just like Canada can't unilaterally decide what comes in and goes across the American border. The border clearly is between Egypt and Israel, not Egypt and Gaza. Gaza is not an independent entity, and my point is that's their idea of a peace offer. Completely surround them, control them, and pretend that you've given them a peace offer and they have independence. You can't have independence if you don't have your own borders, if you're completely surrounded by a hostile force that controls everything.
I'm asking why, first of all, Egypt absolutely can let things in and out. They choose not to for good reasons because of terrorists that move in and out of there. Egypt used to send.
Can't.
What do you mean they can't?
They can't without Israel say so.
Israel has a military base that gets to check everything that goes through the Rafah crossing.
Why?
Why doesn't matter? The point that's
why it's because terrorists used to smuggle shit in and out of there, some of which would cause attacks in Egypt. There's a reason why Egypt
doesn't matter. It's because it doesn't matter.
What do you mean? It's because it doesn't matter.
We're talking about what is a so-called peace offering. What is their so-called independence that they're going to offer?
No, hold on. I'm just saying it's just interesting that you can't say Israel controls all sides of the border. Egypt absolutely, if they wanted to fight for their side of the Rafah border, they absolutely could. They don't want to deal with those people anymore. In 2014, they literally fucking demolished every fucking Palestinian house that was on their side of the border of the Gaza Strip. There's a reason they did this.
It's not for Egypt or Israel to decide unilaterally what goes in and out of that border. It functions like most borders do. Any border does. Both countries get to decide what comes in and out of their country.
Okay.
Gaza doesn't get to decide. Israel decides. It's
Yeah,
Israel's
of course,
border
because
with
they're ran
Egypt.
by a terrorist group, and they've kind of ceded the right to do that. Yeah.
Because doesn't matter. The point is that's the idea of independence. That's the peace offering. These so-called peace offerings are actually plans to legitimize the status quo, which is Israel retaining control over the entirety of the region and over the enclaves which are enclosed by the Israeli military and Israeli territory. That's not a peace offering.
Why are you against? I'm just curious. Maybe you have a good reason for it, but why are you, or maybe you're not against? But what do you think of the pre-67 borders? Do you think that is not a reasonable solution with some land swaps?
I think pre-67 is fine, because that's probably
then
the
why
only...
doesn't Israel accept it? Why does Israel accept it?
Hold on. I said pre-67 is fine as like a starting point, but obviously you're going to be negotiating from the Palestinian side pretty down from this position. So I don't know what percentage of
Which
land...
they always have done. They've always made the concessions. Israel has never made concessions.
What do you mean?
So
What do you mean? Israel has never made concessions.
Name one concession outside of 242 that Israel has made.
What is a land swap?
That's not a concession. That is an illegally built settlement imposed on the Palestinians. They didn't have a choice, and now Israel's going to have to give them land back for that land that they illegally took, as recognized by the ICJ. So there is no concessions being made by Israel. It's not like Palestine.
Wait, hold on. What is land illegally took recognized by the ICJ? Can you point me to that?
That means when I say settlements built in East Jerusalem illegally and in the West
you're saying
Bank
just the the construction of the settlements are illegal.
Well, yeah. So now Israel de facto wants sovereignty over those settlements and not dismantle them, right? They want to retain 80% of the settlers, or 80% of the settlers living there are all in East Jerusalem, from what I understand, and they want to keep that land. So by default, they have. It's not the Palestinians' fault that they're giving land swaps.
I think that in any point, Israel land swapping or making deals is making concessions. Like if they wanted, they could just formally annex. They could just cut away and formally annex whatever they want and say, "Fuck it, you guys, here's your state, good luck," and then pull out and everything and abandon it if they wanted to.
So you think Israel's concession is giving land back that they had stole from the Palestinians?
Nobody stole land from the Palestinians. When was land stolen from the Palestinians? What are you talking about?
I mean, it was all stolen. Like the majority of it was stolen from the Palestinians when they massacred their villages and pushed 700,000 people out.
No, I sure didn't say that. I never said that.
That's 80%.
You said the basis should be 242. That's what you said.
I didn't say the basis. I said that we can start at 67 because emotionally, that's what feels good for everybody. That's literally the only reason.
Let's start at 67. So if we start at 67, let's have it exactly at 67.
No, why the fuck would Israel agree to that? There's no...
Exactly. I agree they won't agree to that because they built so much illegal settlements on Palestinian territories.
Hold on. Here's a question.
That's facts.
In 1948, if the Arab states would have won the first Arab-Israeli war, would they have expelled, ethnically cleansed 95% of the Jewish people from that region?
So you're gonna weasel.
Okay, I'm gonna just to let you know, I'm gonna re-ask these questions every single time. Okay, let me know when you're done, and I'm gonna re-ask.
Let's go to 1948. That's fine.
Okay.
1948. You said if Arabs won the war, I think they would have expelled
90+% of the yes.
Of the Europeans, yes.
Okay.
I don't think they would have expelled any. In my opinion, obviously, we don't have a fucking 8-ball like a magic, fucking whatever they called.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't think they would expel every single European.
Sure, maybe not every single one, but
probably expel a majority of them.
Okay, cool.
I would agree with that.
So in 48, they would have ethnically cleansed a majority of the Jewish people there. In 67, if they would have won that war, would they have ethnically cleansed a majority of the Jews there?
I have no idea.
Come on, bro. Okay, hold on. No, wait. I know, I understand, but I'm also going to say you have to go. You need to do more research and come back to me with a more informed answer. If you don't know in 67 if they would have ethnically cleansed the majority of Jewish people there,
I'm not interested in arguing that. I think this is all like a major deflection from the core
that's
of the
what I'm
issue.
saying. I feel like
you can talk in circles endlessly about hypothetically what so and so would have done in alternate histories. We can write extensive alternate histories. We can go endlessly. It's pointless.
No, here's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to explain the feeling. In 1948, if the Arabs would have won the first Arab-Israeli war, they would have ethnically cleansed the majority of Jewish people there. In 1967, if they would have won the third Arab-Israeli war, they would have ethnically cleansed the majority of the Jews there. In 73, if they would have won the fourth Arab-Israeli war, they would have ethnically cleansed the majority there. To lose all four of those wars and then for Egypt to declare peace, and then to say, okay, can we go back to the borders that we had in 48 after we failed to ethnically cleanse you 3 times? Do you understand how stupid that sounds as a starting point for negotiations?
Alternate history. We can write a whole
Wait,
alternate
hold on.
history.
What part of this is alternate history?
We want.
That was the stated goal in every single war, in every single conflict.
Percy, that's
what
literally what you're
ended up
doing is
happening
writing
is-
alternate history, and I'm not interested because there's not going to be any resolution. We're going to bark back and forth at each other about.
Okay,
whose
well then
alternate history is
then
more
bringing up
reasonable.
67 borders is alternate history because right now we don't live there. They lost in 67. They don't have those borders.
It's not alternate history. The international consensus is that
okay.
a two-state solution should be established
hold
along
on,
the Green Line.
Hold on. This is very important. Destiny, you keep saying war, war, war. First of all, 48 happened before the 49 armistice lines. We agree on that. Armistice lines was the end of the war. That's where they signed all their treaties. Okay, we're at peace. Then what happened is during the 67 war, and when Israel took the land from Jordan at the time, and has been building settlements there ever since, that's when 242 said, hey, it's inadmissible to take land from another country during a war. We've had this argument yesterday about what is considered who owned the land before, but not an interesting conversation. The conversation now is since the 80s, since 89 exactly, the whole world has agreed, okay, guys, solve this problem. Before there was a Hamas, they said, let's solve this problem. The solution was 67 borders, and Israel has never agreed to that. Never. Palestine agreed to it in 88. Israel has never, ever agreed to that. That's the problem. And until Israel agrees to that, they have no moral standing because they're the ones
They
maintaining
have
the
perfect
occupation.
moral standing, bro. They've got moral standing to kick even more people out. Fuck, these guys tried to genocide them 3 or 4 times, and now that they've lost, and now that the Soviet Union has collapsed, and the only people backing them are terrorist groups, they're like, can we roll the clock back 70 years and pretend that we're back there again? Of course you don't have any. Hold on. Wait. I just want to be ultra clear. Hold on. Wait. Just to be ultra clear, Palestinians have 0 moral standing right now for any territory. They should probably just leave and go to the surrounding countries. They tried genocide 4 times and they lost every single time, and now the people that were backing them are gone, and now they're saying, can we roll the clock back? Where's the moral standing there? That's insane.
Yeah, okay. Palestinian children being bombed into a million pieces have no moral standing. You're right.
No, but the Israeli partiers that come from Germany and shit, they absolutely should get raped and shoved into fucking Gaza and executed. And
5 million people born under military rule, living under military rule for 56 years. They have no moral standing. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you think being a victim gives you moral standing to make negotiations for borders?
You have a moral standing to advocate for your own rights.
With
your own
rockets?
freedoms.
Forget moral standing.
I'm not
What you
talking
said,
about with
Destiny,
rockets or with this or that, because my belief is that nothing is getting them closer, and that it's entirely on the United States and Israel to produce a solution.
Okay, well, when you look at the history of the region, as much as I hate to appeal to it, conflict lost the Arabs over and over and over again. The only thing that helped any of these states secure a lasting peace was them saying, hey, Israel, maybe we should stop fighting. And then when they did it, Israel was like, okay, sure. And then they stopped.
Okay. So you're falsely assuming that the Zionists, when they conceived of the whole Zionist movement, were willing to collaborate with the native population. They had 0 interest in that. If you read their writings, they refer to them as the natives, but they never once talk about negotiating some kind of settlement with them.
Then why is it that in 47, why did they accept a partition plan that had 45% of the Arabs living in their territory?
Okay, so if you read Ben-Gurion, he's the first prime minister of Israel. If you read what he wrote about it, it was very unpopular. Just so you know, the partition plan among the Zionists, it was not popular. Ben-Gurion approved of it because he said it's going to make us stronger to have a partial state. And from that point, from that position of strength, we will go on to conquer the country in its entirety. And of course, they did do that.
In 1947, you told me, you said they didn't want to work with or live with any of the Arabs. And in 47, they accepted a partition plan where 45% of their population would have been Arab Palestinians.
Okay, firstly, that would have been their population if they didn't ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, if there was no population transfer, which there was a lot of talk about.
The ethnic cleanse came after the Civil War. It was a response to the Civil War from 47 to 49.
It was during.
Yes,
it was
because there was a Civil War.
Before
Yes.
the war. Yeah.
No. Hold on. It was before the 48 War of Independence.
Yes.
It was during the 47 to 49 Civil War of Palestine. Yes.
No, 47 to 48. Yeah, that's when they ethnically cleansed 100,000 Palestinians. The Arabs didn't enter until after the Zionist forces had already ethnically cleansed over 100,000 people. And that 47 partition plan, it was giving away the major cities, coastline. hundreds of thousands of Arabs live there, and also it simply would not have been possible. Zionism would have failed if they maintained a 50% Arab population. It would have been a complete, unambiguous failure.
Well,
of
damn,
Zionism.
then
The
maybe
whole
they should have
point was to
tried.
a Jewish
Now
state.
imagine if they tried that and accepted it, and then after accepting it, Israelis started to ethnically cleanse
Yeah,
people from within their own borders.
Why should we imagine if they agreed to give away their cities and their land and their homes?
Because right
and be
now,
colonized?
earlier
Why should we imagine that?
earlier you got mad at me about giving you the hypothetical. What would have happened if the Arabs would have won any of the 4 Arab-Israeli wars? You're like, well, I can't imagine a different history. Now you're giving
No,
me
I'm
a
not trying to
fantastic.
imagine a
You
different
are.
history.
You're giving me
I'm
a
not-
history of when
No,
the
I'm
Arabs
not.
never attacked. Israel would have expelled all those Arabs anyway. You don't know that. You have no proof of that. And I can
Okay,
give you
fine.
some proof to the
wanna get me
contrary.
on that? Yeah, we can assume that maybe they would have just stopped right there at 80%, obviously well beyond what was in that partition plan, but they would have stopped right there and left it alone. Except they did go on to take it all. But
After
again,
everybody
okay,
declared
that's
war
why-
against them.
That's why they attacked their neighbors.
No, not until they declared war. Because guess what? The neighbors didn't care until they declared themselves a nation. Why? People say like, oh, the Arab nations attacked in response to the Nakba. No, they bullshit. They attacked in response to the 48 Declaration of Independence. If the Arab nations were going to attack in response to the Nakba, why didn't they attack in 47 when it started? Why didn't they attack in 1947 when the Civil War started?
Attack until the British withdrew. But
Until Israel declared independence in 48.
Yes, that was the same day the British withdrew. It was on the same day.
What, and you think in 47 they couldn't have attacked earlier if all their poor Palestinian brethren were being attacked?
Well, okay. Clearly attacking while the British were in there would have been a more controversial move.
Why? They were already all fighting and killing each other anyway, and the British.
Okay,
Nobody liked the British at that point. The Arabs and the Jewish people were fighting and
let's get
attacking the
into
British.
minds of all the neighboring Arab countries, and let's discuss that till the end of time. But it's not really going to take us anywhere.
Oh, okay.
The point is that Israel and the Zionist movement have always wanted to take. It's always been a movement.
Yeah,
to
listen,
colonize the
I
region of
understand.
Palestine
I
and
know.
take it all
We've ran
over.
this cope argument from pro-Palestinian people a million times, but the reality is you can't show that because any time Israel would have had territorial aspirations, it was always preceded by some insane Arab shit. So it's hard for me to say like they would have done it otherwise. I can't. It's hard to
Insane
prove
Arab
that.
shit. Okay. So this is the way you see it because you don't see anything Israel does. So it's always the Arabs attack and then Israel responds. So when Moshe Dayan, he was the defense minister in Israel, is saying that they're sending a tractor into disputed Syrian territory.
Oh, the Syrian shit. First of all,
Yes.
wasn't this in the 70s or the 80s? Wasn't this even? This is way after.
No.
Okay.
This was before they captured the Golan Heights. They send it into disputed territory. They try and get the Syrians to fire. Once they fire, then they hit them with artillery, with
Yeah, I can go.
airstrike.
I've seen the one news article. You might have even been the guy that looked it. I can go back and like look at the source of that again. But
He was
like
the defense minister.
What?
He was the
I
defense
know who
minister.
Diana
And he
is.
said
Thank
they
you. Yes.
captured it purely at the behest of land-hungry farmers and army men.
Only at the behest. You don't think it had to do with the
That's
fact
what he
that
said.
that place was used as like a staging ground for attacks? Wasn't that some of the bloodiest fighting?
He said that 80% of the border clashes were instigated by Israel, meaning they wanted to fight there. That was the whole point. That's what they were doing on that border.
Okay, do you first of all, even if I
And
take
then
this one, hold on, no,
you
wait, stop. Even if I take
Yeah.
that one news article seriously, which it sounds like bullshit to me, but
No,
I can try
it's
to
not-
like, it is one article that I've seen with that one quote from Dayan saying that Israel was actually trying to provoke all the conflict on the border to the north or whatever. So
No,
even
we
if
can
I
talk
take
about
that,
other places too.
okay, what other places?
We can talk about Jordan, where the Jordanians were shooting at liberation soldiers heading into Israel. They were killing more of them than Israel was, and Israel led an incursion into Jordan and destroyed a bunch of houses and killed a bunch of people.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The liberation fighters entering Israel from Jordan.
What?
Give me
the
years. I need
Jordanians were
years. Wait,
killing
which
more
part
of
them.
it? What are we
What?
talking about? Which years are we talking about? What are you talking about right now?
Pre-1967. The point is this: there was tension at the borders. It wasn't one way. It was also Israel was also instigating and attacking too.
Sure, there were absolutely tensions on the borders.
And
Yes,
obviously, we know that if you conquer a territory, and 80% of the native population of that territory you forced out, to expect it to just cleanly end, like nobody's gonna come back. Your neighbors should handle it. Your neighbors are now taxed.
Oh,
with the
really? Because that's what the
responsibility
Jews did throughout the entire Arab world. Was it like almost 1 million of them left all of the other Arab countries? They didn't ask for their shit back. A lot of them lost all their property, all their money. They didn't get any fucking refugee bullshit. They didn't get any just compensation. They didn't ask for anything back.
So if the Arab countries are to say, "Oh no, the Jews have no right to come back here," I would disagree with that.
Okay, they're not going to say that. They want them to go back there so that they can kill them and pogrom them. I mean,
okay, and obviously they were not all expelled, as you know. They immigrated.
Can you?
in
Okay,
large
hold on.
part.
Let's end on this point, okay? Because you're a jumper. I see what you're doing here. You're a jumper. Can
I'm
you
not
give me an
jumping. You
example?
jump to that.
Can you give me
You
an
jump to
example?
that.
Can you give me an example? Because one of these points I made was, can you give me an example of some huge Israeli action that wasn't preceded by some Arab antagonism first, like some big territorial conquest or something? Did any of this happen?
I just gave you the Golden Heights.
The Golan Heights they captured in the 6-Day War.
Yeah, and by the way, this is the problem with trying to understand the issue.
No, wait. Can we just focus on this one thing? In the Golan Heights, wasn't this a huge...
Let me explain.
Okay.
This is the problem with trying to frame everything as this happened, then this happened as a response. Because then you go earlier and that happened, and you go earlier and that happened, because it was constant. We'd have to go back endlessly every year.
I agree with you. But here's the thing that I'm looking for, okay? And this is what I think I've challenged Axel to do this as well, okay? And I don't think he's been able to do this yet. If there were a lot of points in history where all of the Arabs were like, hey, can we please like chill on this or make peace here? And Israel was like, actually, fuck you. We're going to keep fighting. Then I'd be like, oh, okay, shit. The Arabs did want to make peace at some point. But I don't see that happening ever. It's always fight. But then when the Arabs do suggest peace, Israel jumps on it.
The Palestinians have wanted to make a two-state solution based on the pre-67 borders for a long time.
When When did that start?
Egypt offered to give back the Sinai in exchange for Israel, in exchange for recognizing Israel. They wanted Israel to return the Sinai.
Yes.
They didn't agree. They didn't agree until after they were attacked. So ask for peace doesn't work. Attack worked.
Wait, hold on. Wait, when are you talking about? When?
Before the Yom Kippur War, Egypt had extended the offer to recognize Israel in return for the Sinai being returned to them.
I don't think that happened. Under Nasser? Or after Sadat came in? Before 73, Egypt was offering peace to Israel in exchange for the Sinai? I would need to see that.
To recognize Israel, yeah.
Okay, I have to see that. I'm so curious.
Israel.
Okay, while he does that, Destiny, since we jumped back to 48, my question to you is, now we're trying to solve a conflict, right? There's a conflict that's been going on. We're trying to solve it. We're trying to find a solution. And we like going back to 48 isn't very productive, because if you go back to 48, I'm going to go back to 1912 when.
But we have to go back to 48, don't we?
Okay, then we have to go back to the Balfour Declaration.
Yeah, but wait, you want to go back to 48 when you're saying 67 borders? You're going back to 48.
No. I'm going back to when since the 80s. No, actually since 67 when they declared 242 as the end of this solution. Arabs said no, Israel said no. Over time, now essentially the whole world is saying yes. Besides 242, my question is, why didn't Israel just, don't you think any other country invading another land would just take the entire land and make all the people their citizens and just rule over them, like every empire ever? Why hasn't Israel done that? That's why there's
because they're doing, first of all, they would either kill them or just ethnically cleanse them. Okay, number one, historically, or number two, they would just rule over them as second-class citizens.
When you say historically, weren't Jews living there for hundreds of years under Muslim rule?
No, so when I say first of all, it was a super minority. But when I say historically, and they were living as different citizens, they were dhimmi there, right? Under the Ottoman Empire, they weren't.
Didn't they have their own under Ottoman Empire? Didn't they have their own self-governance?
They explicitly did not have self-governance.
Well, no. I think they were allowed to run some of their own courts, and they could participate in some forms of government. But I'm just saying that historically, no. Hold on. Hold on. The contrapositive. You're saying that armies invaded people. And then once an army invaded, those people historically were granted full rights to the kingdom that invaded them? You think that happened historically ever?
I'm saying I don't know a single time where until today, actually, like.
Oh, let me give you a
that's been
counter
going on
argument. I would say probably every time. I would say probably every
wait.
single time in history
Last
when
30
somebody
years.
invades and takes over like a whole bunch of territories and conquest, they don't give them. First of all, democracy is a relatively recent invention, okay, in terms of the way that it's applied today. I don't think that countries conquered other tons of people and then immediately granted all of them full rights to the process to elect their leaders or monarchs. I don't think that happens. What do you think?
No, not like their own leaders, but become a part of the country.
Yeah, in apartheid
Like, right now,
conditions,
we-
like they didn't become normal citizens, my dude.
Wait. So right now in the U.S., when we talk about Native Americans, they eventually became U.S. citizens, right? Are you telling me that eventually like Palestinians are going to become Israeli citizens that are living there? Do you think that's ever going to be the plan?
No, but if there were 250 million or if there were 400 million Native Americans, I don't know if we would have made all of them equal citizens either.
Okay.
Do you think we would have? Can you answer that? If there were 400 million Native Americans, would we have made all of them American citizens?
Probably not right away, but I think in modern times, like in 2023, yes, I do. I can't imagine us in the U.S. like subjugating the people that were living here before us to like inferior in any way, or like holding them and giving them different rights and having them live under military order. But Destiny, can you just like, are you able to even like acknowledge that Israel doesn't want a Palestinian state, hasn't wanted one for the past 15 years, even more than that, right? The Likud government hasn't showed any interest in the Palestinian state, and what's happening today on the ground in the West Bank and Gaza Strip is horrendous, and it's being perpetrated by Israel. Is that
I'd dump all the moral loading. Has Israel been interested
agree
in?
with all
I'll agree with that if you agree that Palestinians haven't been interested in peace either. Sure, neither side has been, and I think that's borne out in all the polling data as well.
Okay, hold on. I think Palestinians became interested in peace in 1988 when they recognized Israel as a state, when they declared their independence, and when they recognized a two-state solution. That's when I think. Before then, I would agree with you.
Okay, we need to have a code word when you do
Israel.
this trick that every pro-Palestinian does. We need to have a code word for this, okay? So think of a fun word that I can use. When every single time you say, they wanted peace, they recognized peace, they pushed for peace, what you really mean to say is, they were willing to settle with Israel if they had an unlimited right of return to the proper Israel. Because that's what you mean when you say that. You're trying because you use it. You do this equivocation. No, hold on. You equivocate on they wanted peace to try to say like, oh, well, they were reasonable. They wanted to negotiate some blah 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 blah. Bullshit. They wanted an infinite right of return. That's not like they were interested in peace.
Okay, here's the problem with that, Destiny. Oslo and Camp David were both on the basis of 242 and 338. There was no call for 194, and 194 is what calls for all refugees to return. So I would agree with you if every single one of these conversations that Palestinians have been having hasn't been for 7 million refugees to return.
Okay,
It's
can
never
you
been
give me,
that.
when did Palestinians start arguing for a peaceful resolution that didn't involve a full right of return?
I would say when the first real attempt at peace happened since 88, so it'd probably be Oslo, where they didn't ask for every single Palestinian refugee to return.
Wait, I'm sorry, say that last thing again? Or repeat that?
Since Oslo is my answer. So since Oslo, Palestinians have always conceded to not returning every single refugee. There has always been concessions
have
like,
you
okay,
sure
maybe we'll return this many.
Okay,
maybe
have
we'll
you
return
found or given any new evidence then to show that Arafat or the Palestinians were negotiating in good faith in 93 to 2000? I'm sure you saw that post on the subreddit that showed that you were reading the One Peace Initiative basically completely backwards, right?
Oh no, I don't. So the peace initiative, I think there was 2 reasons for its rejection. One is the borders, and one is the refugees.
Well, so for instance, when you sent me that one document,
hold on,
okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, the document I was 100% wrong on. I didn't read through it. I just assumed it was all like Israeli. So like, yeah, I can see that.
Hold on, wait, hold on. There's a crucial, wait, hold on. No, wait, because what you just said was not. Wait.
And it was partially Israeli reservations in that one doc.
Okay. Okay. There's psychological things that I can do to ascertain the state of mind of a person, and it has to do with causality, okay? I don't know how to make other people understand this, or I don't know if everybody sees this, but sometimes you or other people will say or argue with things where it makes you question what's going on, okay? Let me say something, okay? If somebody says, I hate Frank because I saw Frank murder 22 children when I was in San Francisco last week, okay? And then let's say that I analyze this person's past and blah, blah, blah. And I go, wait a second, hold on. Not only were you not in San Francisco last week, you didn't even talk or see Frank for anything. And then they were like, oh shit, yeah, you're right. After I accused him of that though, like he said a lot of mean things to me, so I don't like him, right? Now, when somebody says that, now I know that for you, it's just like, oh, well, it's just a fact they got wrong or blah, 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 blah. I'm not, wait. I'm not focused now on the fact that you got a thing wrong. The thing is that you'd built a significant part of your narrative off of this fact that ended up being, not only was it not right, you didn't know anything about it at all. So now I have to wonder, how did you have, well, no, wait. Well, sure, but let me just be clear on what happened before you try to rewrite any of this, okay? Is you had told me that initially, when these negotiations broke down, Israel was the one acting in bad faith because they sent a 20-page letter of reservations back, and the Palestinians only.
Clip from the video of what I said.
Sure.
I can see that I went and I rewatched it, and what I said exactly was neither side was more bad faith than the other, and they both made reservations. Those were my exact words. You can say you can go back and watch the VOD. That's
Wait, hold on. Wait, did you have a clip of it? Because I thought I remember you saying that.
I'm happy to give you the clip.
Okay, because I thought I heard you saying that Israel was the one that was super bad faith because they sent a 22-page long list of reservations, but it was actually like 4 pages, and the Palestinian was 5 pages. That was all part of this thing.
They each sent 10 pages, from what I understand now. Okay, but when I said that they both had reservations, what I was so upset at is what Clinton said is one side has had reservations outside the parameters, and the other side had reservations within the parameters. Okay, that's what. And then at the end of it, I said. I'm not saying one some reservations are worse than others. I'm saying the fact of the matter is both sides had reservations, and Palestinians didn't just walk away. Palestinians were the ones that were asking for a map, which when you were reading it and you were thinking, as I was, you were thinking it was Palestine or Israel is saying that. That's what I thought too. You said, oh yeah, of course they're going to ask for a map. Now that you know that it's Israel, or that it's Palestinians, then it's like a problem.
I didn't follow. Hold on. I don't follow any of that at all. So,
okay, summary. I thought the whole document was Israeli reservations. Now I realize the first part of the document was Palestinian reservations. The second part was Israeli reservations. That's, I think, what it is. Right?
Okay, but the issue is whose reservations were within the boundaries of the parameters set by Clinton, right?
But remember. You said, your words was, the fact that Arafat had sent reservations was him nuking the deal. That's what you said.
Hold on. What I said was
Pull the VOD up.
Obviously, we're not going to look for the clip. If you want to find it, if somebody can link me the VOD yesterday, we can look for it. I said, the example I gave for contract negotiations was that if you delay, and then you send back something saying, like, I have all these issues for these huge questions relating to negotiations, then it seems like, oh, okay, well, fuck, this is fucked now. There's no chance that you're going to make any of this right.
It doesn't matter what it said. You said it doesn't matter what the reservations are. You're asking a bunch of questions all this time after the fact. You're nuking the deal.
Hold on. I'm so sorry, sir, but that is not true. Because again, I literally gave an example of negotiating contract. If you are trying to wiggle on a few times, hey, well, what about, can we change this cash advance here? Can we change this particular deal here? You can absolutely have some reservations to let it go back. But the issue that I have, and I remember specifically reading on the Wikipedia, the issue I had was he was asking super broad questions. And then my question was, well, hold on, was anything negotiated at all, or what the fuck happened? Then you brought up the lack of maps. And then I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe nothing was negotiated at all. But if you want, now that we have the actual letter and we can sit here and read it, and I've seen the review here, it seems like the issue was the Israeli people had some reservations that did seem to fit inside of the Clinton parameters, but the Palestinians had reservations that, whoa, guess what, had to do with right of return, and that they said that they weren't going to accept any deal. On page 5 of the PDF, the Palestinian side still wants to give refugees a choice to return to their homes, and says that this choice is a prerequisite for the closure of the conflict. Oh, the whole infinite right of return comes up again.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Actually, I don't think that they asked for a full right of return. I think there was just a reference to it saying that, I think in Bill Clinton's parameters, he was calling for the right of return to the newly found Palestinian state. The Palestinians were like, wait, well, we need to have some kind of right of return to also Israel proper, because that's what 194 calls for. Now, I don't know if you're against full right of return or not.
Obviously, I'm against it, yes.
Okay, my whole point of with the Clinton parameters as a whole was that Palestinians didn't walk away. That was my whole point. Okay, that was the point I was trying to convey.
Wait, what?
It's not like they just walked away from it and said, fuck you guys.
Wait, for which thing?
In the Clinton parameters.
Well, they did. If the Clinton parameters were these, and you're trying to negotiate outside the parameters, that's called walking away.
Here's the problem, Destiny. Here's the problem.
I'm going to
I have
repeat
with
that
this.
exact same point and ask you the same question when you finish this. Just letting you know, but go ahead. Or you can answer, or you can respond to that point, so I'll just repeat it. Because if the parameters are, here's the things we agreed to, and then afterwards you're like, well, guess what? I actually don't agree to that. At the end of negotiations, that's called walking away, because you're outside of the parameters.
Wait, actually, they both accepted with reservations. How we define inside and outside of the parameters, we can have a more nuanced discussion. What that means exactly. Does any additional territory? So when Bill Clinton, for example, says 95 to 97% of the West Bank, and the Palestinians are like, wait, does that? What about Jerusalem? Like, does all of Jerusalem? Like, so if you're saying that only Israeli neighborhoods go under Israeli sovereignty, that's more than 97, like 95 to 97%. So the whole parameters change. So we need to define, like, what does that mean? When is it outside of the parameters, and when is it within the parameters?
Well, we can read the parameters, and if you want, then we can read the PDF, and you could tell me what you feel like the.
Sure, I can tell you what I feel like the Israeli side is outside of the parameters, and you can tell me what the Palestinian side is outside the parameters.
The two of you are basically just like re-arguing the peace talks among yourselves. There's no point.
My final point is this,
So I see details. I see here Jerusalem. According to the parameters, Israel would gain sovereignty over the Western Wall. The Palestinians would gain sovereignty, and Israel would gain symbolic ownership over the rest of the Temple Mount, with both parties sharing sovereignty over the issue of excavations under the Temple Mount. East Jerusalem and its old city would be divided according to ethnic lines, with Israel gaining sovereignty over Jewish settlements and the Palestinians gaining sovereignty over Arab neighborhoods.
Boom! Wait, stop right there. Stop right there.
Okay.
So you just read a very crucial part, with both parties sharing sovereignty over the issue over the excavations under the Temple Mount. Hold on. East Jerusalem and its old city would be divided according to ethnic lines. That's the problem, because under, again, UN Security Council, East Jerusalem belongs to the Palestinians. So when Clinton
Hold on, I'm reading. These are the parameters. I don't care about the UN or any resolutions. I wipe my ass. We're not talking about them right now. We're having a real conversation about real deliberations right now, not UN resolutions.
This discussion is particularly pointless because Israel, America, the Palestinians can't even agree on what was offered in those talks. So you're talking about disputed information.
Literally every single person in the world, even the caller, even Axel doesn't deny this. Everybody thinks that Arafat was a fucking loser that dicked around and fucked around constantly. Everybody agrees with that. Everybody agrees with it.
I'm not talking about whether you think Arafat's a loser. What I'm saying is, if you're trying to comb over the details of the discussions, those are disputed, and there's no point. It's just going to be an endless discussion.
Wait, let me just tell Destiny why it's disputed. So, Destiny, Clinton says 94 to 96% of the West Bank will go to the Palestinians, right? You were just reading it. It was in the parameters you were reading. Where, when you think West Bank, does that include East Jerusalem? Because it's pretty much it's like attached to the West Bank.
When you say West Bank doesn't include East Jerusalem, no, Jerusalem is generally in every single preceding argument I've ever seen. Jerusalem is usually spoken differently, or it's spoken separately from the West Bank.
So when you say but do you see how this is misleading? He doesn't give a percentage for Jerusalem because of all the Israeli settlements that have been built in East Jerusalem.
No, stop. I reject this. I reject this. No, your argument is ahistorical. Every time Jerusalem's been spoken about, I'm pretty sure, even in the 47 partition plan, Jerusalem is spoken about as a separate entity from the West Bank and any other territory. We can go back and look that up. Historically, if you want to prove me wrong, you need to say something. What?
You read this and you say, 94 to 96% of the West Bank goes to Palestinians. That's a pretty sweet deal. And the entire Gaza Strip, that's a pretty sweet deal. Oh, but we're gonna divide ethnic lines.
Yes, that is how Jerusalem has always been spoken about.
Basically, completely.
Well, internationally, East Jerusalem is considered
exactly.
No one cares internationally. Internationally, they don't care. No one cares.
No, you don't care.
No, of course they do.
You don't care.
The U.S. wouldn't put its embassy in Jerusalem for a very long time. It was a big shift under Trump that he said he'd move it.
Because Trump doesn't count because Trump is fucking retarded.
It's been a central point.
It has been a central point. But what I'm just saying is, historically, when you talk about the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and Israel, Jerusalem is generally treated separately from all of these other things. I have never heard. Then show me and I'll be wrong. Show me and I'll be wrong. Go ahead.
I will tell you. I'll show you.
No, don't tell me. Show me. Don't tell me. No. I don't care what you say, because everything you interpret ends up not being right. So show me the document, or show me the thing where they just talk about the West Bank and they really are including Jerusalem in that. I've never heard that before. I'm pretty sure in the 47 partition plan, when Jerusalem was talked about, Jerusalem as a whole was going to be a UN administrated territory. Jerusalem is going to be like a non-controlled zone. It's always treated separately from every other part of the negotiations. It's the whole thing.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that like in terms of like language, they say East Jerusalem and the West Bank. Okay, yeah.
Yes,
no, I understand.
I'm saying that
No,
like
I
I'm saying
agree
that
with
if somebody said in 1980, okay, well you're gonna get 100% of the West Bank. If you heard that as a Palestinian, you would think I get 100% of the West Bank. Okay, fine, that's cool. What are we doing about Jerusalem though? You would never assume that the West Bank includes East Jerusalem. Jerusalem as a whole has always been treated separately in all of these agreements.
It did include East Jerusalem originally before it was captured. It included East Jerusalem.
No, in 47, in the initial partition plan, Jerusalem was.
I'm saying before it was captured, when you had the armistice lines, that part of West Bank was East Jerusalem.
Sure, but
And
that's just
then
because it was
when
all
the
part of the.
Israelis captured it. One of the first things they did when they took East Jerusalem is they bulldozed the Moroccan quarter to make a plaza for the Western Wall.
Yeah, I mean, okay, those are just all like incidences. There's a lot of incidences that happened, but the point that I'm trying to make, and the main point that I'm trying to make, is since '88, only Israel and the U.S. has consistently rejected a solution to this conflict. Only those two.
Okay, you're just wrong, and you've given me no compelling evidence to show that otherwise. So you can keep repeating that, but
is Israel has never agreed to go to what you agreed is should be the basis because of some moral, whatever you call it.
I never agreed that 67 should be. I said that that's the point that we start evaluating from. I never say that like we start there at 0% is 67 borders. That's insane. I've never said that.
It goes beyond just 67 borders. They've never offered a viable state, which is what I would have talked to you about. But then I was looking for that quote about Sadat's offer. But if you look at the borders they offer, they're not viable. It can't be a state. So that's not a real. Those aren't real peace talks.
I mean, Destiny's
you
answer
can't have
to
a
that
viable
was they
state
should have just
consumed
took
by.
it. Destiny said they should have just took Camp David, even though it looked like trash.
Well, that's just the status quo. That's not anything. They're not getting anything.
Okay, well, the rest of the Arab leadership thinks that that Arafat was insane for walking away from Camp David, and that deal, especially what came after Taba, that is absolutely true. I'm sorry. Wait, show me.
I don't want to debate one by one. What
Show me any Arab leader besides like fucking Assad that is saying Palestinians, oh, you absolutely should not accept any of these deals.
I don't want to go down this wild goose chase of finding every Arab leader's opinion. I don't care. The point is, it's not a viable state if you're completely consumed by the territory of Israel.
Okay, you know what?
And we've seen that with Gaza. It's not a viable state.
Why didn't Arafat make a counter offer at Camp David in 2000?
You're saying why? I'm not trying to get into Arafat's negotiating strategy.
I can answer that.
I'm not interested in
negotiate.
Yeah, we can talk endlessly about why didn't Arafat do this, why didn't Arafat do that, and we can do that with Hamas too. Let's talk endlessly about why didn't Hamas do this, why didn't Hamas do that. What's the point?
Okay, so this is just a really simple question. The
important thing is that Israel obviously is the powerful party in this.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay, you don't give a fuck, but anybody with any logic in the United States who wants to bring about an actual political solution would pressure their government to put pressure on Israel because Israel obviously has the upper hand in negotiations.
Okay, so,
the Palestinians have nothing. So Israel is not willing to offer the Palestinians a viable state. Israel doesn't want to offer them anything. Israel is holding 5 million Palestinians under violent subjugation, 56 years of military rule. Israel has no intention of relinquishing those territories. It's part of Israel, according to Israel.
Okay, so in that case, if Israel makes an offer for some sort of territory, shouldn't it be a good idea for Palestinians to negotiate?
If Israel makes an offer for some sort of territory?
Yeah, if they're making an offer.
What does that mean, makes an offer for some sort of territory?
Like the 2000 Camp David Accord.
I just said it wasn't an offer. It was the status quo, except getting the getting the Palestinians to sign off on the status quo. That's not an offer. They need if it's not a viable state, if they want to separate West Bank into enclaves surrounded by Israeli territory, then that's not offering anything. That's what they had.
Okay, so make a counter argument.
It's a joke. It's a joke of what it was.
What do you mean? That's what they've had. To be clear, the Palestinians never had anything. They don't. So they're starting from nothing. They really had nothing ever, and now it's giving them something.
No, it's not something if it's completely surrounded by and controlled by Israel.
How is it completely surrounded and controlled by Israel? What do you mean? They share a border with Jordan and Syria.
How is Gaza controlled by Israel? No, they wouldn't have their own border. That's my point.
Why not? They share a border with Egypt. It's not just Israel, and they got a whole fucking ocean there.
Okay, firstly, with Gaza. See how much good that border with Egypt has done. It's Israel's border.
Well,
with
stop
Egypt.
shipping
With the
weapons and
West Bank-
terrorists into Egypt
with the
then. Maybe
West
stop
Bank-
doing terrorism all the time and people will treat you a little differently. It's
Yeah,
so easy.
maybe
Try
if you
that.
maybe if you didn't brutalize and oppress and kill and kidnap and torture.
Egypt didn't oppress and brutalize and kill and torture the people of the Gaza Strip. Why are they terrorisming in Egypt? Jordan didn't brutalize all the people in the West Bank. Why did they try to terrorize fucking Jordan? What do you mean?
Okay, but they're not doing that right now.
No, not right now because they got
You're
kicked the
talking
fuck
about
out. They got
You're
ejected.
talking about clashes between the PLO and the Jordanian king. What's the point? We're talking about 2023. We're talking about nearly 60 years of military rule and violent subjugation. That's what we're talking about. Why are we talking about everything else but the thing that
Okay,
actually
well, if you want to
matters?
go back to the past 15 years, it's been thousands of rockets, I think, on average, every single fucking year. If you average
Yes,
it all
and
out, like
every single year, Israel kills Palestinians. Every single year, they control their lives. They brutalize them. They humiliate them. They displace them. They expand their settlements every single year, every single week. It's endless.
Okay,
It's
then I
never an
guess there's
easy
just
time.
no.
It's
I guess
never
it
a
just
good
never
life.
ends. Then I guess it's over forever.
No, it
then.
ends
it
when
only
Israel
ends-
agrees the consensus.
It
of the
only ends
world,
when
Israel agrees
Americans, because probably Israelis are not interested in. If you poll them, they're not interested in challenging the status quo. Americans do support the two-state solution. Americans have to pressure their government because the U.S. is the big player in this. The U.S. calls the shots. If the United States government puts serious pressure on Israel to pursue a political settlement, then we could actually be done with this thing.
Okay, that's never gonna happen. So
Destiny-
it's just never getting
Destiny-
solved. I
Destiny-
guess.
Okay,
You agree
great.
with
So
this.
it's never going to happen. So nothing's ever going to happen. You just have a nihilistic view. These people can suffer, and we should
I don't
say
have a
nothing about it.
nihilistic view
And-
because I don't
and
treat
we're- no,
Palestinians
we're
like
retarded.
animals. You're the
We're
one that thinks that
retarded.
Palestinians can only
No,
do
we're
bombs and can
retarded.
only do terrorism
Anybody-
for the rest of
anybody
the
who
time.
says
Like,
the U.S. government should put pressure on Israel to actually pursue a political settlement is retarded. That's
no
your
one
whole
is
argument.
pressuring Israel to make deals with fucking Hamas. That's never gonna happen.
Okay, make deals with the PLO, make deals with anybody, and you say make deals with Hamas. I mean, it's that you could say the same thing about the Palestinians. Why should they make deals with Israel when they massacre
Because it's
their
in their
people?
best interest to.
Okay, and by some accounts, depending on what you think best interest means, it's in Israel's best interest to achieve peace because a lot of Israelis don't like rockets flying into their territory. They don't like villages on the border towns getting shot up and people getting killed. They don't like the international illegitimacy, and also they're humane. They have a conscience. For the people of Israel, there are at least some that actually give a shit about the rights and the humanity of the Palestinians. So for humanity, it's in humanity's best interest to push for a political settlement. Obviously, we know Israel just wants to continue the status quo, which is brutalizing and oppressing and displacing the Palestinians. I'm not going to go along with that. I don't agree with that. And I think we should put pressure on the U.S. government to put an end to that.
That's all. That was beautiful, Chief, but it's never happening. You're never gonna
Okay, you
tell.
could-
You're never
you-
gonna
you
get a
could
country
say
to
it's
make
never
peace
gonna
with some.
happen.
I'm telling you, it won't happen. It has happened in 20 years. Nobody's gonna make peace with a group of people that are constantly pouring rockets into their country. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, but you don't reverse the argument. Because
But
that's been
the
happening
cause
to the
and effect-
Palestinians nonstop.
Really,
They've been
Israel
causing
just
nonstop.
launching fucking rockets like every single
no,
day
they've been
into
doing a lot
Palestinian.
worse.
First, okay. First,
Far worse.
they raid, they massacre people, they beat them, they kidnap them. That's nonstop. They burn their homes, demolish their homes. It's nonstop. The violence. It doesn't end. There were hundreds
Okay.
of
Then it'll just continue
Palestinians
forever.
killed in the
It'll
West
just-
Bank
it'll- then
prior
it'll-
to
it'll-
October 7th.
Yep, it'll continue forever. Yeah, 1,000
No,
Palestinians were killed by other Palestinians during the second and first Intifada. Like, I mean, like, yeah, it'll just never end. Then,
Okay,
like,
okay,
if
so
you want,
because
if
there
you
was
care,
civil
here, listen,
war,
if you care,
it's
if you
all
want,
okay.
here's what can happen. And the Palestinians are, if you want autonomy for a group of people, here are 3 things the Palestinians can do. They can stop supporting Hamas. They can stop accepting help from people like the Houthis, the Hezbollah, or Iran, okay? And they can work on democratizing themselves or choosing leadership that represents them, that moves them towards peace while not being violent. Those are 3 things that every single Palestinian can contribute to right now. And those things alone would get you, probably in 5 years, to a strong position to be like, hey, something needs to change now. The blockade is immoral. There's no good reason for it. The settler violence in the West Bank is insane and it's unhinged. And the territorial expansion needs to stop so that we can negotiate for a two-state thing. That all of
Yeah, there
those
was
things
no-
can happen if the Palestinians. Hold on. Do you acknowledge that if the Palestinians did those 3 things, that would be the path they would be on?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Before Hamas, this was what was happening. Nothing changed. Where do you think Hamas came from? You think they came out of like the ether? They materialized from nothing? These
Where do you
people
think
were,
Israel's
were being
antagonism?
killed, were being brutalized,
okay, sure.
were being
Where did
controlled
Israel's
for
antagonism?
decades.
Okay, I thought you said you didn't want to play this game, but let's play this game. You want? Where did Israel's antagonism against the Palestinians come from?
The antagonism comes from the fact that they're trying to rule over millions of people.
You can't even
keep
answer the
them under
question. Are you
military
capable
rule.
of seeing the
Listen,
other side or no?
Listen.
Well, I didn't ask
If
you where
try
the
to-
antagonism from
listen,
Israel came. I'm asking why do the
you
Israelis
won't even
feel?
let me finish the sentence.
Because you're giving me more reasons why the Palestinians are antagonized.
How do you know what the? How do you think what would? How do you know what would happen by the end of the sentence if I can't even finish it?
Because you're justifying the other side. I'm asking you to justify the Israeli
no,
side.
I'm not. I'm trying to explain why Israel has to do what it has to do. Because if you're trying to rule over millions of people, keep them under military rule, control every aspect of their lives, oppress them, abuse them, displace them, destroy their homes, it's an endless list of horrors that they impose on them, then you're going to be met with resistance. And even if they non-violently protest, they'll still get hit with rubber bullets and tear gas, and sometimes they'll be killed. And then that just escalates the violent reaction. And for how long can you uphold that kind of system while expecting no violence in return? It's totally unreasonable.
Well, I don't know. How long did they do it for civil? Hold on. How long did the ANC do it? How long did the civil rights marchers do it in the United States? Are black people? Do you think that black people are genetically superior to Palestinian Arabs? Is that are they just higher on the genetic totem pole?
No,
so why
ANC
were these
was
people
violent? What are you talking
the
about?
ANC did not target and rape civilians at dance parties. You fucking moron. You're going to compare the ANC to fucking Hamas?
They did kill civilians.
Yeah, and when they did, they were reprimanded for it. That wasn't the goal for the ANC. The goal for the ANC was to target.
What do you mean reprimanded?
The goal
What are you
for
talking
the
about?
goal for the ANC was
They
to
did
target
violently
infrastructure.
they
The goal
did
for the ANC
violently
was to
resist.
target infrastructure.
They did violently resist, and slaves violently resisted. I don't know what you're talking
Do you
about.
think
There's
the
always
what
violence.
was it the violent resistance of slaves that got you civil rights, or was it the peace marches by MLK? If you look historically, which marches have a higher likelihood of?
You're doing what you're doing. It's a very lib take that give all the credit to one man, MLK, because he's the nice guy. He's the guy who was preaching peace.
Do you think Mandela gets credit for?
No, wait, hold on. I just want one quick question. How many civilians did the ANC kill in the entirety of their operation?
I don't know, and I don't. And the South Africans definitely did not kill as many South Africans as Israel has, and Israel has been massacring.
I see
the
between
Palestinians
1976
for
and 1984, 71 people died, 52 of whom were arguably civilians. That's in an 8-year period. How many civilians died on October 7th again?
Okay. How many people did the South African regime kill in that period?
I'm not sure, but you made the comparison that the ANC was like Hamas.
Yeah, because obviously it's proportional to the problem. It's circumstantial. Violence is always going to be a factor, and Israel.
Hold on, wait. So you think the country of South
violent.
Africa under apartheid didn't commit violence against black people in South Africa?
No, of course they did. That's my point. That's exactly my point.
Wasn't the proportion of violence much higher?
There's no way to uphold this system without violence. It's inherently violent. Your expectation that you can maintain this system without any violence, that's why I was saying, well, what's your expectation? They bend over, they take it for, and you literally made it sound like that. They bend over and take it for 5 years. And the amount of violence, the amount of abuse we're talking about is incredible.
Sure, historically.
Take it for 5 years. And then you're supposed to have faith that Israel, which has never expressed interest in offering a political solution, is suddenly going to give it to you.
Historically speaking, peaceful protests have a much higher chance of succeeding and getting you what you want at the end of the day than violent protests.
Protests are outlawed in the West Bank.
Okay, and guess what? If you do a bunch of civil protests and people are arresting you, you look good. And you get support for it.
No, we don't have to disagree on that. I do think that they would be better off being a counterpoint to Israel's violence, because Israel's very violent, very racist. If the Palestinians decided to be the opposite of that, reject racism, reject violence, but it is a tall order because it would be sacrificial. They have to find ways to disrupt Israel's society while being boxed into these territories surrounded by military.
Oh yeah,
they'd have to cause a disruption.
Listen,
Israel
you
so
say
they
it would
couldn't
be hard,
ignored.
it would be sacrificial. Why can't they do that shaheed shit? Isn't that the whole point? Is to be a fucking martyr for the cause of the nation of Palestine?
That's why I think that either way, because they're going to sacrifice themselves either way, that if I were the guy calling the shots, I might say, hey, let's go this way. But my expectation when I look at the scenario isn't, well, the Palestinians, they're violent. In return, they return a fraction of the violence that Israel imposes on them.
They return a fraction of the violence because that's all they're capable. They return 100% of the violence they can. They just can't do much.
Yeah, they can't do much. Yes,
But they do as much as they can, and if they had the opportunity to do more, they would.
Well, if you talk about like the Palestinian Authority or the PLO, then they tried the other path and they got fucked.
Tried the other path when in the 70s? What do you mean they tried the other path? What do you mean?
No, what do you mean? The creation of the Palestinian Authority was based on recognizing Israel and meeting Israel's security demands, which the Palestinian Authority does, but they're corrupt. They don't do anything for the Palestinians. They're
Gotcha.
considered a puppet of Israel. That's why people voted for Hamas, because of how rampant corruption was in the Palestinian Authority, and it got them nowhere.
Okay, gotcha. Any final points?
Yeah,
No, I don't think so.
Right.
I think the point was well proven, and you can go and tell your audience what a retard I am now.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Good job. Have fun.
Okay, that was, guys. Can't we just all be friends?
No.
I was just gonna say, Destiny. I think the problem is a lot of cause. It's the cause and effect, right? If you say rockets are being fired, they should stop the rockets, and there'll be peace. And Palestinians will say, well, if you stop the occupation, we'll stop on the rockets, right? It's like a back and forth. So, I mean, I think a good example is the Palestinians that became Israeli citizens in 1948. They clearly became peaceful because they weren't living under occupation. What would you say to that? What's your argument to like why those Palestinians were? So my argument is this, just to be clear: if there was no occupation, the rockets would stop, Hamas would fucking disappear, and everyone would live in peace and harmony. Israelis can have like a peaceful life and not have to worry about terrorist attacks and shit. They can finally like, be happy and same on the other side.
Yeah, then negotiate it. Israel's not going to make the first move.
Palestinians have made the first move, right?
Where?
When Mahmoud Abbas in 2018 he offered to start negotiating, Israel didn't want to start negotiating.
Okay, let's hold on. No, wait. Because every single time, every single time you've done this, you've been wrong. So let's go over right now. Maybe this will be the first time you're correct. Show me the good faith negotiations in 2018, because I thought 2018 is isn't that when the PLO stopped recognizing Israel as a country? So let's show me these 2018 Abbas negotiations. Link me something and we'll read about them. Okay.
Let me send you peace processes that have been attempted to be started by Abbas and.
Well, no, you mentioned 2018, so let me specifically see what the 2018...
Well, it might be 2008. Sorry, it's one of the 8s, 18 or 8, but let me just make sure.
Okay, in 2008, show me explicitly where he tried to make peace.
Yeah, I will. Okay, hold on. I mean, Destiny, obviously, he's like... You argue that Palestinian PLO wouldn't accept 67 borders, like, literally today?
Of course they would accept it today. It would be more than they could ever hope for. Are you telling me that was his peace deal? We go back to the 67 borders?
I don't know what his exact peace deal. Let me check his peace deal. But I'm sure the peace deal is based on 67 borders because that's what they're entitled to under Security Council.
Okay.
Okay, then we're just not going to agree on the starting point.
That's never going to be the start. It hasn't been in any prior negotiation. I don't know.
What should the starting point?
Probably 91 to 93% land swaps or something.
Should it just be what Israel wants? Like, is that it? Is it the occupying power that gets to decide exactly what they want? We want you guys to, because we saw what Israel offers.
The occupying power generally has more say. That's kind of why they're the bigger dudes. Yeah. Is it up to Israel? Hold on. Can you agree that you're saying it's up to Israel to give up lands to people that have failed to genocide them for 70 years? But now, since they weren't able to do it, they should come to them in ultra charitable good faith negotiations and give them at least everything they're initially asking for, starting from that point. Is that what you're telling me should happen?
Palestinians have tried to genocide Israel since 1988.
What do you think was the second Intifada?
You think that was an attempt to genocide the country of Israel?
It was literally attacks that sprung up.
What does
all
Intifada
across...
mean? What does
I don't
that
remember
mean?
the exact resistance or some shit. I don't fucking know.
Like shaking off, like getting rid of the occupation. That's the attempt. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and justify any.
Wait, what do you think that means? What do you think that means?
Oh, I'll get into what shaking off means. Like to resist an occupation. Whole point is we're living under occupation. We don't want. Why did the Intifada happen, Destiny? Is it just because they fucking like
the second Intifada?
No.
Yeah, I think it happened because they saw that in Lebanon, Israel fucked up, and for the first time, really, they had to pull back an army, and shit did not work out there. And they're like, you know what? Fuck it. Maybe if we fucking fight, maybe we can fuck some shit up too. What?
2006.
Wasn't it 84, 85? There was a the 82. Shit. What?
82. Yeah. 82.
82. Yeah, I think that after pretty bad, I think I feel like I read that there was a lot of inspiration post the failures in the Lebanese wars from Israel, where people looked and like, oh, fuck, maybe we keep fighting, we can do some shit. That seemed to be Arafat's point of view. He was a leader of the Palestinians.
I think Arafat. Yeah, I think the competing narratives right now is one side saying Arafat had always planned to start the Intifada if Camp David, they didn't offer him all the 67 borders and like pretty much what he wanted. He was planning on. He was like, okay, only way to do this is through violence. And the other narrative is, well, Sharon's visit to the Temple Mount. Clearly, he knew something was going to happen because he went with hundreds of armed guards, so he knew it was a provocation going in. It wasn't just like, oh, I'm sure they won't do anything.
I'm sorry, not to be mean, but like if Sharon visiting the Temple Mount is what inspired the Second Intifada, then Palestinians don't deserve to have a fucking state. That's a wild fucking statement. That's some actual like jihadist brain rot. If seeing the leader of Israel walk up to the fucking Temple Mount is enough to cause you to do terrorist attacks for fucking over 1,200 days across the entirety of the state of Israel, at that point, your brain is so fucking fried on radical Islamic propaganda, you probably don't need a country. You probably should be subjugated for the end of time. That is an insane statement to make, that the Second Intifada only began because Sharon went to the Temple Mount. That's wild. Clearly tensions were brewing for decades prior to that, or since the first.
I'm just giving you multiple narratives. Right?
Well, yeah, but that narrative is insane. You agree? Hold on, but that
word for word on Wikipedia.
That's fine that it's word for word on Wikipedia, okay? But we can both reject that narrative outright. Sharon visiting the Temple Mount is not what caused the Second Intifada. It might have been the flashpoint or the boiling point that like tipped it over, but that was not it wasn't like everybody was like, the PM of the Temple Mount, oh fuck, we're going crazy now.
No, I think from what I understood from reading it about the Second Intifada, it was mostly on Arafat's like it was mostly his doings. That's what I would say.
Well, then what are we even disagreeing over?
No, I'm not. I was just giving you narratives that like about how whatever started. I'm saying that the Second Intifada wasn't an attempt to genocide all of Israel. The Second Intifada was an attempt to, probably in Arafat's mind, get a more favorable position in like negotiations. That's what I would have to assume. I don't know. I can't read his mind, but that's what I would assume. He probably tried to. Obviously, they knew they were going to defeat the country of Israel. They're not fucking retarded. But sorry, R word.
Where'd I go?
Can we know about that 2008 peace negotiation that
Hold on, actually, wait. I just want to focus on this real quick. I'm so sorry. And then for that, wait, the Second Intifada. Then, why would you say that wasn't an attempt at genocide? I'm curious.
I believe that it was an attempt at Arafat causing harm to the Israeli psyche for them to say, okay, we don't want to fucking deal with this. We want to pull back to 67 borders. We just want to give them what they want. That was my interpretation.
Do you think that the attack right now in the Gaza Strip is a genocide?
Like Israel bombing Gaza, or the October 7th.
No, the Israel bombing Gaza. And then my next question is going to be, how do you differentiate that from the Second Intifada?
Yeah, it's like I don't know how I would define like the word genocide here. I would say, I can tell you what I think is happening. I think indiscriminate bombing is happening. And I call that a genocide, like an attempt to kill every single Palestinian? Probably not. I don't think you can say that. I think there's definitely been indiscriminate bombing, and I only say that because I think something like 45% of homes in Gaza City were like destroyed, and I can't imagine there being a Hamas operative in 45% of the homes in Gaza City.
That would be wild if half the homes in Gaza were destroyed. I would say that. That would be an insane number if that actually happened.
I don't know. It's like I read it on like some.
I know.
When
I've heard this number a lot. It's not true, but that's okay. Okay. Fourth,
is that not like a report from the UN?
No, it's something like 42% or 37% of homes have been either destroyed or damaged, and people are like running around.
What does damage mean?
Yeah, good question. I think it's like have suffered any structural damage. So I think like if your window gets blown up, that's considered damage. But I don't know. Somebody can find the actual article. We can go back and read that again. It's been a while since I looked at this number.
Yeah, so. Whatever. Yeah, it's not, yeah. So I don't know if I would say genocide. I would say I think the argument for genocide that people try to make is the whole like blocking initially of food and water and goods and medicine and whatever. Right.
Gotcha.
I think that was the argument. Like you're trying to starve a population. I don't know if the argument was because of the bombing.
Okay. All right.
Fair.
Go. Okay. Forethought can do your thing real quick. Also, fuck, I have to go in like 15 minutes. I have to work my way through some of this. This shit has been open for so long, and I've got to watch this fucking movie tonight. But okay, so go.
Yeah.
Forethought, what were your questions?
No, I need to. Is it? You have like 5 minutes to go over Goldstone.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go for it.
Stephen.
Oh, me? What did you want to just make some arguments, or did you disagree with something I said, or what?
I don't know if you ever encountered this point where like the Goldstone report was retracted and like why it happened in the pushback on that. I don't know if you're interested in that at all.
Go for it. I've heard this before.
Yeah. So, basically, Goldstone goes to Gaza. Actually, no. He's made an offer from the UN specifically to investigate Israeli war crimes. He rejects that offer and demands the ability to investigate both sides. This comes in later.
Okay.
So
wait, have you debated Lycan on this, or?
No, I haven't. This is.
Why don't you and Lycan it? You two should argue about this. Isn't that this is Lycan's point, right?
There's no. He's not. No, there's no point. This is the only good point that actually got any of my interest, and it wasn't from him. It was from Finkeldick. So, this is all really from Finkeldick.
Okay.
So he goes to Gaza, and his expectation going in was that because he is Jewish, because he is not from Israel, that he has just this huge track record of doing these really robust prosecutions of war crimes both in South Africa and Yugoslavia, that he expected going in that Israel would cooperate because he felt that he met their requirements for getting some sort of cooperation within the international community. And even going prior to his going, he's like, the ICC and the UN are pretty biased against Israel. Hopefully they will cooperate. Stuff like that. He goes, they don't cooperate. The report comes out. It says what it says. Israel releases a report after doing some investigation. And then sometime later in 2011, they released more documentation and specifically around a drone strike. And on the other side of that, Hamas obviously does nothing. So that's why he writes his retraction. He says, because apparently under international law, there's some sort of basic requirement that you have to conduct internal investigations as a country, just as a basic respect for your international sovereignty as a nation, that you're allowed to like prosecute your own war crimes if you'd like, or at least investigate them. And after Israel conducts their investigation, even though it's not all conclusive, and of course it's their own investigation, so who can say, in the face of Hamas doing nothing, and Israel actually spending a pretty decent amount of resources, he decides to print a retraction, basically trying to distance himself from what was basically a political tool to persecute Israel in some sense. So that's why the Goldstone report was retracted.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, super interesting. I don't know if you're ever going to get to this, but there's this huge, really interesting write-up of whether or not Israel's actually considered an occupier in Gaza and what they qualify as and what international laws actually apply. And it's just super duper interesting. I hope you get to that eventually. But I got into the Stormgate beta, so I want to get all this out of my brain so I can go play video games.
Yeah, okay. I love you.
I sent you the 2014 Abbas peace plan that you asked for. It was actually 2014, so I guess I was wrong.
Okay, 2014 peace plan. What did this look like?
All right, peace out.
Be careful, babe.
Just go down to where it says 2014 Abbas peace plan.
Scroll down to it.
Yeah.
I don't see a scroll down to it. Can you help me with what the title of the section is or what it's called, or?
Okay, hold on. It's yeah. Go scroll down. Keep going. Like go through the timeline until you get.
Oh, Abbas's 2014 peace plan. Okay. On September 2014, Abbas presented a new proposal with the peace process John Kerry. The plan called for 9 months direct talks followed by a 3-year plan for Israel to withdraw to the 67 lines, leaving East Jerusalem as Palestine's capital. The resumption of talks was contingent on an Israeli freeze on construction of the West Bank and East Jerusalem, as well as the release of the final batch of prisoners from the previous talks. The first 3 months of the plan would revolve around the borders and potential land swaps for the 67 lines. The following 6 months focused on issues, including refugees, Jerusalem, settlement, security, and water. The administration rejected the initiative, saying it was opposed to any unilateral move that could negatively impact the Israeli-Palestinian peace process. Abbas stated that if Israel rejected the claim, he would push for charges against Israel in the International Court of the 2014 Israeli-Gaza conflict issue if rejected. Abbas stated he would turn to the UN Security Council for a unilateral measure for a Palestinian state. On the 1st of October 2014, Abbas stated he'd be presenting his plan to the UNSC within 2 to 3 weeks with an application to the ICC to follow if it failed to pass UNSC. In 2014, Jordan submitted the proposal to UNSC, which failed when voted on later that month. Later that month, as previously threatened, Abbas signed the treaty to join the ICC. Israel responded by freezing $127 million of Palestinian tax revenues, in response to which the PA banned the sale on the Palestinian territories of products of 6 major Israeli companies. Okay, what is the peace plan?
I mean, his peace, like his attempt at like, yo, let's negotiate peace based on 67 with some land swaps. That like Israel didn't want to, wasn't interested. America wasn't
hold
interested.
up. What was the what were the plans? What were the negotiations?
Israel wasn't interested in negotiating.
Well, what was his starting point?
His starting point is right there. By a 3-year plan for Israel to withdraw to the 67 lines, leaving East Jerusalem as the Palestinian capital.
Does that mean a full disengagement of all?
Like he says land swaps here.
No. I'm asking from East Jerusalem. Is that a full disengagement of every Jewish neighborhood in East Jerusalem? That's what I'm asking. There's got to be like a more detailed plan or something here, right?
Usually when they talk about land swaps, the biggest Israeli settlements, as I understand them, are in East Jerusalem. And those are the ones that are usually talked about. Okay, how do we swap for those? Because I believe those make up like 80% of the settlers.
Wait, can I ask a question? And I truly don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, you're good. Sorry, just when people talk about settlements, do they consider the things in East Jerusalem settlements? I thought that these were all just like ethnic neighborhoods and enclaves and shit. Are those considered their own settlements? I thought settlements were the constructions of new cities. I truly don't know.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure too. Maybe somebody in the chat can answer. But from what I understand, there's been a lot of new construction also in East Jerusalem, and a big initiative. I think even the Jerusalem municipality tried to make the demographics of Jerusalem. Like, this was like a goal. Politically, to make it 70% Jewish, 30% Arab. They realized, okay, this is too hard to do. Like, this is not realistic. So then they settled for 60-40.
Okay, I'm just curious what these negotiations looked like, or what this was. If this was like fair, if this was like a decent starting point, or if this was like obviously like a flex and it was like way too far or whatever.
Do you also remember when John Kerry like submitted parameters and Netanyahu responded by saying something like, yeah, we're fine with the Palestinian state as long as we can keep building settlements and, keep doing what we want to do, and kind of fucking trolled John Kerry. So I mean, you would agree that Israel hasn't been interested in any kind of peace plan since the Taba summit. Like, actually, Olmert was one in 2008 where they wanted to give Palestinians, I think 8%. They wanted to retain 8% of the West Bank, not including East Jerusalem. They also wanted to retain portions of East Jerusalem. But that was the only attempt since the Taba summit by Israel. Like, I wouldn't even say by Israel. Only attempt where Israel was willing to negotiate at all or come to the table.
Yeah, I've said this. I don't know how to say. Yeah, I'll say this again. Like, obviously, there are probably going to be times where people start off with like certain negotiations, but it's clearly a non-starter, and it's not. There's nothing happening here that's like really. So let's try. Like, if it's 2014.
You have to be fair.
No, there's 60. Going back to pure 67 borders
Israel,
are. Okay. I don't think
Israel can't choose the starting point.
Of course they can. They're the occupying power. Of course, it's like basically up to them. Yeah. Who should choose the starting point? The people that failed to ethnically cleanse. Well, I mean, like, if one side tried to kill the other side over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and then they failed, and like, okay, fuck, let's figure some shit out. You're not going to go back to where you were before you started to do all the killings.
When did the Palestinians try to ethnically cleanse Israel since 67? Like, wasn't Yom Kippur Syria and Egypt and maybe a little bit of Jordan? I don't remember Palestinians constantly trying to ethnically cleanse the
No, but all the surrounding states on behalf of the Palestinians were trying to, right?
Okay, but those eventually stopped, and how are you going to
blame the Palestinians? Don't say that. They didn't. What do you mean?
Why don't they take?
Wait, they didn't eventually
Why don't they
stop.
take land from Jordan then?
They tried to
punish Jordan, punish Egypt.
They tried to. They did that. That's why Egypt closes the Rafah crossing. It's because the Muslim Brotherhood tries to fucking kill Egyptian leaders. And yeah, they tried to do it in Jordan. That's why they assassinated the king in 55, I think, in Jerusalem, and tried to appeal up. Yeah.
What? You're saying Egypt tried to genocide or tried to ethnically cleanse Israelis, and so did Jordan, and so did Syria. So why is it that
Jordan ethnically cleansed? Yeah, Jordan ethnically cleansed all the Jewish people from East Jerusalem when they conquered in 48 the West Bank. Yeah, of course.
You know who's living in those? Who ended up living in a lot of those homes? Palestinians that were ethnically cleansed from Haifa and Nazareth and all these other places.
Okay, so if you swap, it's ethnically swapping cleansing.
No, but you realize that was the Sheikh Jarrah problem that happened in 2018. I don't know if you heard of it. That was the whole thing, right? They're saying that those homes historically belonged to the Jews, but it's like, yeah, well, their homes were they were kicked out of their homes, so are they just fucking sitting in the street?
All right. Listen.
Anyway, good talk. Enjoy
yeah.
your California trip. Try to come out to San Francisco if you can. I know it's only an 8-hour drive. Take you to the best ramen spot you ever had in your life. Actually, you've been to Japan. Never mind.
I'll take it.
All right, take
I
care.
have not been
Bye.
to Japan, but okay, have fun. Love you.
Before you go, you still there?
Oh, I'm here. Oh, it's Abby. What's up?
No, I was asking for Axel. Did you want to go over the prisoner list? The last time we talked, you wanted to go over the date on that.
Prisoner list. What prisoner list are we talking about? Sorry.
When they did the swap for the hostages. You said you wanted to go over. There was contention.
Oh yeah. I was curious, like, how many of those prisoners were like actually like killing Israeli civilians or stabbing Israeli civilians.
Yeah.
I asked specifically civilians because I have my own belief on what you can do against either settlers attacking you or Israeli soldiers. I don't believe that they have immunity.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know if I can give you the exact numbers on stabbing civilians. I didn't go into the data knowing that was your question. I thought the question was more so to the proportions of administrative detention versus remand detention versus military conviction versus civilian conviction and what they were convicted for.
So the problem with this data, and I'll tell you, and you can say that I'm weaseling, that's fine. But the problem with this data is these are people going through Israeli military court, right? If I were to tell you that Ukrainians getting charged through Russian military court,
not all
Russian
of
courts.
Wait, Axel, no, not all of them are. That's the whole point of the proportions. That there's a certain so there's different categories. Okay. The first category is administrative detention. You're familiar with that, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. The
I'm
second
assuming that just means
category.
like you get arrested without conviction.
No. Administrative detention means you are okay. So, administrative detention means you are. It's a similar thing that like a Guantanamo Bay sort of thing. Like you are detained for reasons of national security. You are not even like told what your charges are. The claim is not that you don't have charges against you. The claim is just that you have charges and they're so egregious we can't even share that with you, or share that to the public. You're basically just being held. You're being held, and you don't know what your charges are. You do have access to a lawyer after a certain period of time. But you still may not know what it is. So it's sort of a Guantanamo Bay analog.
Sure, got it.
Yeah. So the next category is remand detention. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
So remand detention, as opposed to administrative detention, remand detention is when you are detained, but you do have a charge against you and you're informed about what that charge is. So that could be either in a military court or a civil court. So you're being detained, you can't go, but you are going through a legal process. The legal process could be a military process, so you could be on remand for a military court. You could be on remand for a civil court.
So like you've been charged but not convicted, kind of thing.
Yes, you are charged, but you have not yet been convicted. You are awaiting. You are still going through the legal process.
Got it.
The next category is convicted, and on convicted, you can be convicted in a military court. You can or you can be convicted in a civil court. So 5 categories total: administrative detention, remand military, remand civil, convicted military, convicted civil. Okay, so let's break it down. So there were initially there were 300 individuals on the list. Now there were 350. They updated it because of potential increases in prisoner swaps, but that didn't happen. But that's a different conversation why that didn't happen. So the data were as follows. So in terms of administrative detention, that's a matter of national security, but I can tell you I'm pretty confident about we have some good idea of how many were administratively detained. The reason I believe that is because there are, when I went through the list of 350 names, there are about 65 of those individuals who are listed as being under the charges. They're listed as for like security reasons. So just like the literal translation would be like damage to the security of the area.
Sorry, just make sure I'm following. So you said 65 out of the 350, right?
Yeah, 65 out of the 350. When you look at their charges,
They have administrative detention.
It doesn't. No. It's not going to say administrative detention. Administrative detention is a matter of national security. You have to do some inference work to get there, and I'll tell you my inference work and why I feel confident about how many are administratively detained. Okay, so why do I feel confident that it's around 65? Because 65 individuals have, instead of like charges like stabbing, shooting, throwing a Molotov cocktail, throwing stones, 65 have, when you look at it, they say security reasons or damage to the security of the area. Now, when you look at those numbers, all of them are none of them are civil court. All of them are military court. 98. Yeah, the 65. All of them are listed, earmarked for a military court. All of them are listed as under arrest. None of them are convicted. In fact, there are no convictions.
Can you send me this list just so I can follow what you're saying?
Sure, I have I have a series of here, hold on. I'm messaging you. So this is my rationale for administrative detention calculations. And we'll go through that together. Okay, so of the 65, the charges are listed, instead of listing charges, they are listed as security reasons. Now, that in and of itself is suspicious for administrative detention, but you need something more to get there. So if you look at the background demographics of who Israel administratively detains, it really matches. So a couple of supporting evidences. First off, they're all listed as military court. They're not listed as civil court. Secondly, they're all listed as under arrest, not a single conviction for security reasons or damage to the security of the area, which is what you would expect. Also, if you look at the demographics, the people who Israel typically administratively detains are almost all male. 98.4% who have that just listed charge are male. So 64 out of 65. The other thing is most of them are adults or 17 years old. Almost all of them. So 43 out of 65 are 18 or up. And of the minors, 86% of those under 18.
You say 18 or up, is that like up to what, 40?
No, 18 and above. So like not 17 and under.
Okay, but not over what age? Like what's the cap? Are they all teenagers?
The cap was no. So this is a list that was made for the swap deal. One of the conditions of the swap deal was that there wouldn't be any males over the age of 19. So all of the
so these are all teenagers, what you're saying. All the 65 are teenagers.
No, there's one female that was older than that.
Got it. So
the reason
there's no age limit on the woman.
Yes, and that was a provision. That's a selection effect due to the provision of the swap deal. So
okay, so when you say adult, you're saying 18 or 19.
Yes, but that's not yes. It's really 18 and up. It's just in this case it happens to end up being 18 or 19 for the males. But that is a selection effect due to the provision of the swap deal that Israel and Hamas made.
What was the provision?
The provision was that no males over the age of 19 would be traded. So they didn't. None of them. No males over the age of 19 made it to the list.
Okay.
Yeah. The concern was like they didn't want a repeat of the Gilad Shalit deal, basically. So like Israel didn't want to release the more formidable terrorists that they believed to be terrorists, because some of the individuals that were released in the Gilad Shalit deal were responsible for October 7th.
Okay, so just to recap what you said so far, 65, so 64 to 65 were males, one was female, and all the males were
64 were male. One out of the
64 were male.
Okay. And of the males, 43 out of 65. So 43 out of 65 were 42 out of 65 were adults of the males. Of the minors,
it kind of feels like you're kind of trying to okay, so I mean 18, 19, 17, it's all the same shit, right? Teenagers, a bunch of teenagers up to the age of 18 and woman.
Yes, that was for the provision of the deal. That's what you would expect. Yeah.
So the 65 and who else?
Yeah.
What are the other numbers?
So those who are 17. So three individuals were 16. No one was below 16. So 3 individuals who are 16, some individuals who are 17, and the majority of which were 18. For administrative detention. And the other reason supporting why I think it's an administrative detention is that there was a disproportionate increase in listed affiliations with various terrorist organizations, such as Hamas or PIJ. 31 out of 65 were listed as being members of either Hamas or PIJ.
Can you send me like the actual list? Like you sent me a tweet, but can you send me like the list that Israel had released of the names and the charges?
Oh yeah, that's been public information for. Yeah, here.
Yeah, I think that'd be more helpful to follow.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
gonna.
yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it will be more helpful to follow because it took me like days to go through that list and compile this data. But sure, I can send you that. It's a publicly released site. Blah, 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 blah. Let me just find that. The reason I'm doing this is because there have been. So I spent like days going through like what all the numbers are, and what they aren't, because there have been a lot of just insane reports on the numbers on this prisoner list.
Okay.
So some things that like CNN has gotten the numbers wrong on this. I've
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay, I see you just sent it to me. Okay, so 65 administrative detention. What are just like quickly going over the charges for the rest? Like, what are the portions of like those convicted and what they were
Sure.
convicted of?
Okay, so the other categories, so those formally charged with, oh, you just want convictions, or okay, so just convictions. Convicted of the crime were 70 out of 350, 20%. Those who were not convicted were formally charged with the crime but not convicted. Those were 285 out of 350. Not convicted but formally charged and awaiting a trial were 215 out of 350. Of those, 96 out of 215 were formally charged and awaiting trial in a civil court. So that is remand detention on civil. 119 out of 215 were formally charged and awaiting trial in a military court. Now, of those convicted,
215 were not convicted,
but formally
and half
charged
of
and
them.
awaiting trial.
Okay, and okay,
Yeah.
and about half of them you're saying were civil, half of them were military,
Yes.
give or
Of
take.
those who are charged but not convicted but going through a legal process.
When you say going through a legal process, like how long have these people been held? Like a month, a week?
Almost none of them were over. Very few of them were over a year. Virtually none were over 2 years. One of the projects I have yet to do is
Okay, so all of them like over 6 months, would you say?
No, that's not true. Not all of them.
So yeah, whenever you get that information, that'd be very helpful, because if people are sitting in jail for a year with like no lawyer,
Most people were not sitting in jail for a year. There were some that were between 1 year and 6 months, or some people between 6 months. Virtually no one was over 2 years. Very, very few, and the majority were under 1 year.
Okay, and the other 100 or so, I'm assuming they got convicted. Wait, is it 100 that got convicted?
70 out of 350. So the split is
70,
215 not formally charged but awaiting a trial. 96 out of 215 formally charged and awaiting trial in civil court. 119 out of 215 were formally charged and awaiting trial in military court. So about a 55 to 44 split. 55.3446. Convicted of the crime was 70 out of 350, 20%. Of which, of those 70,
civil court is Israeli civil court, right? It's not like PLO or anything. Okay.
Yeah, this is Israeli civil court. Yeah. So of which 31 out of 70, so 44%, were convicted in a civil court only, no military court. 38 out of 70, so 54%, were convicted in a military court only, and 1 out of 70, I don't know how this person did this. They were very accomplished. They managed to be convicted in both a military and a civil court.
Okay. Okay, and are any of these people, the 350, are any of them Israeli citizens?
I don't know if the data has Israeli. Let me just check right now, real quick. Oh yeah,
Sure.
no, it does have that data. So yes, some of the individuals, I do see that some of the individuals on that list are Israeli citizens.
What would you say the percentage would be? Like, are you saying that?
Not a lot of. I would say it looks, just going over real quick, it looks like the majority are not citizens. There are some citizens that are showing up though.
So a majority of them are not Israeli citizens going through Israeli courts.
Correct.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. And then of those convicted, and I know the focal point will be of those convicted in a civil court because of the contention over military court. So of those on the prisoner list convicted of crimes and only convicted in a civil court specifically, there are 15 instances. Now, these percentages can be over 100 because you can have multiple charges. 48.3, it says support of terrorism. Additional details there are not provided. 14%, 14 instances, which is 45.1%, are serious or grievous.
Wait. 48% are terrorist related, but details not.
Yeah,
available?
Details. Further details of the charge are not
It's kind of
provided.
sketch. Okay.
No, I wish more details were provided.
I say it's kind of sketch because
I mean, look,
it's just like, these are non-citizens
Yeah, I
being
agree.
tried by an occupying power. It's just like I mean, I'll tell you what I'm thinking right now. Just so there's like full transparency.
Yeah.
If you were telling me that 350, Russia and Ukraine were having a prisoner swap, and Russia is releasing Ukrainian prisoners, X amount of them have went through, half of them went through Russian civil court, half of them went through Russian military court, and there's X amount that were accused of terrorist activities, undisclosed the details.
Well, it's not.
I
Well,
honestly
wait. Just to be clear, the support of terrorism details not provided. Almost none of them had just that charge. Like that could be a tack-on charge to other things, and those did have details. I'm just saying, like the tack-on charge of just supporting terrorism.
This is just like a side thing you're saying,
Yeah.
like not the
Yeah,
actual.
all I did was what I did with the data is I just took every instance and I just like broke it down. So I said like, okay, here's a listed charge, support of terrorism. Like that could be now that could be just not a detail not provided, or that could be like, oh, attempted murder. It could subsume other things. So it could be a stabbing, it could be attempted murder, it could be serious grievous bodily harm or injury, it could be arson, weapons, ammunitions, or explosives. So that is, or it could just be a standalone charge. It almost never was a standalone charge. So 45.1% were listed as serious, grievous bodily harm or injury. I have not broken down to whether that was a police officer, a soldier, or a civilian, because I didn't know that was the question you had in mind. I can do that at some point if I'm able to, if the data is there. I mean, it's not in the database, but like you can track down the names and like what they were, like the stories behind them.
Sure.
9 instances. So all of these are in civil courts, by the way. 9 instances, convictions in civil courts. 9 instances, 29% were stabbings. Oh, sorry. Knives and daggers. They were found to be carrying or it says carrying or manufacturing knives or daggers. Attempted murder, 8 instances. 25.8% are listed as attempted murder. Now, one of the provisions, there is a selection effect here. One of the provisions of the swap deal, is that no one would be swapped who successfully committed murder. So only if they committed attempted murder, but failed to succeed in the murder.
They're trying to release I guess they didn't want to release
the less dangerous terrorists. Yes.
Less charges. Got it.
Yeah. So you're not going to see any like murder charges because like that just didn't make it to the list due to the deal provision.
Would you say all 350 of them? They have that tack on terrorist charge?
No, not
all terrorists.
No, support. Sorry. It's support of terrorism. There's a charge that's support of terrorism. There's also a terrorist. There's also a terrorist affiliation, section, which
Like
gives you
affiliated to, like Hamas or something like that.
yeah, like you're a member of Hamas or you're a member of PIJ.
Sure.
Yeah. So there's or a different organization or no affiliation. So there's that. A disproportionate amount of those are represented in those administratively detained. Disproportionate amount in those like convicted of charges or civil. Although there were some that popped up. So attempted murder.
I'm making a
eight
Daily Wire
individuals,
account right now. Hold on one sec.
25.8% of those convicted in a civil court. Another charge is listed as weapons, ammunition, or explosives. And again, I wish they provided more details on this, but they did not. 25%, 25.8%. Arson, 7 instances, 22.5%. And then there's malicious or negligent damage to property, which may be also attack onto arson, which is 6 instances or 19.3%. Throwing a Molotov cocktail, 2 instances of that, 6.4%. Assaulting a police officer. So actually, this does give you some information. It doesn't say soldiers, but assaulting a police officer. Only 2 were convicted in civil court for assaulting a police officer. So 6.4%. Service to a legal organization. It didn't say which organization, but a legal organization, 2 instances. 1 instance was throwing a bomb, 3.2%. 1 instance was carrying or possessing an explosive device.
Okay, never mind. Hold on. Too many people are fucking making me too paranoid. Listen, we need a conductor that I can host after, that wants to stream this movie. Chat, find the conductor. Okay, find them and I'll just host them and we'll watch there.
Stand out are the 8 instances of attempted murder, the 9 instances. The throwing a Molotov cocktail, the knives and daggers, serious bodily harm, injury, grievous bodily harm or injury, throwing a bomb, and carrying an explosive device. Those stand out, and those were convicted in.
Okay, so let me just say this. Let me just say, like, look, I'm not going to absolve anybody of committing crimes. Okay,
He's about to though.
That's one. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm not going to. I would just say that I think I don't. I mean, you may disagree with me, but I don't know if it's fair necessarily for the non-Israeli citizens to be tried in Israeli courts. I don't know if it's. I don't doubt the charges. I don't want to pretend like, oh, like those charges didn't happen. I don't doubt the charges. I just don't think that those trials are kind of built to not be fair, right? If you're trying somebody that's not a citizen of your country, it's probably not going to be a fair trial. One. And in the flip side of it, I don't know, and maybe you know more than I do, how many Israeli citizens have been tried under the PLO for committing attacks against Palestinians, like settler violence. I don't think any, but maybe there has been.
I think if the PLO had the power, I don't even know if they'd make it to trial.
Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe you're right. I don't know.
I think they might just be killed, and that would be the end of it. They wouldn't have to expend the resources on the trial. But
maybe, I don't know. Speculation.
But
I just
can I ask you a question on that first point. So like, let's say you have like an undocumented worker or an immigrant who doesn't have like U.S. citizenship. Who's not a U.S. citizen, and then he like stabs a civilian or throws a bomb or commits some crime. Do you think is it your view that like the U.S. should not that person should just not be charged in the United States? Like they should just like have him go to his native country,
to his home country,
and then like all the evidence should just be provided to his own country, and then
yeah. Let me respond. So I think the difference between an illegal immigrant committing a crime in California or in somewhere in the U.S. versus a Palestinian committing a crime against a soldier in the West Bank is very different.
Well, let's just wait. Let's. I do. But let's.
So I think the immigrant should definitely go to trial in America.
Okay,
that's what I think.
Okay,
if you wanted the answer.
What's your view?
I agree.
What's your view on Palestinian violence against Israeli civilians?
Hold completely against it unless those civilians are like settlers attacking villages and
Do you
attacking
think
Palestinians.
do you think that if the crime occurred on Israeli territory, that it should be tried in an Israeli
Okay,
court?
hold on one sec, and then we'll watch the movie
I
once these
think
guys
any
finish
of the
talking.
crimes
If we
in
find a
East
conductor.
Jerusalem and Jerusalem in general, because I think there a lot of some Palestinians have citizenship and some choose not to have citizenship, then I think it should be tried in Israeli court.
Okay, so there are some of those on that list that were that.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, I'm talking specifically about those that are living in the West Bank in like under military occupation. I'm trying to be fair. Like if Palestinian doesn't have Israeli citizenship in East Jerusalem because they don't want one, they commit a crime and try to kill somebody, yeah, they should go to Israeli court.
Okay. Yeah, and there were a good amount of instances of that. So like, so they not citizens, but the area listed is East Jerusalem. I haven't broken down the exact numbers on that one yet, but I do remember those popping up. Okay, so I might disagree. Look, I'll just be straightforward with you. I might just disagree with you on like, because here's the thing, like if the reason I like this might resonate with me if there wasn't like a martyr fund and there wasn't like I didn't have these suspicions because of that. Like, oh, like what are you actually going to do if like
So what is so the martyr fund, what it does, as I understand it, at least aspects of it that a lot of people point to is it being bad, like look, terrorist families get, money from the government, right? Don't a lot of those instances the families have their home demolished by Israel? That doesn't
well, wait, but that's not yes, and I don't understand, and that's something I don't really understand for a number of reasons. I mean, I understand what they're trying to do. I understand that they're trying to do deterrence there, but the martyr fund is not conditional on if your home is destroyed. Even if they didn't destroy their homes, and even before they were destroyed.
So, yeah. If the martyr fund, and I know nothing about the martyr fund, I hear it all the time. So if the martyr fund was only to pay people that go attack Israeli civilians, I would be against it. If the martyr fund is to pay martyrs, including 15,000 martyrs in Gaza, including any martyr that dies, like anybody that dies essentially to the country of Israel or the military or the settlers is considered a martyr, then it's like I don't know why there's like a hyper focus on one aspect. But if the one aspect, if the whole martyr fund is set up just for people that attack Israel, Israeli citizens specifically, then it's like, yeah, I can't really justify that. I think that's a bad idea.
Justify it if like, wait, so I just want to understand your view on this. So if you have a fund
rewarding Palestinians that are attacking Israeli civilians that are minding their own business is a terrible, unproductive,
right. But the martyr fund,
idea.
The martyr fund does that though. It just does
discriminate.
Sure, yeah. No, if you like if you commit an act of terrorism against like a bunch of police officers in Israel, yeah, then you get detained in administrative detention or whatnot, then yeah, your family gets compensated by the martyr fund. If you blow up if you blow up or just shoot up a restaurant of civilians, you get detained. You also get
if the family's home is like, look, if somebody goes
regardless, irrespective of the family home being destroyed or not.
No, I think it's important because if the family home gets destroyed, I think the Palestinian government, should give them money to rebuild that home because it was like. Do you disagree with that?
No. That part is fine.
It's fine. Yeah. So if a Palestinian just goes and kills a bunch of people in like some Israeli restaurant and his family is getting money for it and their home wasn't demolished or anything, that's wrong. Obviously, I disagree with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So
I don't think it's controversial to say.
Right. So the point I'm making is that the martyr fund doesn't discriminate between any of that. The martyr fund, because
then it should.
Yeah.
I believe it should. I believe it shouldn't reward those people that are just attacking innocent civilians. So yeah, that's my take.
Okay. So where that gets us back to is that when you have like if you tell me, and again the purpose of it goes to the purpose of the martyr fund. The purpose of the martyr fund is not this benevolent cause of, at least not the way it's acting, is not this benevolent cause of, well, the family didn't do anything wrong, the family's home was destroyed, let's compensate the family, because it's not provisional on the family's home being destroyed. It also is not, is also it's not provisional on whether you attacked a soldier or a police officer or a civilian or a baby for that matter. You get compensated all the same. It seems like the purpose is just pay for slay, just commit. That's the
Okay,
criticism
so
against.
I'm looking at this Wikipedia article from 2023. It could be wrong. It says in 2017, 160 million was paid for 13,000 beneficiaries. 36 million was paid to prisoners serving sentences of 20 years or more. 10 million was paid to former members of the security forces. I assume that means like Palestinian security forces. 10 million was paid to families of Palestinians with life term lengthy sentences.
Wait,
And in the security forces.
You skipped
Yeah, and then the last one,
Wait, hold on.
the last one is one.
It wasn't the last one. It was in the middle one that you skipped.
Yeah,
1
well, I
million
avoided it.
families.
Hold
200
on.
suicide bombers.
So 1 million out of the 160 million dollars was paid to families of suicide bombers. Now, if any of those families' home got demolished, they should have been paid. If those families' homes didn't get demolished, then no one should have got paid.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
No. I understand that. I understand to the compensation of the home, not over and above like, well, your home got destroyed, but here's extra money because
I mean,
of
it says $12,000. It says $12,000 per person. I don't know if $12,000 is going to rebuild a home.
No. I mean, well, actually, I don't know the cost of living in some of the territories. I'd have to actually look that up. But so the other ones, the security forces, that doesn't say of just serving in security. It just says where they went to.
If you can find out who the recipients of these funds are, like, are they the people that actually did these crimes?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm curious. Like,
it's not. It's
I'm
not
just trying to understand the
it's
details.
not people or family who did the crimes. It's like that's happening.
I love you,
The question is what the question is like what exactly are the proportions are. Like there's no.
So I'll tell you the issue. I'll tell you the issue. So there's a cultural distinction I want to make. So in a lot of Arab households, the male is the one responsible for the family. So if the male does and goes like shoots an Israeli officer, right, in the occupation, and let's say some people argue that's armed struggle, some people argue that's not armed struggle, whatever you want to call it, and that person gets arrested and puts in prison. If these funds are going to that guy in prison, that's obviously a problem. If the funds are going to the family of that person who's now going to end up homeless, it's essentially Social Security. Like that's what it becomes.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that there should be a Social Security?
I mean, people that don't work and have kids, like mother of like.
Wait, but this is
5 children. Does it matter? Like. Yeah.
Wait, but hold on. But like, but this is like conditional on you committing some terrorist activity. This is not conditional on.
And then if the martyr fund is conditional on committing an attack against a civilian, then the whole thing should be fucking thrown out the window. If that's the condition, I don't know if that's the condition.
Civilian or like just Israelis, really. But it's not like Social Security where it's like, oh well, you worked for us and now you're too old to work, or you worked for us and you're retired, or you worked for us and now
I guess it's more like welfare then.
Like we'll have some like, security
you can call it,
like
you can call it welfare.
Right? Like you did some action here, and that's why your family's getting paid. And the action is
if the martyr fund only pays people that commit terrorist attacks against Israeli civilians, then the whole thing.
No, Israelis, including civilians.
So, like you're saying, and soldiers in the occupied territory.
Yes.
So I don't think militants attacking Israeli soldiers in the occupied territory is a crime. That's my opinion. I think those are.
So what that's going to lead you is to say that, okay, there's going to be some proportion of the martyr fund that you're going to support. There's some proportion of the martyr fund payments that you're not going to support.
Honestly, I don't like any of it. If you want me to be completely honest, even though if I support some actions, I don't think it's very productive. Okay, look, this is what I think there should be. There should be welfare for families that don't have an income. That's it. No martyr. No, with the intent of killing people.
The reason I'm bringing all of this up is because your suggestion is to say, okay, well, all of these people with these charges should just go to the PLO. Like, if the PLO is doing this, like, I mean, what kind of trial?
If you're looking for somebody to like you know,
No,
sympathize with the PLO. I'm not the guy. I don't
No, no,
like the PLO.
no, I understand. I understand. I'm just saying, but like your suggestion was that, well, the problem here was that like Israel shouldn't like the problem is they're not civilians, and so they should be tried with the PLO and not Israel. The issue is they're like real, you know, if that was this would resonate with me if the PLO was like,
Should I tell them that I'm like,
we're actually gonna try you. We're actually gonna like investigate. Or
okay, real
even
quick, guys. I love you both. I just need to let you know I gotta bounce because we're supposed to watch some
Yeah.
shit. So be careful, okay?
Okay, take care.
I love you. The fuck is this?
Attention all sussy rumblers. I've been alerted that Sneeko is a soy grifter and likes to be twerked on by fresh oily butt in the club. Love Speech wants to thank you for being a cock and helping us escape the Matrix. Lots of love, George Santos.
He's doing cameo. Okay. Jesus. All right. Did we find a conductor? Oh, all right. Okay, listen. We're going to go to cake.com/Aslan is adorable. Okay. We're going to go watch feature-length, wonderful social commentary. Will you stream your reaction? No, because now everybody's made me too fucking paranoid. All the fucking retards complaining and crying that he's gonna get my shit axed by fucking Shapiro, the Daily Wire, and everything. So no, okay, we're gonna go watch it there. I'll talk about it tomorrow morning when I stream. Okay, that's what we're doing. All right. All right. I'm gonna host the Aslan guy. I love you guys. I'm gonna be there. Be careful. Stay safe. I love you. What's the point? Then there is no point. Then don't watch it. Here, don't do it at all. Boom, easy. All right, be careful. Love you.